Chapter 2683. Chen Zhao raised his right arm made of gold and punched at Qing Ping. However, when his fist was swung halfway, the power disappeared like a clay ox entering the sea. The next moment, Qing Ping spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. "Sir, what grudge do you have with the Mao Mountain?" Qing Ping was shocked. Not only was the person in front of her also at the enchanting stage, but his cultivation and combat ability far surpassed hers. She didn't understand where this monster in front of her had come from. Such cultivation and combat ability. She was heavily injured in just one round. "Where is Zhang Ding?" Chen Zhao asked calmly. "Today, only one of them can live." "Sir, do you know that bullying the weak is taboo? The major sects of Huaxia will not allow you to do this." "The major sects of Huaxia?" Ask Zhang Tianyi if he dares to say this to me. I'll leave it at that. If we fight to the death, you won't feel good even if I'm not your match. Qing Ping looked at Chen Zhao with a cold expression. "I don't feel good? You should think about whether your Mao Mountain disciples deserve to die." Chen Zhao's eyes were full of murderous intent. He turned to the man in black. "Mohan, do it. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me." The man in black was once a top-level assassin, Mohan. Now, he was forced to become Chen Zhao's dog. Mohan hesitated, then raised his sword again. "Don't you dare!" Daoist Qingping shouted. But this time, she couldn't stop Mohan. A black ball appeared in the sky. A terrifying black ball. It was a neutron star formed by Chen Zhao's small world. Even if Chen Zhao didn't use the meteor technique, he could destroy most of the Mao Mountain intersect. Qing Ping's eyes narrowed. Her cultivation was very high, so she could feel the terrifying and destructive power contained in the black ball. It wasn't very big, and it wasn't much different from the black ball from before. If she dared to do anything, Chen Zhao would release the neutron star. This also made her cautious. After all, Chen Zhao was alone, but her disciples and grand-disciples were here. So, she couldn't take the risk. Mohan's sword fell, accompanied by the pitiful screams of a disciple. His arm was chopped off. Daoist Master Qing Ping glared angrily, and a terrifying aura began to erupt from his body. And this aura began to suppress Mohan's movements. Mohan's face, which was wrapped in black cloth, became extremely distorted. Not only did he feel Sage Qing Ping's aura, but he also felt Chen Zhao's pressure on him. Chen Zhao looked at the Yao ceiling pagoda with an evil smile. Sensing Chen Zhao's gaze, perfected Master Qing Ping cursed inwardly. "Sir, no matter what grudges you have with my Mao Mountain, you've already brought great losses to my Mao Mountain. Why must you be so overbearing?" "Overbearing? Today, I'm just teaching you a lesson. Choosing an idiot as the sect leader will bring a lot of losses to the sect." The neutron star above Chen Zhao's headshot toward the Yao ceiling tower. "You." Perfected Qing Ping could no longer care about Chen Zhao. She had to stop Chen Zhao's madness. The importance of the demon-banishing pagoda was undeniable to the Maoshan sect. It could even be said that the Yao ceiling pagoda was the lifeline of the Maoshan sect. If the Yao ceiling pagoda was lost, then the beautiful scenery of the Maoshan sect would become mediocre. Perhaps it wouldn't affect much in 1 or 2 generations, but it would be difficult for it to be passed down for another 1,000 years. Perfected Master Qing Ping stood in front of the neutron star. Her little world spun wildly. When the neutron star entered her little world, she could already feel that it was almost infinite. But even so, she couldn't take a step back. The Yao ceiling pagoda was more important than anyone in the Maoshan sect, even more important than her. Her little world tried its best to stop the neutron star's trajectory. But at that moment, Chen Zhao appeared in front of perfected Master Qing Ping. Chen Zhao grabbed perfected Master Qing Ping's neck with one hand. Perfected Master Qing Ping's cultivation was very high, but her combat ability was really mediocre. Chen Zhao pressed perfected Master Qing Ping to the ground and stepped on her with one foot. "Come here. Use the dirty technique on her too." Mohan trembled. He dared to use the dirty technique on Chen Zhao because he didn't know what kind of person Chen Zhao was. But that didn't mean he dared to use it on perfected Master Qing Ping. Perfected Master Qing Ping was a legend of the previous generation. Her reputation was close to that of the current Celestial Master Zhang. In terms of seniority, she was one generation higher than Celestial Master Zhang. Chen Zhao wanted him to use the dirty technique on Perfected Master Qing Ping. If that happened, there would probably be no place for him in the entire spiritual world. But when Chen Zhao turned his cold gaze, Imo Han couldn't help but shiver. "Hurry up, don't test my patience," Chen Zhao urged. "Mr. Chen, I really can't." Imo Han was about to cry. "If you dare to use the dirty technique on me, why don't you use it on her? Are you looking down on me?" "I'm not. I don't know." Imo Han didn't know that he was just helping an old friend solve a small problem. He didn't think that it would cause such a huge problem. The Great North Island, the Wanderer Association, and the Giant Serpent were all destroyed because of this. And now, it was the Maoshan sect's turn. He didn't expect Chen Zhao to be so bold. He was actually planning to go against the top sect, all by himself. "Stop." Just then, Zhang Tiany's voice came from afar. Chen Zhao looked over and saw Zhang Tiany flying toward him from afar. "Old Zhang, you're here to play too? Are you here to burn incense or read your fortune?" Zhang Tiany's expression darkened. Chen Zhao was still joking with him at a time like this. "Chen Zhao, why are you doing this? Do you know the consequences of doing this?" When he received the message, it was from someone he had planted in the inner sect of Maoshan sect. At first, he thought that it was fake news. Someone had come to the Maoshan sect to cause trouble. This kind of news seemed fake no matter how he looked at it. But when he did his divination, he realized that the situation had changed. That was why he hurried to Maoshan sect using greater teleportation and distance reduction. Consequences? My attack on the Maoshan sect will have serious consequences? So if the Maoshan sect attacks me, the consequences won't be serious? Old Zhang, is that what you mean? You're talking about what happened that night. Isn't it settled? I thought it was settled, but then Zhang Ding plotted against me. Him? Plotted against you? How could he do that? Others might not know, but I do. How could someone of his level of training be able to plot against you? Unfortunately, he succeeded. Oh, that's him. He was hired by Zhang Ding. It took me a lot of effort to catch him. Zhang Tiany frowned. He still couldn't be sure of the situation. But he could tell that Imo Han's level of training was far below Chen Zhao's. How was he supposed to plot against Chen Zhao? Was this a joke? This was all Zhang Ding's doing. It has nothing to do with anyone else in Maoshan sect. Old Zhang, aren't you ashamed to say that? Chen Zhao smirked at Zhang Tiany. Zhang Ding is a heavenly master and a Taoist to the Maoshan sect. You're telling me that what he did has nothing to do with the Maoshan sect? Chapter 2684. Zhang Tiany was speechless. The actions of a sect leader naturally represented the power of the sect behind him. If Zhang Ding was plotting against Chen Zhao could naturally go to the Mao Mountain sect. I stand by what I said. Either I destroy Zhang Ding today, or I destroy the Maoshan sect. Don't you dare, madman. Qingping Jinren had just escaped from Chen Zhao's grasp, and he was already threatening him again. It was not exactly harsh words, but Zhang Ding represented the Maoshan sect no matter what. No matter what happened to Zhang Ding after this, he couldn't hand him over to an outsider. Chen Zhao turned to look at Qingping Jinren. I mean what I say. What if I don't allow it? Zhang Tiany asked. Old Zhang, we've known each other for quite some time now, but we've never really decided who's better. Since we can't argue, why don't we use this opportunity to decide who's the winner? Chen Zhao stretched his limbs. You want to protect the Maoshan sect, and I want to destroy it. Let's talk with our fists. Zhang Tiany frowned. He actually supported Chen Zhao's argument. No matter where it was, the bigger fists made the most sense. However, he was there to uphold justice, not to fight for the Maoshan sect. If this had happened on Dragon Tiger Mountain, he wouldn't have said a word. The problem was that the Maoshan sect had nothing to do with him. And it was Chen Zhao. Jinren Zhang, please help the Maoshan sect, Qingping Jinren said. In terms of cultivation, she was second only to Zhang Tiany, and in terms of seniority, she was one generation above him. Logically speaking, Zhang Tiany should have bowed to her. But now, she had no choice but to beg Zhang Tiany. Zhang Tiany sighed. Chun Zhao, there's no need for me to say anything else. Come. Chun Zhao took a deep breath and walked 100 steps in front of Zhang Tianyi. Everyone present held their breaths as they watched the two of them. Chun Zhao, you go first. Let me see how different your little realm is from mine. Zhang Tianyi didn't dare to be careless. Chun Zhao's cultivation was higher than his, and his combat ability was also much higher. Of course, combat ability didn't mean everything. Chun Zhao naturally had his advantages, but he also had his disadvantages. Chun Zhao's half-closed eyes suddenly widened. At that moment, Zhang Tianyi felt the overwhelming power that Chun Zhao had given him. Zhang Tianyi put his hands behind his back, but there was already a bundle of golden ropes in his hands. Chun Zhao stomped on the ground and shot forward. The stone floor he'd been standing on was completely shattered. Zhang Tianyi's speed was also extremely fast. The golden rope in his hand flew out. Fine. Instantly, Chun Zhao realized that Zhang Tianyi's golden rope had automatically wrapped around him. Without thinking, Chun Zhao tried to break the golden rope. However, he realized that he couldn't break the golden rope. Zhang Tianyi grinned. Boy, you're still too inexperienced to fight me. This is the mixed alchemy golden rope, the treasure of our Dragon Tiger Mountain. No matter how strong you are, you can't break it. Chun Zhao didn't move either. He said calmly, Old Zhang, who are you trying to fool? There's nothing that can't be broken. If you can't break free, it just means that you don't have enough strength. Then do you have enough strength? Zhang Tianyi didn't refute Chun Zhao's words. Chun Zhao lowered his head. Zhang Tianyi vaguely felt that something was wrong. The mixed alchemy golden rope was a treasure passed down by the Celestial Masters sect of Dragon Tiger Mountain. In theory, no matter how strong one was, they couldn't break the mixed alchemy golden rope. The mixed alchemy golden rope had gone through many battles and had many achievements. There was no enemy that it couldn't tie up, be it a powerful demon, a great evil, or a devil incarnate. As long as one was tied up, no one could break free. Suddenly, Zhang Tianyi felt that Chun Zhao's small world had disappeared. The terrifying power that had been fighting against his small world had disappeared. Where's your small world? Zhang Tianyi looked at Chun Zhao in disbelief. Because to him, this was like discovering a new continent. Didn't you want to see my recent cultivation success and a new use of the small world? Chun Zhao raised his head and looked at Zhang Tianyi. When the small world is strengthened to a certain level, it will completely fuse with one's body and be able to release and retract freely. One can also receive the full support of the small world. Just then, the mixed alchemy golden rope that was tied to Chun Zhao suddenly shot out rays of golden light. The mixed alchemy golden rope seemed to have received a huge impact. Chun Zhao didn't know what material the mixed alchemy golden rope was made of. It could actually resist a pulling force of 1 billion tons. According to scientific theory, there was no material in the world that could make a rope that could resist a pulling force of 1 billion tons. What was 1 billion tons? It was a force that could deform the surface of a continent in a small area. Take tall buildings, for example. Skyscrapers that were tens of millions of tons were almost the limit. Therefore, the development of the construction industry wasn't just getting taller, it was also getting lighter. Reinforced concrete could make buildings taller, but it also made them heavier. So, the tallest buildings in the world were basically the peak of the current technological level. Before finding lighter materials, it would be very difficult to break through in height. But now, a rope that was as thick as a finger could resist his power? Chun Zhao even felt that if he stole the rope and sold it to some research institute, he might be able to get a good price. Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind. If he didn't break the rope today, he would lose all his dignity. Chun Zhao gathered his thoughts and didn't hold back anymore. Thunder boomed from Chun Zhao's body. It was a sign of a terrifying power exploding. Seeing this, Zhang Tianyi's scalp went numb. He wanted to take back the mixed alchemy golden rope. But the mixed alchemy golden rope seemed to have lost its connection. Ah! Chun Zhao yelled. Bang, bang, bang. Loud and rough sounds came from Chun Zhao's body. The mixed alchemy golden rope finally snapped under Chun Zhao's power. At the same time, Chun Zhao's terrifying power spread out in the air. Everyone nearby was shaken to the ground. Even spiritual master Qingping, who was standing slightly closer, was pushed back several meters. Taoist Master Qingping's expression changed drastically. That guy's aura became even more terrifying, and he became even more troublesome. Chen Zhao looked at Zhang Tianyi. You attacked first. Now it's my turn. Zhang Tianyi's face twitched. Fuck, this isn't a round. Looking at the destroyed, mixed alchemy golden rope on the ground, he really wanted to rush over and take it back. But he knew that if he went over now, Chen Zhao would probably punch him to death. Chen Zhao, we're old friends. Let's not overdo it. Chapter 2685. If I don't fuck you up today, it's my loss. Chen Zhao's palm, face down and grabbed. A black ball appeared in his palm. The small world was added to his body, giving him an unprecedented feeling of explosion. Chen Zhao suddenly leaped up. Clenching his fists, he smashed them down at Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi's heart skipped a beat. If this pair of fists landed on him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Tianyi's feet sped forward, his steps difficult to understand. His hands also quickly formed a seal. Primordial bell. A huge golden bell appeared above Zhang Tianyi. It wasn't a physical object, but it gave off an ancient and sturdy feeling. Chen Zhao's fists still smashed down like meteors. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept in all directions. The originally flat ground was instantly shattered into pieces. In the truest sense, it was torn apart. The people nearby were affected too. Chen Zhao was surprised. The defensive spell hadn't been broken. The ground couldn't withstand the power released by the bell and shattered. At the moment, Zhang Tianyi was already in the air. Zhang Tianyi glanced at Chen Zhao and then at the surroundings. Perfected Master Qingping, tell everyone to retreat. A battle between two enchanting cultivators wasn't something normal cultivators could watch. If they were careless, the scene would be littered with corpses. Perfected Master Qingping only felt bitter. This was the Mao Mountain intersect. How could the people of the Mao Mountain intersect retreat? Why did they have to let two outsiders fight here? If they were to retreat, where could they retreat to? Chen Zhao didn't care about his surroundings. Seeing that his fist didn't shatter the bell, he punched again. Chen Zhao didn't hold back at all. Every punch was filled with all his strength. It wasn't earth-shattering, but it shouldn't be a problem to destroy mountains. But now, he couldn't even break one of Zhang Tianyi's defensive spells. This made Chen Zhao very doubtful about his own abilities. But Zhang Tianyi didn't feel good inside the bell either. He hadn't worked so hard since the big incident 20 years ago. In fact, the situation this time was even more troublesome than the incident 20 years ago. Regardless of what the two were thinking, they were indeed in a stalemate. Chen Zhao couldn't break Zhang Tianyi's defensive spell. Zhang Tianyi couldn't fight back. The Primordial Chaos Bell was a spell created by Zhang Tianyi himself. In fact, it was developed recently. Not long ago, he found out that Chen Zhao had recruited a group of people who were involved in Chinese comics to help him develop new moves. Zhang Tianyi was not idle either. He had also formed a small team of his own. They weren't as rich as Chen Zhao, but they were still a professional team. In fact, it wasn't just Zhang Tianyi. The 23rd generation Blood Mary and Bifla had also formed their own teams. This primordial flood bell was developed by Zhang Tianyi's team. In fact, Zhang Tianyi's team was just providing an idea. Zhang Tianyi had to take responsibility for the real technical problems. However, it had to be said that this defensive spell was indeed very powerful. At the very least, the fact that it could block Chen Zhao meant that the spell was indestructible. However, this spell was only suitable for Zhang Tianyi. No one else would be able to use it. Even Chen Zhao couldn't use it. This was because this spell required a large number of complex theories, and it also required a large amount of magic power as a backing. Chen Zhao only fulfilled one requirement: mana. After punching more than 10 times, Chen Zhao finally retreated 100 meters. Zhang Tianyi looked at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao, give up. You can't break my defense. My spell is undefeatable. It could be said that as long as this spell existed, Zhang Tianyi dared to take a 1,000,000-ton nuclear attack. Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Tianyi. You know that there's no such thing as an unbreakable defense in this world. But can you surpass this threshold? Threshold. This was what Zhang Tianyi had learned from his team. This was a scientific term. Ordinary people would say it was an upper limit. Another black ball formed in Chun Zhao's hand. This time, he didn't throw it out directly. Instead, he continued to strengthen it. Zhang Tianyi could instinctively sense danger. Looking at the black ball in Chun Zhao's hand, he had a bad feeling. Come, take this big move. If you don't die, I'll admit defeat. Chun Zhao didn't plan on stopping. The black ball's weight had already surpassed 2 billion tons. It was growing to an even more shocking number. Chun Zhao, that's enough. Zhang Tianyi strengthened the spell at the right time. I'm teaching you how to be a person. Those who meddle in other people's business are usually beaten to death first, Chun Zhao said maliciously. Seeing that the two were still in the mood to bicker, Qing Ping, who was far away, cursed inwardly. Can't you respect the victim? At the moment, Mo Han was conflicted. If he could escape alive this time, then he could at least brag to others. Just like the Bengal tiger. He dared to say that he and Celestial Master Zhang had fought face to face. If you want me to be number one in the world, you need to train for a few more years. I can't wait to beat number one in the world. You took too long to prepare this move. Are you constipated? I prepared it for you. Of course, it has to be big and strong. Qing Ping regretted asking Zhang Tianyi to help. You guys can fight, but can you not make such inappropriate jokes in such a serious situation? Have you considered our feelings? Of course, jokes were just jokes. When it came to battle, they were all serious. Since they couldn't kill the opponent, they would fight to the death. 20 minutes later, a terrifying neutron star was formed. The size didn't change, but the quality couldn't be compared to before. This time, Chun Zhao didn't push it. Instead, he used the method of a baseball thrower. Here it comes. Get ready to catch. Zhang Tianyi stopped smiling and became more serious than ever. Golden light flowed on the primordial bell and enveloped Zhang Tianyi. With Zhang Tianyi's help, 8 cryptic golden runes appeared on the primordial bell. Each of the 8 golden runes emitted a mystical aura. The Mao Mountain Taoist priests in the distance almost vomited blood when they saw the golden runes. Don't look. Those are heavenly book runes. You don't have the ability to understand. Just looking at them will damage your cultivation, Qing Ping hurriedly shouted. Even she felt dizzy when she saw the golden runes. One could imagine how cryptic the golden runes were. Every golden rune represented countless pieces of information. If you wanted to know what the golden runes represented, you had to ask yourself if your brain capacity was enough. Chun Zhao, on the other hand, had enough cultivation and a one-track mind. He didn't even think about what the golden runes represented, so it didn't affect him. The strongest spear and the strongest shield were about to fight. Suddenly, the Yao ceiling tower fell. Chapter 2686. They were having a good time just now. No one cared about the impact. Even the people of the Maoshan sect didn't notice. In the end, the shockwaves from their fight caused the Yao ceiling tower to collapse. The first to rush out of the ruins were a dozen monsters. Those monsters had been suppressed for who knew how many generations. They had long lost their minds. As soon as they came out, they attacked everyone that appeared in their line of sight without any explanation. Of course, that included Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi. For Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi, it was just a matter of frowning. Well, that was their reaction. The sudden situation had interrupted their fight. In fact, they didn't plan on fighting to the death today. They just wanted to test each other's strength. Chun Zhao held back, and Zhang Tianyi didn't use his full strength either. The people of the Maoshan sect, on the other hand, didn't have it easy. Qingping Zhenren was injured at the moment, and he had to protect his disciples. With the attacks coming from both sides, he seemed to be in danger. Zhang Tianyi wanted to go and help, but he suddenly felt a cold glint. If you go and help, I'll throw this into the crowd. Stop messing around. Zhang Tianyi suddenly threw a note to Chun Zhao secretly. Chun Zhao looked at the note. It contained Zhang Ding's current location, his contact information, and even his lover outside. Chun Zhao hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to give up on the idea of going against the Maoshan sect. At that moment, a green-faced wolf monster pounced at Chun Zhao with bloodshot eyes. Chun Zhao glanced at the green-faced wolf demon. The moment he raised his hand, Thousands of threads formed from magical power pierced through the demon's body. The blue-faced wolf demon's body turned into a bloody mist. At the same time, Qingping Jinren, who was not far away, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Qin Zhao also felt Qingping Jinren's gaze. The monster in front of Taoist Master Qingping was also killed in one move by Taoist Master Qingping in the same way. How do you know the Qingyi spell? Qingping Jinren growled. Qin Zhao looked at Qingping Jinren disapprovingly. What does it have to do with you? At that moment, he really did have the right to say that. So what if Qingping Jinren was a senior? So what if her cultivation and status were high? In front of Qin Zhao, she was nothing. Qingping Jinren wasn't going to let this go. You know Li Qing? It's none of your business. Taoist Master Qingping was somewhat annoyed, but she still suppressed her anger reluctantly. I'm Li Qing's grandmother, said Taoist Master Qingping. Qin Zhao was stunned and looked at Qingping in shock. His mind was in a mess. Could it be that the black-robed sect and my sect were mortal enemies? Li Qing was Zhou Yinan's aunt, and Taoist Master Qingping in front of him was Zhou Yinan's great-grandmother. Since all of her descendants had been killed by the black-robed sect, how could she, as a grandmother, continue to hold her position in the Maoshan sect? Moreover, Qin Zhao still hadn't figured out which faction perfected Qingping belonged to. The relationship network of the Maoshan sect was very messy anyway. So what? Qin Zhao still maintained his cautious attitude. He neither admitted nor denied it. However, he thought of his relationship with Li Qing. She had hit her grandmother. She wouldn't blame him, right? What's your relationship with Li Qing? Spiritual Master Qingping asked again. Qin Zhao didn't want to stay here anymore. He was about to turn around and leave. But Taoist Master Qingping was not having it. Suddenly, green threads shot out from the ground around Qin Zhao, wrapping around him. Qin Zhao frowned. This was the Qingyi sect's 3,000 feet green silk. Of course, this spell couldn't stop Qin Zhao. However, Qin Zhao didn't break free immediately. Instead, he turned around. Do you want to die? Where's Li Qing now? Facing Taoist Master Qingping's question, Qin Zhao could only reply coldly, based on Qin Zhao's understanding of Li Qing. Back then, she went abroad because her son and daughter-in-law were living abroad. Therefore, she also went abroad to live with her son and daughter-in-law. Later, her son and daughter-in-law died in a car accident. That was why she had nowhere to go. But now, the situation seemed to be different from what he had imagined. Or rather, Li Qing's reason for going abroad was far more complicated than she had said. Just then, Zhang Tianyi came to smooth things over. Qin Zhao, you haven't left yet? I wanted to leave, but she wouldn't let me. Looks like she wants to fight me, Qin Zhao said with a fierce expression. He has the orthodoxy of the Qingyi sect, Spiritual Master Qingping said, pointing at Qin Zhao. Zhang Tianyi looked at Qin Zhao. He was a little surprised, but not too shocked. In the past, when Zhang Tianyi had interacted with Qin Zhao, he had noticed that Qin Zhao's aura and methods had traces of Taoism. Most of Qin Zhao's moves were close-range combat or physical attacks. However, the aura would have certain characteristics. Of course, it was not surprising for Qin Zhao to know some Taoist techniques. After all, for Qin Zhao, if he really wanted to obtain an orthodoxy, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. Are you from the Qingyi sect or the Maoshan sect? Qin Zhao asked. The Qingyi sect is the Maoshan sect, but the Maoshan sect is not the Qingyi sect. Qin Zhao looked at Qingping coldly. This kind of ambiguous answer did not satisfy him. Either you get out of the way now, or I'll help Qingyi's sect get rid of you. Qingping was not afraid of Qin Zhao's threat. Then what identity did he use to help Qingyi's sect clean up the sect? Qin Zhao ignored Qingping and turned to look at Zhang Tianyi. Old Zhang, based on her behavior, can I directly judge it as a malicious provocation? Zhang Tianyi looked at Qin Zhao, then at Qingping. How about I play host, and you two find a place to talk peacefully? I have nothing to talk about with her. Don't you want to know about Li Qing's past? I don't know any Li Qing or Zhang Qing, and I've never heard of the Qingyi sect. The Qingyi sect has a 1,000-year history of one master and one disciple, so you must be Li Qing's disciple. When Qingping looked at Qin Zhao, his eyes shone with a fiery light. Before, she had hated Chun Zhao to the bone. But now, her attitude was completely different. If Chun Zhao was a disciple of the Qingyi sect, then they would be family. On the other hand, Zhang Ding would be an outsider. Moreover, the internal conflict of the Maoshan sect was no longer an invasion. The meaning was different, and there was no need for the internal conflict to escalate. The Maoshan sect would also retain its dignity. Moreover, Chun Zhao was a peerless master who could compete with Zhang Tianyi. This would be a happy occasion for both the Maoshan sect and the Qingyi sect. Of course, all of this was under the premise that Chun Zhao was willing to accept this identity. I'm not. Chun Zhao's expression was cold, without any hesitation. Chapter 2687. Of course, Qingping Jinren wouldn't let it end like this. But then, Chun Zhao's eyes narrowed. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Imo Han. I hate people who leave without saying goodbye. Imo Han's expression froze. He clenched his teeth and looked at Chun Zhao. You've tortured me for so long. It's about time I paid you back. Are you really going to kill me? Paid you back. Remove the spell on me, and we'll call it a day. Chun Zhao looked at Imo Han coldly. After fighting for so long, Chun Zhao felt hungry again. When Chun Zhao's eyes started to turn bloodshot, Imo Han's heart went cold. He knew what the consequences of his spell would be. Imo Han knew better than anyone else. No one had ever been like Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao had lasted for so long under the effects of the 9 Viscera techniques. But the more Chun Zhao did, the more afraid Imo Han became. He didn't know when Chun Zhao would lose control. Once the person under the effects of the 9 Viscera techniques lost control, Imo Han wouldn't even recognize his own family. He wouldn't dare to eat anything. Imo Han was worried that he would become Chun Zhao's first unconventional food after he lost control. Chun Zhao. Zhang Tianyi appeared behind Chun Zhao again. What is it? How about this? Let us help you remove the spell, and we'll forget about your grudge with the Maoshan sect. What do you think? Zhang Tianyi asked. Do you know what spell I'm under? I don't, but I believe that with Qingping Jinren's cultivation and understanding, most spells in the world shouldn't be a problem for us. Fine. If I can remove the spell, I won't trouble the Maoshan sect anymore. Then Zhang Ding. The Maoshan sect is a Maoshan sect, and Zhang Ding is Zhang Ding. At this time, Chun Zhao separated the two. He would not let Zhang Ding go. That's not what you said before. Oh, so you're saying that you want to kill Zhang Ding and step over the bodies of all the Maoshan sect members? Chun Zhao sneered at Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi's face twitched. If he dared to say yes, Chun Zhao would really kill him. By the way, what kind of spell did you cast? I can see that you're alive and kicking, full of energy, and full of vigor. You won't be able to find another person in the world who is as spirited and energetic as you are. You even caused a ruckus at the Maoshan sect, and I don't see anything unusual about you. Zhang Tianyi really couldn't tell what was wrong with Chun Zhao. The spell I was hit with was all thanks to him. Chun Zhao pointed at Imo Han and said. Zhang Tianyi narrowed his eyes and looked at Imo Han. He really couldn't see anything special about Imo Han. Originally, he had thought that someone who could trick Chun Zhao would at least have something special about them, even if they didn't have superhuman powers. But Imo Han did not have this kind of special temperament. Basically, Zhang Tianyi saw through Imo Han with a single glance. Come, tell Celestial Master Zhang about your proudest means. Chun Zhao patted Imo Han's shoulder. Imo Han shivered in front of Zhang Tianyi. One had to admit the importance of fame. Chun Zhao was no weaker than Zhang Tianyi, but Imo Han was only afraid of him. But towards Zhang Tianyi, Imo Han had an inexplicable sense of awe. This spell is called the 9 Viscera techniques. Viscera? Zhang Tianyi asked. Viscera? Viscera actually referred to the area near Tibet. Viscera also referred to some strange spells in that area, because in the Qing dynasty, the biggest religion in that area was the Tantric Buddhism. They listed other religions as illegal. Other spells were also called dirty and unclean spells. Of course, there was nothing dirty or unclean about spells. Only people were unclean. However, Viscera mostly focused on using the innate 5 Qi, the secret of ghosts and gods, and the unannounced method to cast spells. It indeed didn't seem to be above board and did many secretive things. Therefore, even though Viscera was introduced to the Central Plains, it was still not very popular. Not many people knew about it, and even fewer people learned it. Yes, I derived it from the viscera of the Tibetan area and added some things that I learned myself. Then it became the 9 viscera techniques. What is the 9 viscera techniques? Zhang Tianyi asked. This 9 viscera techniques is a combination of the 9 desires, just like the 9 sons of the dragon, and Mohan said. There's an ancient saying that the 9 sons of the dragon are different. Actually, this sentence implies that the heaven is divided into yin and yang, and yin and yang turn to the 3 pure ones. The 3 pure ones are turbid and the 9 desires. Originally, I wanted to create a cultivation method, but I didn't expect to accidentally create this strange move. However, my spell can only attract the appetite of one of the 9 desires. I originally thought that you were from the Naujin branch, but now that I heard about your understanding of Dharma, it seems that you are from the Jian branch. In my early years, I cultivated in the Naujin branch. Later, after I finished my apprenticeship, I followed by Ru to the Jian branch. My spells are all based on the Naujin branch, but I found that the 2 cultivation methods don't conflict with each other. In fact, they're somewhat compatible. The 9 viscera techniques is also created by combining the 2. Is there really no solution to this technique? Yes, there are 2 ways, and Mohan said. Chen Zhao immediately pricked up his ears. This guy said there was no solution. But when Zhang Tianyi asked, he actually said there were 2 ways. Was he looking down on him? When Chen Zhao looked at Mohan, his eyes were immediately filled with hatred. It seemed that he had been too lenient. He would have to develop a few more methods later. Cut off your desires and pursue your thoughts, Mohan said. With the cultivation method of an ascetic monk, you can abstain from food and dust. Combined with your own great willpower, you might be able to get rid of this terrifying appetite. Zhang Tianyi glanced at Chen Zhao and shook his head. That's impossible. What was an ascetic monk? It was someone who had an iron will and used suffering to sharpen his mind until he reached the other side. Not to mention Chen Zhao, even a Mohan couldn't do it. For an ascetic monk, thinking was an original sin. A single thought was an unforgivable sin. Chen Zhao had to play the ascetic monk trick. That was no different from killing him. Then there's only one way, and that's to satisfy, Mohan said. The 9 desires are also known as the 9 poisons. There is no cure for the 9 poisons, but if you can satisfy the 9 poisons, then the poison will no longer be a poison, but a medicine for cultivation. This is somewhat similar to a Buddhist hymn. Zhang Tianyi stroked his white beard and nodded. Although Buddhism and Taoism were fighting in the spiritual world of China, Zhang Tianyi had long since surpassed the level of Buddhism and Taoism. If Buddhism and Taoism had a profound meaning, Zhang Tianyi wouldn't deny it. How do you satisfy it? Zhang Tianyi asked. The human heart is bottomless, and human desires are endless. Desire is difficult to satisfy. If it can be satisfied, then it's not called desire. Mohan looked at Chen Zhao. The only thing he can do now is to eat, to keep eating to temporarily curb his appetite. But anyone who is hit by the 9 poisons of the viscera technique will either completely lose control or die from overeating. There has never been a third result. Chapter 2688. If I really lose control, you'll be the first person I eat alive. Chen Zhao stared coldly at Mohan. Mohan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't doubt Chen Zhao's determination. I don't have any ideas for now, but Dragon Tiger Mountain has many books and many spell breakers. We'll find a solution eventually, Zhang Tianyi said. I told you to stay at Dragon Tiger Mountain long ago. You wouldn't have run into these things. Chen Zhao glared at him. If you hadn't yelled for me to stop that day, I would have killed Zhang Ding and none of this would happen. We can go to Dragon Tiger Mountain now, right? No, Chen Zhao said seriously. Zhang Ding isn't dead yet. Chen Zhao was very stubborn about revenge. The spell on him could be undone, but he had to take revenge. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be able to live. President Zhang, this is the contract for Big River Group. Please take a look. The secretary stood beside Zhang Ding and handed him a document. To be honest, even after working for Zhang Ding for 3 years, she still couldn't believe that he was already 80. Apart from his white hair, he didn't look like an 80-year-old man at all. He looked to be in his 30s at most. If he was really more than 80 years old, how powerful must his plastic surgery skills be to be able to reach this stage? But now the company was so large. It had a production line with a few thousand people and a market value of over $1 billion. Zhang Ding was also a famous figure in the city, so the secretary was also very respectful of him. The secretary had seen with her own eyes that Zhang Ding could scare a big boss into kneeling on the ground with just a glare. The secretary had never seen something like that before. This made her even more respectful of Zhang Ding. Zhang Ding scanned a few times, then nodded and signed his name. What's my schedule for the next few days? Tomorrow night, you have a dinner with President Zhang. The day after tomorrow, you have to attend Boss Chin's ribbon-cutting ceremony. The secretary explained the schedule in detail. Okay, it's getting late. You can leave now and come pick me up tomorrow. Just then, Zhang Ding's phone rang. Hello, it's Zhang Ding. Master, something happened. Someone broke into Mao Mountain and injured many people. Even the Yao Ceiling Tower was destroyed. What? Zhang Ding jumped up from his chair. What happened? That person said he's looking for you. It seems like he's your enemy. Before the disciple could finish, the phone was hung up. Hey, Mystic One? Zhang Ding listened to the busy tone and called back. But at that moment, it showed that the other party had turned off his phone. Zhang Ding's face was solemn. Xiao Qi, book me a ticket to Zhejiang, Jiangsu. Oh, when was it? Now. The sooner the better. Okay, I'll go and make a reservation right now. Then tomorrow's dinner with President Zhang. I have to change my schedule for the next few days. I don't have time. Also, take me to the airport. Boss, don't you need to pack anything? No need. Do you need me to accompany you to Zhejiang City? No need. I have a private matter to deal with. Yes, boss. Secretary Qi had worked for Zhang Ding for a few years and knew that his boss didn't know how to drive. Thus, most of the time, she acted as Zhang Ding's driver. The two walked out of the office and were about to take the elevator. Two people came out of the elevator. Secretary Qi looked at the two unfamiliar faces in front of him. But when Zhang Ding saw them, his expression changed drastically. Who are you? Secretary Qi yelled. This is a private company, and it's already time to get off work. Chen Zhao glanced at Secretary Qi and then ignored her. Then Secretary Qi saw the person behind Chen Zhao take off his hood. Under the hood was a slightly frightening face with a few shocking bloodstains on it. When Zhang Ding saw Mohan's face, his heart skipped a beat. Mohan, you, Zhang Ding, this is all your fault. Secretary Qi didn't know what was going on. The two seemed to be his boss's old friends. Boss Chen Zhao smiled. Miss, it's time to get off work. However, at this time, Secretary Qi raised his phone high. I've already called LL0. You better leave, or else you won't be able to escape when the police come. Xiao Qi, that's enough. Go back first, Zhang Ding said. Boss, don't be afraid of them. I've learned kickboxing for a few years. Bang. Just then, Chen Zhao slammed his fist into the wall beside the elevator. The wall was like tofu. Chen Zhao's fist punched a hole in it. Little girl, go back and take a nap. Then practice kickboxing. If you stay here, I'm afraid you won't even be able to take one punch. Secretary Qi's face paled. At the end of the day, she was still a girl. What she'd said before was just to bolster her courage. But now, Mohan couldn't wait for Secretary Qi to leave. He couldn't wait to attack Zhang Ding. If the person he hated the most in the world wasn't Chen Zhao, it was Zhang Ding. Because of Zhang Ding, he'd fallen into Chen Zhao's hands. Because of Zhang Ding, his future was filled with despair. Chen Zhao pushed Secretary Qi into the elevator, blocking her view. At the same time, he pressed the button for the garage for her. But Mohan and Zhang Ding didn't care anymore. Suddenly, Zhang Ding was smashed into the elevator. The metal plate of the elevator caved in. Zhang Ding roared and slammed his palm outwards, sending Mohan flying. At the same time, his left hand made a grabbing motion and the elevator door closed. The elevator descended at high speed. Secretary Qi was scared out of her wits. She curled up in a corner. Zhang Ding had become a stranger in Secretary Qi's eyes. At this moment, Zhang Ding's entire being exuded an unapproachable pressure. In a few seconds, the elevator door opened again. Just now, the speed of the elevator's descent was several times faster than normal. Zhang Ding looked back at Secretary Qi. Leave. Those two won't make things difficult for you. Ha! Zhang Ding suddenly realized that Chen Zhao and Imo Han were already waiting for him downstairs. But why was Imo Han kneeling on the ground and vomiting? I didn't expect Zhang Daojun to be so gentlemanly. Chen Zhao put his hands in his pockets and looked at Zhang Ding. At the same time, he kicked Imo Han. Get up and get to work. Didn't you want to settle the score with Zhang Daojun? Imo Han, we've known each other for decades. Were you threatened by him? If we work together, he won't be able to take advantage of us. Zhang Ding saw that the situation was troublesome. Chen Zhao definitely couldn't beat him, so he could only turn to Imo Han. Chapter 2689. Even a blind man could tell that he was being coerced. But if he had a choice, why would he become Chen Zhao's lackey? It was because he had no choice. Imo Han looked up at Zhang Ding. The hatred in his eyes didn't diminish. Instead, it grew stronger. Join forces with you? Imo Han didn't have any hope of that happening. If working together could solve the problem, he wouldn't have become Chen Zhao's lackey. He was someone who could suppress Celestial Master Zhang. Mohan didn't think that working with Zhang Ding would be able to change the outcome. Imo Han had seen Chen Zhao's power more than once. In a massacre at the Bay Island, Chen Zhao had swallowed the giant serpent. The Maoshan sect had suffered great losses. Even the Yao Ceiling Tower had been destroyed. The famous Taoist Master Qing Ping had been forced to compromise. Even Zhang Tianyi couldn't stop Chen Zhao. Just him and Zhang Ding. Stop joking around. Chen Zhao was the scariest demon. Chen Zhao had only used 1 second to carry him from the 30th floor to the garage, not to mention anything else. And then Imo Han vomited. Even a top-level cultivator would find it hard to withstand the pressure of that high speed. In that 1 second, Imo Han could see the twists and turns of life in front of him. Zhang Ding looked at the hostile Imo Han and then at Chen Zhao. If you dare touch me, Celestial Master Zhang and the Maoshan sect won't let you go. Chen Zhao smiled. It was Zhang Tianyi who gave me your information. As for the Maoshan sect, they probably don't have the courage to protect you now. I was actually hoping that they would tell me to step over their dead bodies if I wanted to touch you, but they didn't. Imo Han looked at Zhang Ding coldly. Why do you think we're here? Almost everyone who dared to save you is dead. Zhang Ding's eyelids twitched. Was it Chen Zhao who attacked the Maoshan intersect? The Maoshan intersect had been attacked a few times in the past. However, the Maoshan intersect had never suffered a loss. Even the best result was a 50-50 chance. That was the Maoshan intersect, a holy land of Taoism. Even the Celestial Master sect of Dragon Tiger Mountain, which was also a holy land of Taoism. As long as the Maoshan intersect was in their territory, they would have a 50-50 chance of winning. It was more likely that the people of Longhu Mountain's Celestial Master sect had all been buried in the Mao Mountain intersect. But now, the Mao Mountain intersect had been breached by a single person. This was a little scary. In fact, even Zhang Ding, who stood at the pinnacle of the Huaxia supernatural world, was not one of them. They also found it hard to understand Chen Zhao's level. If it were Zhang Tianyi, even if he led all the disciples of the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain, he might not be able to gain the upper hand in the Mao Mountain intersect. It was not that the Celestial Master sect of Mount Longhu was not strong, nor was it that Zhang Tianyi was not strong. That was because the disciples of the Mao Mountain intersect were no weaker than those of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Celestial Master sect. Therefore, the advantage of numbers was gone. Furthermore, the Maoshan intersect had the geographical advantage. There were dozens of protective formations and traps in the Maoshan intersect. Basically, it would not be a problem to trap and kill thousands of people. Even if Zhang Tianyi was an immortal, he would still be dragged down by a battle of this scale, because the ones he brought were all burdens, not combat power. However, if he went alone, the result would be different, because he had no burdens and no worries. Just like when Chen Zhao went to the Mao Mountain sect earlier. Once people like them went all out, in that case, the destructive power and lethality it could cause was unimaginable. Imo Han attacked Zhang Ding again. although Zhang Ding was worried about the current situation. But he was not weaker than Mo Han. In fact, he was even stronger. But Chen Zhao was right in front of him. Zhang Ding had seen Chen Zhao's strength, and that opportunity had come at the cost of being pinned to the ground. Therefore, even if he had 10% of his strength, he could only use 60% of it. He did not dare to expose too much of his strength. He had to pay attention to Chen Zhao's every move. But Chen Zhao still did not move. The more Chen Zhao did not move, the more Zhang Ding paid attention to him. Chen Zhao enjoyed the battle between the two. He did not know if it was because of the terrain. Zhang Ding did not use his zombie summoning skill. On the other hand, Mo Han used the dirty method he was most proficient in, but he did not use the 9 visceral methods. The 9 visceral methods took a long time to charge up, and the hit rate was not high. It could be said that when the 9 visceral methods hit Chen Zhao, it had used up all of Mo Han's luck. But with Chen Zhao in the back, Zhang Ding's moves were all big and powerful. He looked like he wanted to die with Zhang Ding. Zhang Ding, on the other hand, was much more restrained. He only dared to use 70% of his strength. For a while, the two were fighting back and forth. There was no clear winner. Mo Han gave Zhang Ding a lot of pressure, but Chen Zhao, who had not made a move, was even more pressured. Secretary Qi trembled as he watched the scene in front of him. It was clearly not a street fight. Suddenly, a beam of black light shot over. At this moment, a hand appeared in front of Secretary Qi. "Little girl, you haven't left yet?" Secretary Qi gathered his courage and looked at Chen Zhao. "I'm not afraid of you. Justice will prevail over evil." Chen Zhao rubbed his chin. Did he look like a villain? He had even tidied up his appearance when he came. "You're not the female lead. He's not a good person. Of course, I'm not either. So, you don't have to righteously criticize me here, and you don't have to defend justice. If you have to define our current behavior, it should be called dog-biting dog." Chen Zhao put one hand on Secretary Qi's shoulder. "So, you should go home now, take a shower, and have a good sleep. Forget everything that happened tonight. Trust me, it's good for all of us." Secretary Qi nodded. Just then, Mo Han was sent flying by Zhang Ding's palm. Zhang Ding did not pursue. Instead, he turned and ran. His feet moved, and his figure flashed dozens of feet away. Spatial bending? Chen Zhao was surprised. Chen Zhao had never seen spatial bending before, but this spell was easy to distinguish. Every time Zhang Ding jumped, it seemed like he only took one step, but he could travel a long distance. But how could Chen Zhao allow Zhang Ding to escape? Chen Zhao punched at Zhang Ding from a distance. Chen Zhao did not use too much strength, but the punch still landed heavily on Zhang Ding's back, sending him flying forward. In the end, he crashed into a pillar. A corner of the pillar fell off. After all, Zhang Ding wasn't an enhancer. Although his physique was stronger than a normal person's, he wasn't one of them. Although his body was stronger than normal people, he still felt like his entire body had been crushed by the punch. Chen Zhao walked forward step by step and looked at Mo Han. "If you're not dead, get up." Chapter 2690. Mo Han felt pain all over his body, but he still stood up. If he didn't, Chen Zhao would give him even more pain. Chen Zhao made a grabbing motion, and Zhang Ding was pulled toward him. Even as he was being pulled, Zhang Ding was still able to quickly form hand seals and cast spells. A golden coffin fell from the sky, covering Zhang Ding. But that didn't stop Chen Zhao from pulling. Zhang Ding and the golden coffin were pulled toward Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao punched through Huang Jin's coffin, but Chen Zhao didn't feel like he grabbed anything. Huang Jin's coffin was empty. There was nothing inside. Just then, a large amount of black gas spewed out of Huang Jin's coffin. It seemed to have a mind of its own, avoiding Chen Zhao. The black gas gathered into Zhang Ding not far away. But Zhang Ding seemed to be a little strange. His face was black, and his body exuded the aura of a zombie. A pair of sharp canines could be seen at the side of his mouth. Mo Han's expression changed when he saw Zhang Ding's state. His face was black, and his fangs were many times larger. His hands and feet were covered in fur. His body was bestial, his eyes crimson, his claws as sharp as blades. His skin was cracked, and red lotus fire flowed through the cracks. A terrifying wave of heat radiated from Zhang Ding's body. The tires of the cars parked around them were the first to melt and burst. Some of the light metals also began to melt, and Mohan hesitated, wondering if he should warn Qin Zhao about Zhang Ding's current state. If Zhang Ding could win, it wouldn't be a bad thing for him. But on second thought, could Zhang Ding beat Qin Zhao? What a joke. Even though Zhang Ding was terrifying right now. Zhang Ding was terrifying, but the difference between him and Qin Zhao was more than a Pacific Ocean. It was almost impossible to defeat Qin Zhao in this legendary zombie form, unless he could summon the true form of the legendary zombie. Careful, and Mohan warned. He's borrowed Hitorigami's power. Roar. Zhang Ding roared, a terrifying wave of fire erupting from his body. Qin Zhao stood still. The wave of fire dissipated when it reached 10 feet in front of him. Qin Zhao still raised his arm and grabbed at the air. But this time, Zhang Ding wasn't pulled over so easily. Zhang Ding stood still. To resist Qin Zhao's suction, he had to grab the ground with his claws. Actually, Qin Zhao wasn't able to create attraction. It was because of the power of the small world. The entire small world was 10 times more powerful than Qin Zhao himself, although this power referred to the power of the entire small world. It wasn't like a finger that could exert all its power at a certain point or certain position. For example, where Zhang Ding was right now, Qin Zhao couldn't use the power of the entire small world on him. However, even if it wasn't his full strength, the force Zhang Ding withstood was still shocking. Even though he possessed the power of the drought demon, he still needed to use all his strength to resist this power. If you're not coming, then I'll go. Qin Zhao walked toward Zhang Ding. Zhang Ding's hair stood on end. Qin Zhao's approach made him feel an even more terrifying force. With the power of the drought demon, Zhang Ding's perception of danger was much stronger than normal. Qin Zhao, on the other hand, gave him the feeling that he was a huge ball of danger. A danger of realization. When Qin Zhao was 3 meters away from Zhang Ding's eyes widened. Zhang Ding had no choice but to raise his claws and attack Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao also raised his hands and grabbed Zhang Ding's claws. When their palms met, Qin Zhao realized that the corpse poison on Zhang Ding's claws was invading his palms. Qin Zhao laughed. His gluttony bloodline was least afraid of poison. No matter what kind of poison it was useless against Qin Zhao. Gluttons couldn't be poisoned. Qin Zhao twisted and Zhang Ding's arm was broken. And Mohan and Secretary Qi both heard the sound of bones breaking. The sound was crisp and clear. In pain, Zhang Ding opened his mouth and bit at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao didn't block Zhang Ding's fangs, because Qin Zhao was also biting Zhang Ding's shoulder. Zhang Ding's fangs didn't penetrate the skin on Qin Zhao's neck. Instead, a piece of flesh was bitten off his shoulder. Tui, as expected, it's hard to swallow. At this moment, whether it was Mohan or Secretary Shao Qi, both of them were frightened by Qin Zhao's amazing action. They could accept Zhang Ding's bite. That was because Zhang Ding wasn't in human form. He was in human form, but their impression of Zhang Ding was that of a beast. But Qin Zhao was different. He was human, but Qin Zhao was even more savage than Zhang Ding. And Mohan's scalp went numb. Had he already started to develop in this direction? It seemed like he wouldn't need long to completely lose control. Cannibalism. That was the bottom line in everyone's heart. Living creatures instinctively knew what was edible and what wasn't. However, when his appetite overcame his instincts, that was when one would lose control. Zhang Ding's shoulder wound oozed out a visible scarlet aura. But Qin Zhao felt that the red aura was quite delicious. Qin Zhao opened his mouth and sucked it in. It was rare for Qin Zhao to feel a trace of satisfaction. Delicious? This thing seemed delicious, at least better than Zhang Ding's flesh. But Zhang Ding's shoulder wound healed quickly. Zhang Ding kicked at Qin Zhao with all his might. His arms shook again. He'd actually broken off his arms and used Qin Zhao's body as leverage to escape Qin Zhao's hands. But large amounts of scarlet aura oozed out of his broken arms again. Qin Zhao greedily devoured it. Qin Zhao licked his lips. Zhang Ding had been on the verge of losing his mind due to the drought demon's power. But now he'd woken up. Qin Zhao's eyes burned like torches. His body also ignited with red flames. But it was different from Zhang Ding's demonic flames. Chen Zhao's flames were full of life. Chen Zhao was surprised that his nirvana flame had ignited on its own. Usually, it would only be activated when one activated it, or when one was on the verge of death. He hadn't activated it on his own, nor was he on the verge of death. Why did it suddenly activate? Nirvana flame had a certain amount of attacking power, but it wasn't very powerful. So Chen Zhao didn't activate it on his own. But soon, Chen Zhao realized that because he'd absorbed the scarlet aura, the nirvana flame was automatically refining it. Chen Zhao looked at Zhang Ding, his eyes filled with greed and desire. Zhang Ding's heart skipped a beat. The madness in his heart subsided, replaced by a bone-chilling fear. You can't kill me. Celestial Master Zhang still needs me to help subdue the Qinling demons. If you kill me, the Qinling demons will appear. It'll be a disaster. Chapter 2691. Chen Zhao laughed. When did I say I was going to kill you? Chen Zhao's smile made Zhang Ding feel uneasy. With that, Chen Zhao slapped through the air again. Zhang Ding's chest caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood that contained a thick red aura. Chen Zhao inhaled deeply and absorbed the red aura into his body. The scarlet aura seemed to be more satisfying than ordinary food. Zhang Ding was no longer in the mood to fight, but he couldn't outrun Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao said that he didn't plan to kill him, but each move was more vicious than the last. And with every hit, Zhang Ding's aura weakened. Chen Zhao hit him a few dozen times. Zhang Ding's red aura had become extremely weak. His form gradually changed from the form of a hitorigami to that of a human. He had almost recovered his original appearance. Emohan, come over and give him a dirty technique. Chen Zhao held Zhang Ding's dying body with one hand. Emohan secretly sighed. Of course, he wanted Zhang Ding to win. But the result was not unexpected. Chen Zhao was still the same Chen Zhao, the terrifying Chen Zhao. Even with the power of the drought demon, it could not stop Chen Zhao at all. Emohan no longer hesitated. 9 viscera techniques. Emohan's magic power turned into a ferocious beast and directly drilled into Zhang Ding's body. Chen Zhao tossed Zhang Ding aside and left without looking back. Mr. Chen, Emohan, who was next to Chen Zhao, wanted to say something several times but stopped. Speak. Mr. Chen, you've entered the final stage. What do you suggest? Chen Zhao asked. I want to know why Mr. Chen can still maintain his rationality. Emohan asked. He didn't know how many times he had used this dirty technique. No one had ever been able to maintain their rationality in the final stages after being hit. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. Perhaps it was because of his gluttonous bloodline. He really wanted to eat, but the desire wasn't enough to make him lose his mind. As for eating humans, it didn't seem to have reached that stage yet. There's a sect near Shanghai called Jingxin sect. Jingxin sect? It's owned by the Japanese? No, he's a countryman. Emohan was also cursing in his heart. In fact, when the vast majority of people heard of this name, their first reaction would be to think that it was a Japanese sect. What does Jingxin sect do? They have a rare treasure called the Tranquil Jade. You mean you wanted to snatch the Tranquil Jade? No. That Jingxin sect has a lot of connections with both the black and white sections. It's not wise to provoke them. I'm not even afraid of the Maoshan sect. So why would I be afraid of Jingxin sect? The Maoshan sect is the Maoshan sect, and the Jingxin sect is the Jingxin sect. The Maoshan sect is indeed a monstrous force in the spiritual world, but they may not have much of a foundation in the government. However, the Jingxin sect is different. They have the government backing them, so it's best not to act rashly unless it's absolutely necessary. Then why did you mention Jingxin sect? Jingxin sect is different from most sections. They are open for business. Emohan replied, because there are often cultivators who, due to various reasons, lose control of their emotions, or even directly go berserk. They specialize in doing business with such people. They allow their guests to use the Tranquil Heart Jade to calm themselves and charge a certain fee every day. How much is it? Chen Zhao asked. It's not money, but all kinds of rare treasures in the spiritual world. They will also evaluate the quality of the treasures and how long they let you cultivate in front of the Tranquil Heart Jade. Chen Zhao glanced at Imohan. What rare treasures do you have? Take them out. Imohan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Where'd I get rare treasures? He did have some money, but the last time he went abroad, all his money was on the plane. In the end, he was dragged out of the plane. Then Chen Zhao stripped him naked and threw him into the snowy mountains. Forget it. Chen Zhao looked at Imohan's appearance and knew that he had already destroyed most of Imohan's wealth. I need to send something back to China. Is there any way to send it back faster? Chen Zhao asked. Is it something from the spiritual world? Yes. If it's to pay Jingxin's sect, you don't have to send it back. Jingxin's sect also accepts foreign customers. You can contact them directly and have their foreign payee inspect the goods. This was because there were many objects in the spirit world that could cause great effects. So, under normal circumstances, it was more troublesome for items from the spiritual world to leave the country. Therefore, Jingxin's sect made some changes in the down payment. The payee who worked overseas would personally collect the money and inspect the goods. Take me to Jingxin's sect now. Imohan brought Chen Zhao to Jingxin's sect. The place looked like a manor in a remote village. Jingxin's sect's architectural style leaned towards the ancient Chinese style. There was a pair of stone lions at the entrance. The door was made of vermilion wood and had many rivets. A pair of copper knobs hung in the middle. In this quiet alley, a few drops of early spring rain fell, bringing with it a bit of desolation, but not cold and cheerless. There were people talking and some lights on the walls. Of course, although it was quite antique, it was still modern when it should be. For example, there were cameras hidden under the eaves. Also, the lanterns hanging under the door were actually the newest type of light. Imohan went up and knocked on the door knocker. A while later, the door opened. A woman walked out. She was dressed in traditional Chinese clothing. Her outfit reminded Chen Zhao of cosplayers. Sirs, what can I do for you? The woman asked. I need to rent a calming jade, Chen Zhao said. Please come in. The woman had a sweet smile that was pleasing to the eye. The style of the manor was a combination of Chinese and Western. The main part was Chinese. There were mountain rocks, wind forests, small bridges, green jade in the courtyard, and plum orchid gardens. However, the wide floor-to-ceiling windows and the modern decorations inside made this place full of unique style. Would you like to stay together, or do you need separate rooms? The woman asked. 2 individual rooms. Chen Zhao admired the scenery along the way. The place was more like a collection of small mansions surrounded by a huge wall. Are all people here to rent calming jade? Chen Zhao asked. No, most of them are tourists. Other than providing calming jade services, we're also a holiday village. Most of the customers here are regular tourists. It's just Chinese New Year, and there are already so many tourists. Sir, please don't use your senses here. Cultivators and regular people don't like being peeked at. Okay, sorry. Chen Zhao also realized that most of the guests were indeed regular people. Most of them had brought their families. We have many rules here. The most important one is that you can't use spells in front of regular people. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 2692. Actually, this wasn't a rule. It was common sense, even though everyone didn't follow it seriously. Chen Zhao finished the check-in procedure. It would be a week in total. During this time, he could borrow the meditation jade at any time. When Chen Zhao heard its name, he thought it was just a jade pendant, palm-sized at most. But he was wrong. When Chen Zhao was brought before the meditation jade, he realized that it wasn't a meditation jade at all. It was a huge jade disc. The jade disc before him was embedded into the mountain wall. Its surface was smooth. When Chen Zhao approached the meditation jade, he realized that his little world had disappeared. The small world had disappeared. One possibility was that Chen Zhao had become one with himself, and the power of the small world was added to his body. He'd used this move when he'd fought Zhang Tianyi. Another possibility was that he'd been enveloped by an even more powerful small world. This was undoubtedly the latter. The jade disc before him emitted a faintly discernible small world. The small world seemed illusory, but it was more oppressive than Chen Zhao's. Other people didn't have small world, so they couldn't feel anything. At most, they'd feel a bit strange. But Chun Zhao was different because the small world released by the jade disc was suppressing him. Chun Zhao furrowed his brows. This suppression couldn't harm him. For example, he couldn't use the small world to harm enemies of the same level. The jade disc's small world couldn't harm him either, but the pressure couldn't be removed. Chun Zhao wanted to form a new small world to fight against the jade disc. But before the jade disc, it was like he'd lost contact with it. Chun Zhao glanced at the woman in the traditional Chinese attire beside him. "Are you selling this?" The woman in the Han dress smiled. Her smile was so natural and fresh. It seemed that Chun Zhao wasn't the first person to make this request. Someone once wanted to trade for this jade disc with gold of the same weight, the woman said, smiling. Chun Zhao glanced at her. They didn't agree. If they did, the meditation jade wouldn't be here, the woman said disapprovingly. During this week, you can come here to meditate and cultivate your mind at any time. Chun Zhao saw that there were many cushions before the jade disc. Most of them were empty. Only a few were occupied. They seemed to be here to seek peace of mind, just like Chun Zhao. You could do anything here as long as you don't affect others. The woman in the Han dress said, "You can't touch the meditation jade either." Chun Zhao nodded. It wasn't his home, after all, so it was natural for there to be rules. However, the price here was not cheap. It was 100,000 yuan a day. This was almost the speed of robbing a bank. Chun Zhao found an empty seat and sat down. Chun Zhao was curious as to why this piece of calming jade would have a small world. Wasn't the small heaven and earth a power exclusive to living beings? If it belonged to Chun Zhao, he would definitely break it open to see what was inside. Unfortunately, Chun Zhao wasn't its master. Even though he was itching to do so, he could only watch helplessly. Don't say that you can snatch it with your fist. There were countless people in the world with fists as big as the sea. However, the rules of this world were still intact, because those with big fists also knew how to abide by the rules. In other words, they were a part of the rules. When Chun Zhao started meditating, he immediately felt the small world invading his body and resonating with his spiritual power. Chun Zhao frowned. He didn't like people invading his spiritual power. It was like a stranger opening someone else's computer and browsing. Chun Zhao felt like his privacy had been invaded. Even if it was just a rock, Chun Zhao would not allow it. Chun Zhao immediately retracted his spiritual power and cut off the connection with the meditation jade. The moment the connection was cut, Chun Zhao was enlightened. There seemed to be a ball of foreign spiritual power left in Chun Zhao's spiritual power. Chun Zhao was not good at spiritual power. He only knew a rather advanced hypnosis spell, Banshee's Charm. However, he still knew the basics of refining spiritual power. Chun Zhao began to refine the ball of spiritual power. Everyone had their own spiritual mark. More accurately, it should be a mark of consciousness. However, this ball of spiritual power did not have any mark. This meant that the original owner of this ball of spiritual power had no consciousness. Therefore, it was not difficult for a layman like Chun Zhao to refine this ball of spiritual power. However, this ball of spiritual power was also useless to Chun Zhao. It was tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. Even though Chun Zhao was a layman in spiritual magic, with Chun Zhao's cultivation, his spiritual power was hundreds of times stronger than a regular cultivator's. Plus, Chun Zhao had devoured many dark creatures and soul fragments. Therefore, Chun Zhao's spiritual power had already reached an unimaginable level. Therefore, this ball of spiritual power was just a drop in the ocean to Chun Zhao. If it wasn't an external spiritual power, it would leave a flaw in his own spiritual power. Chun Zhao was not even willing to spend the effort to digest this ball of spiritual power. Chun Zhao looked at the jade disc before him. If this ball of spiritual power was produced by this jade disc, then it was undoubtedly a natural spiritual item. In that case, there was no doubt that this piece of jade was a natural spiritual object, and from the looks of it, it was about to develop spiritual intelligence. In this era, something like this was definitely a priceless treasure. Of course, Chen Zhao had also considered robbing it. However, robbing it would be too degrading. This was a good thing, but it did not mean that Chen Zhao would lose his integrity. Even if he could hide it from the owner of this place, he could not hide it from the old celestial master. Moreover, although this thing was good, it might not be of much use to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao purely wanted it. He did not have to have it. It was just because it was good. That was why Chen Zhao had asked in a probing manner. After more than 20 minutes, Chen Zhao refined the ball of spiritual power. His spiritual power also increased a little. Chen Zhao roughly understood the use of this jade disc and the principle behind it. This was because the spiritual power of the jade disc did not have any sentience. Therefore, when it connected with other people's spiritual power, it would empty the other cultivator's mind. The so-called inner demons were the cultivator's own wild thoughts. That was why they had the chance to invade the cultivator's consciousness. Once the cultivator emptied his mind, the inner demons would not be able to get to him. Moreover, other cultivators could probably refine spiritual power too. Therefore, if they cultivated here for a long time, they could effectively improve their mental strength. Of course, the prerequisite was that one's wallet was big enough. After all, the fees here were not low. Regular cultivators could not stay here for long. Just then, the ball of spiritual power started to touch Chen Zhao's again. Chen Zhao did not reject it. He let the ball of spiritual power enter his own and then swallowed it. After all, it was consensual. Chen Zhao suspected that the reason the jade disc's spiritual power kept coming into contact with the cultivator's mind was to prepare for it to develop sentience. Chapter 2693. Chen Zhao stayed for less than an hour before the calming jade. Then he planned to leave. This place could indeed calm his mind. However, the price was letting a stone peek into his inner world. It would be fine if he didn't know, but since he did, Chen Zhao didn't want to continue like this. Moreover, it wasn't a regular stone. It was a stone that was about to turn into a spirit. Didn't they say that it wouldn't turn into a spirit after the country was established? Of course, this was only Chen Zhao's prediction. Who knew when this calming jade would develop intelligence? Maybe it would complete the transformation soon. But for humans, it would still be a long process. Ouch! Just then, a boy bumped into Chen Zhao's leg and fell on his butt. Chen Zhao froze. Because he wasn't far from the calming jade, his senses were still greatly affected. He didn't notice the boy's actions at all. The boy's parents hurried over. "Xiaoyi, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Mom." "Hurry and apologize to Uncle." "Sorry, Uncle." The boy called Xiaoyi looked at Chen Zhao obediently. I'm sorry," Chen Zhao said, smiling. "I was distracted and didn't notice you." The couple seemed to have taught their children well. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong in the accident. However, they were brave enough to admit their mistakes. It was enough to show their values. The child's father dragged his suitcase. He wore glasses and looked thoughtful. The child's mother was quite pretty. Her makeup was mainly light and elegant. Her tone and attitude were both easygoing. "Hello. Xiaoyi ran too fast just now," the mother said gently. "It's okay. Kids are always noisy. If they don't, they won't be kids anymore. Are you here to travel too?" "Oh, right. Are you alone, sir?" "No. I'm here to play with my friends during Chinese New Year." The two chatted as they walked. "What a coincidence. Do you live here?" "I'm next door." Chen Zhao's suite was next door to this family's suite. "Yes, what a coincidence, but it's really not cheap here," the father complained. 2,300 a day. Chen Zhao grinned. "Only 2,300 yuan? He earned 100,000 a day. You have a nerve to tell me it's expensive?" "I've been busy all year," Chen Zhao said, chuckling. "It's rare for me to come out and play. Don't think it's too expensive." "That's true. This is one of the best resorts in the country. It's expensive, but there are benefits to it. With the facilities here, it's not a loss." The father seemed to be consoling himself. Even so, he still felt pain in his heart. After all, his family wasn't very rich. Staying here for 3 days would cost a few thousand yuan. Anyone would feel uncomfortable for a while. After chatting at the door for a while, Chen Zhao and the father returned to their respective rooms. "Linlin, do you think we'll really be fine if we hide here with Louis?" "I think so. The fortune teller said that Xiaoya's calamity can be resolved here. The child's mother was also a little worried. After all, they were facing an inhuman being. This time, they said that they were bringing little Yi here for a vacation. But in reality, they were here to seek refuge. At the same time, outside the resort, two humanoid creatures with inhuman faces were loitering outside the resort. Before they could enter, a figure appeared in front of the two inhuman creatures. "Who are you people? What are you doing here?" "Friend," one of the inhuman creatures said, "we're chasing a thief who stole something from us. He's escaped inside now." However, the cultivator clearly did not believe the words of the two demons. "This is Jingxin Villa. No one is allowed to cause trouble here, especially two demons who haven't transformed yet. Friend, we're from Kunlai Mountain. We're here on the orders of Ancestor Kunlai. Please do us a favor." "No," the cultivator said coldly. "Don't wander around here if you don't have anything to do. Be careful not to be eaten." "Friend, are you not going to give Ancestor Kunlai face?" "This is Jingxin Villa, not Kunlai Mountain," the cultivator snorted. The two demons didn't force their way in. After all, it was just the two of them. If they went to Jingxin Villa alone, it would be no different from suicide. So the two decisively chose to retreat. After confirming that the two demons had left, the cultivator's expression changed. He hurried back into Jingxin Villa. Jingxin Villa's influence was great, but whether or not it could intimidate Old Monster Kunlai was another matter. Old Monster Kunlai was a tyrant in the southwest region. It was said that he was one of the few great demons with 1,000 years of cultivation. Even the government turned a blind eye to Old Monster Kunlai occupying the mountains and acting as the king. Anyone, as long as their strength reached a certain level and didn't go against those in power, would basically be recruited or set up their own faction. Old Monster Kunlai was one of them. In China's supernatural world, there was a saying, "West Mountain Stupid Town Kunlai, East Mountain Ghost Gate saves life." This West Mountain Stupa was naturally referring to Old Monster Kunlai, and East Mountain Ghost Gate saves life was referring to Mount Tai Ghost King. Of course, there was still a difference between the two. For example, Old Monster Kunlai was an unorthodox person. The government didn't care about you. He was also secretly free and unfettered. And Mount Tai Ghost King was a true nobleman. He was one of the higher-ups of the government. He could even be said to be one of the people in power. The fiefdom given by the government, and many of them were open and above-board industries. Although he wasn't human, his power was thicker than most people's. Something happened. Luo Bin hurried into the meeting hall. Originally, there were two cultivators dressed in traditional Han clothing. They were drinking tea with their legs crossed and chatting leisurely. Suddenly, they were shocked by Luo Bin's shout. "What happened?" Just now, two demons from Kunlai Mountain came outside. They said they were under the orders of Old Demon Kunlai to find a person who stole something from them. However, I chased them away. However, I'm worried that Old Demon Kunlai will send more people to cause trouble. Will Old Monster Kunlai come personally? If he does, we won't be able to stop him with just a few of us here. Old Monster Kunlai. That's a great demon. No, I have to inform a boss. Go and investigate who that Old Monster Kunlai is looking for. Also, those two monsters said that Old Monster Kunlai lost something. Find out what exactly it is. Luo Bin dialed the boss's number. "Boss, something happened." Luo Bin quickly told the boss on the other side of the phone. After a moment of silence, the person on the other end of the phone said, "Has the person in room 058 checked in?" Chapter 2694. He's checked in. "Boss, what about Kunlai?" Everyone didn't understand why the usually tough boss would choose to acquiesce. Couldn't even the boss deal with Kunlai? As long as he doesn't kill anyone in Jingxin Villa, you don't have to care about anything else. But this will break our rules. The rules can't be broken. The person in room 058 will naturally kick me out and deal with Kunlai. "Boss, are you sure you're not mistaken?" The two guests in room 058 seem ordinary. One's cultivation is about the same as mine. I can't tell how strong the other is, but his chi is dense and his gaze is sharp. He looks like a body cultivator. Yes. Remember, don't interfere in this matter. Just treat that person as an ordinary guest. Hearing this, everyone could only give up. However, they didn't understand who the guest in room 058 was. Why did he say that he could solve the problem? At the moment, Chun Zhao, who was in room 058, was sitting on the stairs connecting to the courtyard and gazing at the starry sky. However, he was still thinking about the meditation jade. It wasn't that he was still eyeing the meditation jade. It was just that the meditation jade could have a little world stronger than him. Chun Zhao had always remembered this. It didn't mean that the meditation jade was stronger than him. To be honest, the meditation jade didn't even have intelligence yet. Even if it did and became a big demon, Chun Zhao would still kill it if he needed to. What Chun Zhao cared about was the meditation jade's little world. It was a spiritual item born from nature and had never cultivated before. However, it had an extremely powerful little world. It could be said that Chun Zhao, Zhang Tianyi, Bifla, and the 23rd Blood Mary, their little worlds added together weren't as dense as the meditation jade. How strong was the meditation jade's little world? It enveloped the entire Jingxin villa, making it hard for everyone's senses to spread out. Heaven was the father and earth was the mother, so the little world was naturally formed from nature. Nature had endless power and was boundless. However, how small was the chance to form a little world? Chun Zhao never bought lottery tickets because he felt that someone was behind the lottery. Any small chance was equivalent to zero. So, this meditation jade might have been born from nature, but it was definitely not a product of nature. This seemingly contradictory conclusion was actually the most consistent with the theory of cause and effect. The tranquil, precious jade, which was created by man's interference with heaven and earth, allowed it to have its own little world. Perhaps the imminent awakening of the jade of tranquility and the development of spiritual wisdom was also the result of someone's actions. Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes and started thinking again. It seemed that only Zhang Tianyi had the ability, strength, and resources to do this kind of thing. Chun Zhao's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at Mo Han, who was sleeping on the sofa in the living room. Mo Han shuddered and suddenly woke up from his sleep. As an outstanding assassin, it was normal for him to sense danger and wake up from his sleep. Mo Han had already discovered that the person who was looking at him with a cold gaze was precisely the person he feared the most, Chun Zhao. "Mr. Chun, is there anything I can help you with? Tell me, did you secretly reach out to old Zhang without my knowledge, and the two of you made a certain clandestine deal?" Chun Zhao had every reason to believe that even under his full surveillance, Mo Han could still secretly get in touch with some people. Moreover, it was Mo Han who had guided him to the Jingxin Manor. So if the boss behind the Jingxin Manor was Zhang Tianyi, then Mo Han, who had led him here, was the biggest suspect. Mo Han was dumbfounded. What was going on? This was completely groundless. Don't joke around. My people are already in your hands. Is it worth it to hook up with others? If Zhang Tianyi could really save my life. Mo Han really didn't mind being Zhang Tianyi's lackey. The point was, Zhang Tianyi also couldn't do anything to Chun Zhao. Would Chun Zhao listen to Zhang Tianyi and let him go? This was Mo Han's psychological activity. I'm innocent. Chun Zhao had been observing Mo Han. He couldn't tell whether an outstanding assassin was really doing something shameful through his facial expression, but he still maintained a suspicious attitude towards Mo Han. "How much do you know about this Jingxin Manor?" "I only know that there is such a place. I really don't know how many there are." Mo Han secretly observed Chun Zhao's facial expression. He also didn't know what Chun Zhao was thinking and what he meant. But this feeling was very dangerous. It doesn't matter if you think nonsense, but if you recklessly speculate about my professionalism, I will be the one who will lose my life. Suddenly, Chun Zhao found that there was a pair of eyes staring at their room through the floor-to-ceiling window. Although Chun Zhao's little world was suppressed, the shadow, I was still working. This kind of spying couldn't avoid Chun Zhao at all. Chun Zhao flicked his right hand. Pop! A small black ball the size of a grain of rice shot out. It directly penetrated the wall and at the same time sent the person hiding behind the wall flying. "Go and bring that person in," Chun Zhao said indifferently. Han was overjoyed. He almost knelt down to thank the person who spied on him. If that person didn't interrupt Chen Zhao's thoughts, if his thoughts had been drilled into a dead end, at that time, he wouldn't even be able to withstand a slap. Han went to the door and looked at the person on the ground. The person was wearing the uniform of the manor's staff. He wasn't dead, but his injuries were not light. Han didn't care so much at this time. He picked up the person and walked in. Mr. Chun, he's not dead, but he seems to have fainted. Do you want me to wake him up? Of course. Chen Zhao glared at Han. Han immediately did as he was told and pressed twice on the person's body. The person jumped up with a scream, but the next moment Han pressed him back to the ground. Be honest. Say what you should and don't say what you shouldn't. We're not idiots. To be honest, Han was actually trying to save him. It wouldn't be good if he said something he shouldn't and caused Chen Zhao to bleed like a river. Who told you to spy on me? Chen Zhao asked. Sir, I don't know what you're talking about. I just wanted to come in and ask if you need any service. You attacked me for no reason. This isn't over. Chen Zhao chuckled. I also think this isn't over. Just then, a few people came in from outside. One of them was the woman in the traditional Chinese dress who had led the way for Chen Zhao. When the woman saw her companion being pressed to the ground by Han, her expression darkened. Sir, you better explain what's going on. Chapter 2695. I need to explain too. Why don't you guys go first? Chen Zhao had a fake smile on his face. It was an expression that made people want to punch him. Do it. They didn't waste any more time with Chen Zhao. The woman raised her hand and tossed. A beam of golden light shot toward Chen Zhao. When Chen Zhao saw it clearly, he realized that it was another alchemy rope. Chen Zhao was furious. Fuck, it was just a guess, but now it was confirmed. Although the one tied to him was a replica, Chen Zhao still hated it to the core. Chen Zhao snapped the alchemy rope on him. The woman and the others had planned to use a few more combo moves. But when they looked up, their trump card had been broken. Didn't you say that no one in the world could break it? Boss, you're lying. In the past, they've been almost invincible with this rope. No matter how fierce or evil a cultivator was, they were like a dog with a rope tied to it. But today they couldn't help but doubt this unparalleled alchemy rope. Grabbing the broken alchemy rope, he raised his hand and whipped it. With a painful cry, a man in chef clothes was sent flying and slammed into the wall. How dare you? How dare you cause trouble in Jingxin Villa? Do you know who opened Jingxin Villa? Who? Tell me, you're scaring me. Humph. Don't be so glib. I'll tell you now. Our boss is the top person in the world. He's Celestial Master Zhang. If you dare to cause trouble here today, even if you kill us, you won't escape our boss's eyes. Eyes of heavenly magic. Chen Zhao's laughter was cold. Then he called Zhang Tianyi. Old Zhang, what are you doing? Sleeping. Don't you know what time it is? Zhang Tianyi's tone was filled with annoyance. Oh, go back to sleep. I met a few people who used your name to cheat here. I'll break their arms and legs and send them to you for you to deal with. Wait, you're... Zhang Tianyi panicked. He realized that Chen Zhao was in Jingxin Villa and that the kids definitely didn't listen to his instructions. She must have done something for Chen Zhao to notice. Jingxin Villa. Fuck. Zhang Tianyi cursed. Kid, if you dare hurt my people, I'll cross the Pacific Ocean tonight and flatten your supernatural organization. Motherfucker, believe it or not, I will kill my way to your Dragon Tiger Mountain right now, kill your entire clan, and slaughter your disciples and grand-disciples. The two smelly hooligans' mouths were full of extravagant boasting. In any case, they were just saying these harsh words. Those who didn't know better would think that the two of them were fighting to the death. In fact, the two of them were just trying to show off their eloquence. Chen Zhao scanned everyone in the room with an unfriendly gaze. You better tell me the whole story honestly now, lest I vent my anger on your disciples and grand-disciples when I'm unhappy. After all, even if you want to vent your anger on my subordinates, you'll have to fly to the Pacific Ocean. I can reach it with my hand. I don't even know what you're talking about. Zhang Tianyi was still stubborn. Chen Zhao lifted his eyelids and looked at the woman in Han attire standing at the front. He flicked his fingers. On the other end of the line, Zhang Tianyi heard a scream coming from the other end of the line. Zhang Tianyi immediately panicked. Chen Zhao, don't be rash. If one of my subordinates loses a single hair, we'll fight to the death. Huh, there are my hands. I can do whatever I want. Zhang Tianyi really regretted not scheming against Chen Zhao. In the end, he got himself into trouble. Just you wait. I'll wait. The few people looked at Chen Zhao in shock and anger. They didn't know what Chen Zhao was going to do. Although it seemed like Chen Zhao was talking to their boss just now, they didn't believe it. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe it. However, Chen Zhao didn't attack them now, but he didn't let them leave either. About half an hour later, just then, a figure dashed in. Everyone looked up. It was Zhang Tianyi. Oh, boss. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Zhang Tianyi to come. Wasn't the Celestial Master at Dragon Tiger Mountain? Zhang Tianyi ignored his subordinates and turned to look at Chen Zhao, who was still crossing his legs. Chen Zhao, I'm here. Let's draw the Dao. Are we going to compete again? Or what? Compete my ass, you old turtle. Chen Zhao pointed at Zhang Tianyi and scolded, if you don't give me a clear explanation today, I'll kill them. Even if you come, you won't be able to protect them. That's what I said. Chen Zhao couldn't kill Zhang Tianyi, but he could easily kill these people. Everyone looked at Chen Zhao in disbelief. This person dared to be so arrogant in front of Celestial Master Zhang? How could he be so arrogant? Wasn't he afraid of being slapped into the wall by Celestial Master Zhang? Surprisingly, Celestial Master Zhang didn't attack. Instead, he stared at Chen Zhao. What are you staring at? Do it. Whoever's a coward is a coward. Zhang Tianyi looked around. Other than his subordinates, there was only his grandson, Immerse, here. But threatening Chen Zhao with Immerse? Ha! Chen Zhao, actually this is also a misunderstanding. Can't we sit down and talk about it? Ha! Chen Zhao sneered at Zhang Tianyi. The people behind Zhang Tianyi were dumbfounded. Why didn't he attack the Celestial Master? Was he not feeling well? You want to waste time with me, right? Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes and said hurriedly, you want me to kill one or two of them first? Fine, fine. I'll be frank with you. Actually, this Jingxin Villa is a big gift I prepared for you. Are you surprised? Zhang Tianyi wanted to liven up the atmosphere, but Chen Zhao didn't cooperate. Zhang Tianyi's mouth twitched, as if he had made a difficult decision. Okay, I'll tell you. I'm all ears. Nonsense, Zhang Tianyi said unhappily. Have you heard of old monster Kunlai? Never heard of him. It's not like you don't know that I've been living abroad. Anyway, he's an awesome old monster. Since I became enlightened, I've fought with him a few times. I could defeat him every time, but I couldn't do anything to him. Also, after every fight, he would look for a reason to lose. The next time we fight, it'll be even harder to deal with. Chen Zhao listened to Zhang Tianyi calmly, automatically filtering out some of the content. In the past 10 years, I haven't fought with him again. He also went into hiding. Until recently, I heard that he's been looking for a boy. It's your neighbor, little Yezi. That kid? What about him? This incident happened to be related to my Jingxin Mountain Manor. I calculated with my fingers and found that you were the culprit. Then, I told the couple to come here to hide from the disaster. You can link it to me. Chapter 2696. If you calculate it yourself, no one in the world can calculate your fate. But if you calculate it from the side and you happen to be after this karma, it's not hard. Zhang Tianyi's words made sense, but Chen Zhao still suspected that he'd been tricked. Why does Kunlai want to capture that child? Of course, Kunlai has Kuimping blood. It's normal for monsters like him to eat humans. That child is unusual too. He's born with a spirit meridian. For monsters like Kunlai, he's as nutritious as thousand-year-old ginseng. Zhang Tianyi snickered and turned to look at Chen Zhao. But at the same time, a monster like Kunlai's flesh is nutritious for normal people too. Chen Zhao licked his lips. Zhang Tianyi continued, so I need someone who can restrain him. I realize that you're doing everything you can to trick me. First, you trick me back to the country. Then, you want me to deal with the great monster that hasn't appeared in the Qinling Mountains. Now, you want me to deal with a 1,000-year-old monster. Huh? Chen Zhao, don't think that I'm tricking you. I've been reading books in the mountains these 2 days and realized that your spell isn't unsolvable. The terrifying thing about the 9 pieces of viscera technique is that your appetite is far greater than your appetite. If you can satisfy your appetite, then the 9 pieces of viscera technique will naturally be cured. But even if you eat enough food for thousands or tens of thousands of people, you won't be able to satisfy your appetite. Why do you have an appetite for monsters? It's because their flesh and blood carries spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy of a monster's flesh and blood far surpasses that of ordinary food. Therefore, if you want to get rid of the spell, you can only devour powerful monsters. In this world, there aren't many monsters that can be provided for you to devour, and you especially need an abnormally powerful monster. Therefore, Old Monster Kunlai is definitely the best choice. His 1,000 years of cultivation allowed his flesh and blood to be filled with spirituality. It's even more robust than the flood dragon you devoured. Zhang Tianyi spoke confidently, but the others felt chills down their spines. Even though they were all cultivators, they'd only heard of monsters eating humans. They'd never heard of humans eating monsters, especially when Zhang Tianyi said that Chun Zhao had devoured the serpent. They felt a wave of terror. In China, almost every cultivator would have a taboo ranking. Zhang Tianyi was undoubtedly on the list, and the Great Serpent and Old Monster Kunlai were also at the top. Now, the serpent had become Chun Zhao's food. Old Monster Kunlai was also on Chun Zhao's menu. Rumble. Suddenly, Chun Zhao's stomach rumbled like thunder. Chun Zhao slowly raised his head. When is Kunlai coming? After all, for the sake of a feast, I don't mind taking the initiative. It won't take long. Old Monster Kunlai will come over himself. You said you'll give me the calming jade, right? Chun Zhao suddenly changed the topic. Huh, that thing is useless to you. Zhang Tianyi looked at him with a fake smile. Whether it's useful or not is my business. Are you going to give it to me? You should have guessed something, right? Zhang Tianyi looked at him meaningfully. When we were discussing Dao that day, regarding the method, I proposed to let the small world grow. Given your time, you might not be able to cultivate it to that extent. So, are you planning to borrow the small world of this meditation jade? Merge it with your own small world? Zhang Tianyi chuckled again and admitted frankly, as expected, I can't hide it from you. Chun Zhao didn't know how Zhang Tianyi would merge the small world of the meditation jade, but he definitely had his own way. After all, he was Zhang Tianyi. Then do you know that the meditation jade is about to gain sentience? I do, and I'm the one who let it be. The small world it produces is vast, but it has no sentience. You should have realized that to me, it's a dead object. Even if it merges with my small world, it won't achieve the desired effect. So, I need it to become a living thing. Zhang Tianyi paused, and then said, not only me, but the 23rd Blood Mary and Bifla are also doing their own experiments. The others couldn't understand the conversation between the two, but they could vaguely sense that the content of their discussion was beyond their level. There were some words that he didn't quite understand, but they were very mysterious. But their experiments are different from mine. I don't know how their progress is. I've mentioned this to you guys for less than a month. Aren't you guys too well prepared? Also, you can't have prepared this meditation jade in a month, right? What are you thinking about? Without a few hundred years of incubation, the tranquil jade cannot even form an embryo. This tranquil jade originally belonged to Mount Longhu. It was only because of the issue we discussed last time that I took it out of the palace treasury. To be honest, Zhang Tianyi had thought that even though Chun Zhao was one step ahead, if he could keep up with the progress of his plan, he could definitely catch up. But 2 days ago, when he fought Chun Zhao for the first time, he realized that not only had Chun Zhao's combat power increased terrifyingly, his small world could actually strengthen his body and completely merge with him. At first, he didn't think much of it. At most, it was an increase in combat power. At first, he didn't think much of it. At most, it was an increase in combat power. But after thinking about it carefully, he was shocked to discover the terrifying effect of the small world strengthening his body. It was a state that was almost indestructible, especially for a monster like Chun Zhao. To be honest, in Zhang Tianyi's eyes, Chun Zhao's body couldn't be called a monster anymore. Even the monsters he knew probably weren't as terrifying as Chun Zhao's. He didn't know how Chun Zhao had tempered his body. Apart from Chun Zhao, the strengthening types he knew probably couldn't even compare to 1/10,000th of Chun Zhao's. What kind of tempering was needed to make his body reach such a level? After strengthening his body with the small world, Chun Zhao's body would probably reach a state that was almost indestructible. Thus, Zhang Tianyi realized that even if his plan went smoothly and succeeded, he would at most barely catch up to Chun Zhao's progress. He wouldn't catch up to Chun Zhao. He had to admit that he was still in the first stage of implementation, but Chun Zhao had already completed the second stage. This was a big blow to Zhang Tianyi. He was known as the #1 person in the world. But now, Chun Zhao had surpassed him. At least in terms of cultivation level, Chun Zhao was undoubtedly one step ahead of him. Of course, as the publicly acknowledged #1 person in the world, Zhang Tianyi wouldn't admit defeat so easily. The pressure Chun Zhao gave him would also become his motivation. Oh, if I agreed and accepted your gift, what would you have done? Chapter 2697. Zhang Tianyi smiled. That smile made Chun Zhao want to leave a mark on his face. That jade of tranquility can be said to be valuable, but it can also be said to be worthless. Since I can make it mutate in a month's time, I can naturally make a second piece. It's nothing more than a slightly larger piece of jade. Chun Zhao's mood immediately turned sour. As expected, he really couldn't beat Zhang Tianyi in scheming. Chun Zhao wondered if he should just destroy the calming jade. Should he let Zhang Tianyi taste what it felt like to be fed shit? Forget it. He shouldn't harm others without benefiting himself. If Zhang Tianyi was his enemy, Chun Zhao definitely wouldn't mind feeding him shit. Zhang Tianyi brought the employees of Jingxin Mountain to a private room. As soon as he closed the door, Zhang Tianyi slapped the woman in the traditional Chinese attire. Zhang Tianyi's expression was cold. Didn't I tell you not to do unnecessary things? Not to care about that asterisk shoal? You just wouldn't listen. Great. Now you even need me to save your lives. Boss. Sorry. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at Zhang Tianyi. They'd never seen their boss so angry. They'd originally been driven into a corner and were taken in by Zhang Tianyi to receive his protection. It could be said that Zhang Tianyi was their life savior. Moreover, Zhang Tianyi had always taken good care of them. Almost every time they were in danger, Zhang Tianyi would stand up for them. Jingxin Mountain had been established recently. They'd also been invited by Zhang Tianyi to help him look after the place. They were grateful to Zhang Tianyi and happy to have a job. This time, Zhang Tianyi had protected them again. They weren't disciples of Dragon Tiger Mountain, but they respected Zhang Tianyi more than the disciples. But this time, Zhang Tianyi was furious. Do you know that Asterisk Shoal will really kill you? The number of enemies that died in his hands is more than Old Monster Kunlai. Even if it's Old Monster Kunlai, I'm confident I can save you. But if that bastard wants to kill you, I can't even protect you. Everyone was ashamed, feeling that they'd caused trouble for Zhang Tianyi. From Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi's conversation, they understood. They understood that Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi were on the same level. This made them even more uneasy. After all, they were going to monitor an existence as powerful as Zhang Tianyi. It was no different from suicide. Not only were they ashamed, but in their opinion, they had brought Zhang Tianyi great trouble. Forget it. Zhang Tianyi's anger came and went quickly, and he quickly calmed down. I originally wanted to trick that bastard. Although it's different from the plan, it's just the right thing to say. There's no need to be secretive anymore. Boss, should we go apologize to that person? No need. Zhang Tianyi waved his hand. You guys are not on the same level as him. Whether he accepts it or not, he has to give me face. Moreover, you guys might not be sincere in your apology, so it's better to do your own things honestly. The next day, Chun Zhao sat in the yard for the entire day. The furniture in the room that was broken yesterday had also been replaced. However, the people who came to change the furniture were all ordinary employees. None of the people who had been taught a lesson by Chun Zhao yesterday appeared before him. Chun Zhao sat in the yard for the entire day. Chun Zhao wanted to relax his body and mind and calm himself down. However, Imohan was not so happy. He could not go anywhere. He wanted to turn on the TV to pass the time. He would be scolded by Chun Zhao for being too noisy. In the evening, Xiao Yezi's family passed by Chun Zhao's yard. It seemed that the family had a good time today. The family was happy and harmonious, passing by with laughter. At this time, Xiao Yezi saw Chun Zhao sitting in the yard. "Uncle." The bright voice interrupted Chun Zhao's calmness. Of course, with Chun Zhao lying on his side, no one would believe that he was meditating. Chun Zhao responded with a smile. Xiao Yezi ran in. Xiao Yezi's parents also followed in. "Hello, Mr. Chun." "Hello." Chun Zhao sat up and held Xiao Yezi in front of him. "Xiao Yezi, tell me, where did you go today?" "We went to the water park in Dayu Lake. We also took a speedboat." "It was amazing," Xiao Yezi said excitedly. Chun Zhao widened his eyes and pretended to be surprised. "Xiao Yezi, aren't you afraid?" "No, Xiao Yezi isn't afraid. It's not scary at all." "Ha! Mr. Chun, have you eaten? Let's go eat together." "I heard that there's a roasted camel made by a chef from West Asia," Mr. Yi said. Just then, Mr. Yi realized that there was another person in the living room. "We'll treat you tonight. Mr. Chun, come with your friend." Chun Zhao was about to refuse when his stomach growled. He had not eaten for the whole day. He needed to preserve his appetite for the big meal that was coming soon. Chun Zhao blushed, which was rare. "Okay." Chun Zhao finally stood up. "Emohan, come out and let's eat together." Emohan walked out listlessly. Chun Zhao had not eaten for the whole day. He had not eaten either. Chun Zhao did not allow him to eat. He said that he wanted to starve, so everyone would starve together. Mr. Yi was quite generous, but he regretted it when it came to the barbecue. Chun Zhao was completely a reincarnated hungry ghost. No matter how much food was served, he would stuff it into his mouth. "Mr. Chun, eat slowly and drink something." "Okay, thanks." Chun Zhao finished the free drink in one gulp. "Waiter, another one." Mr. Yi's expression was somewhat awkward. The drinks here were free, but the barbecue was not. Not only was it not free, but it was also very expensive. Mr. Chun, how long has it been since you last ate?" Mr. Yi felt that Chun Zhao and Mo Han were probably traveling in poverty. However, he could not understand why they would stay in such an expensive Jingxin villa if they were traveling in poverty. After moving in, they did not go out to play and were starving. Why did they have to do this? Big appetite, huh? Chun Zhao's mouth was filled with food. He chewed casually and swallowed. Mr. Yi looked at Mo Han. Mo Han was relatively more normal. However, Mo Han did not say anything. He only said that his surname was Mo when he first talked to Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi felt that the two were a strange combination. One was approachable, while the other was unapproachable. Chun Zhao had actually restrained himself this time. He did not really eat to his heart's content. He was not even 10% full. After all, many people here were here to play. He had to leave some for others. "Waiter, bill please." "Don't. I said I'll pay." Mr. Yi immediately stopped him. "It's fine," Chun Zhao said casually. When the waiter reached them, Mr. Yi still wanted to pay. "You really can't do this." "I said I'll pay, so I'll pay." "Sir, it's a total of 45,000. Do you want to pay by card or cash?" The waiter looked at everyone with a smile. Mr. Yi's expression froze. Chun Zhao tossed the card to the waiter. Card. Chapter 2698. When Mr. Yi saw the credit card, he realized that he had made a mistake. He had thought that Chun Zhao and Mo Han were two poor people who had no money to travel. He suddenly realized that Chun Zhao was rich and richer than him. But to be honest, Chun Zhao did not look like a rich person from the way he ate. Chun Zhao finished eating and wiped his greasy hands on his clothes. Mr. and Mrs. Yi were speechless. "Mom, I'm cold," Xiao Yezi suddenly said. Chun Zhao saw Xiao Yezi crossing his arms. His face seemed to be covered in frost. His body was also emitting a cold aura. While breathing, Xiao Yezi actually breathed out white air. It was early spring and the temperature was not high, but it should not be this cold. What's wrong with Xiao Yezi? It's okay. Kids are afraid of the cold. Mr. Yi forced a smile and reached out to hug Xiao Yezi. But as soon as he touched Xiao Yezi, he suddenly retracted his hand from the cold. He quickly took off his coat and wrapped it around Xiao Yezi. "Sorry, we'll go back first." "Okay. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Mr. and Mrs. Yi hurriedly left with Xiao Yezi. Mr. Chun, that boy doesn't seem to have an ordinary spiritual pulse, Imo Han said to Chen Zhao. Not an ordinary spiritual pulse. What does that mean? Mr. Chun, how much do you know about spiritual pulses? Chen Zhao was silent for a while, and then said, not at all. Spiritual pulses can also be understood as spiritual meridians, Imo Han explained in detail. Imo Han explained in detail. In fact, it is a kind of innate magical ability or a kind of innate talent. Even if it is not awakened, it still has great potential, and after awakening, it can be said that it is 1,000 miles in a single day. Other people may not even be able to compare with this kind of innate spiritual vein in a single day's cultivation progress. That Xiao Yezi is such a genius? It's better to say that he's a monster than a genius. What? Is he possessed by a monster? No, I'm talking about his talent. Genius is not enough to describe his excellence. When I heard Celestial Master Zhang say that Kunlai wanted to devour that boy, I already had my doubts. Even a spiritual pulse shouldn't make that kind of 1,000-year-old monster go to such lengths. Now I see something. That boy is not ordinary. The demon race has 1,000-year-old demons, while the human race has 1,000-year-old spirit veins. What does this 1,000-year spirit vein mean? For example, Mr. Chun, you can find an ordinary female spiritual pulse and make sure she doesn't awaken it. Let her live a normal life and let her get married and have children. The child she gives birth to must be a girl. When she gives birth to her first child, use her as a blood sacrifice and pass the spiritual pulse to her child. Then let the child repeat her mother's growth path. This repeated process is the continuous sublimation of the spiritual pulse. Repeat like this for 1,000 years. When a certain generation of spiritual pulse gives birth to a boy, it means the fruit is ripe. Chen Zhao frowned. You call this a fruit? Chen Zhao thought that he was cold-blooded enough, but when he heard this process, he only felt nauseous. Just now, with every breath that little Yi took, he exhaled a thick amount of spiritual energy. He is like a perpetual motion machine that continuously inhales and exhales spiritual energy. For anyone, he is a huge treasure. If he can awaken, then he will be a peerless genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. But if he falls into the hands of the demons, then he will be as precious as Tang Seng's meat. No, didn't you say that every generation of the spiritual pulse's mother has to be sacrificed to her child? Doesn't Xiao Yezi's mother need it? That woman shouldn't be Xiao Yezi's biological mother, Imo Han said. Imo Han said, this kind of bloodline inheritance is necessary. How can it not be needed, especially in his generation? All the essence is condensed in the body of little Yezi's mother. If there is no blood sacrifice, how can little Yezi have such a pure bloodline? Chen Zhao didn't like this kind of bloodline. He didn't even like Xiao Yezi. Although Xiao Yezi was innocent, this kind of sinful inheritance was full of blood and cruelty. That child was most likely created by old monster Kunlai, Imo Han said. Others don't have the time and energy to spend 1,000 years and go through dozens of generations of bloodline inheritance. Chen Zhao licked his lips and suddenly grinned. To some extent, he and I are the same kind of people. We both like to eat. Imo Han thought of Chen Zhao's table manners and couldn't help but feel a chill. He didn't see Chen Zhao attack Bay Island with his own eyes. But after the incident, he had seen some videos and photos. He had seen Bay Island after Chen Zhao had ravaged it. He had seen the last trace left by the dragon, a pile of blood and flesh. And Mohan didn't want to see that hair-raising feeling a second time. Rather than saying that Chen Zhao had caused all of this, it would be more accurate to say that he was the biggest cause of trouble. Order me some more food. I didn't eat to my heart's content just now. Emohan was speechless. Did he feed all the food just now? Of course, Emohan didn't dare to not satisfy Chen Zhao's request. After all, if Chen Zhao wasn't full, it would be very scary. Perhaps he himself will become stale food. At that moment, the Yi couple returned to their room. Mr. Yi immediately turned on the electric fan to warm Xiao Yezi. Facing the hot wind from the electric fan, Xiao Yezi was still hugging her arms, her body shivering. Both Mr. and Mrs. Yi looked worried. They looked at Xiao Yezi worriedly. They were already used to Xiao Yezi's abnormal behavior. More accurately, they were used to it. But there was nothing they could do about it. Even the best doctor couldn't do anything about it. Until last month, a stranger came to their door. He told them that someone could solve it, and asked them to send the child to Kunlai Mountain. He also left a map. At that time, they vaguely felt that something was wrong. So, they were careful and didn't send the child to Kunlai Mountain. But then, the situation took a turn for the worse. They were constantly attacked by supernatural powers, and the situation took a turn for the worse. Moreover, the situation took a turn for the worse. At the beginning, it was still an ordinary prank that was only meant to scare people. But as time passed, the situation became more and more serious. It even threatened their lives. Sometimes, when they were walking on empty ground, there would be objects falling from the sky for no reason. There were no buildings around them. They went to find someone to exorcise the ghosts, but in one night, the Taoist priest and monk were scared away, until they found an old Taoist priest. The old Taoist priest gave them 3 days of peace. But it was only 3 days of peace. Then, it happened again. They found the old Taoist priest again. The old Taoist priest told them that there was someone in Jingshin Mountain who could solve their problem. Chapter 2699. Whoosh! Mr. Yi woke up from his nightmare. Recently, he'd been woken up by nightmares almost every day. But ever since he'd come to Jingshin Villa, he'd had a good night's sleep, which was rare. But on the second night, the haunting nightmare came again. It was that disturbing and chilling nightmare again. The process repeated every night. The unbreakable abyss seemed like it could swallow him at any time. He glanced at his wife and child, who were sleeping soundly. Mr. Yi didn't wake them up. Instead, he got up quietly and took out a cigarette that he hadn't smoked in a long time. Feeling his way in the dark, he went to the yard. He hadn't smoked in a long time. The smell of smoke was bad for children's growth. Just then, Mr. Yi realized that Chun Zhao was also in the yard opposite the fence. Chun Zhao was lying on his side, one hand resting on his head. Mr. Yi looked at the time. It was 2 or 3 in the morning, and the temperature was below 10 degrees. He didn't have anything on him and was wearing thin clothes. Didn't he feel cold? Mr. Yi walked to the fence and called out softly, "Mr. Chun." Chun Zhao turned his head and realized that it was Mr. Yi. "Mr. Yi, it's so late. You're still awake?" Chun Zhao sat up. "Get up and have a smoke. You want one too?" "I'll have one." Chun Zhao took the cigarette that Mr. Yi tossed over. Mr. Yi was about to throw the lighter to Chun Zhao when he realized that Chun Zhao had lit the cigarette himself. "Mr. Chun, you can't sleep either?" "I'm a bit hungry." Mr. Yi was speechless. "You're telling me you're hungry with your table manners today? What do you do, Mr. Chun?" "Me? I don't do anything," Chun Zhao said casually. "I just have some businesses and take the dividends." "So you're a big boss, huh?" Mr. Yi teased. He didn't think too much about it. Instead, he felt that Chun Zhao was probably this kind of person. He probably had some money, but he wasn't very cultured. "What about Mr. Mo?" "Him? He owes me some money. He's working for me now," Chun Zhao said. "Mr. Yi, what do you do?" "I'm a technical director of an internet company," Mr. Yi said. "I heard that it's very profitable now. Is it true? If I had known earlier, I would have invested in a network technology company as well." "Hee. It's not as simple as you make it out to be. The companies you've heard of are all big companies that have already received early dividends. 99% of internet companies don't survive more than 3 years. Only the big companies are left. Mr. Chun, I advise you to be cautious about investing in internet technology. Even foreign investment banks find it difficult to accurately target their investments. In fact, most of their investments are wasted. All right, I'm just saying, it's getting late. I should go to bed. Mr. Chun, you should rest early too. I want to sleep too. Unfortunately, this will most likely be a sleepless night." "All right, I won't accompany you." Mr. Yi turned around and returned to his room. Chun Zhao looked at the night sky and the dark clouds that were gradually spreading over. Just a moment ago, it was still bright and resplendent, but now it had lost all its luster. Soon, Jingshin Villa and the surrounding mountains were shrouded in dark clouds. Chun Zhao stretched. It seemed that the feast he'd been waiting for the whole night was finally going to be served. Under the rolling dark clouds, there seemed to be something huge hiding in them. At the top of a mountain outside of Jingxin Villa, an old man with a walking stick was looking down at Jingxin Villa from a distance. Behind the old man, there were three figures. The old man's back was leaning against the wall. His eyes were lifeless, as if he would die the next moment. However, his seemingly withered body gave off a heart-palpitating aura. He didn't move at all, but he still made people feel fear. The old man was the Kunlai ancestor. Currently, no one in the Huaxia supernatural world was as powerful as him. The title of 1,000-year-old demon was real and not an exaggeration at all. In addition, he was a descendant of the Kunping. His status among the demons was also extremely respected. Of course, even with his 1,000-year-old cultivation and the descendant of the Kunping, his lifespan was still limited. His cultivation was far from reaching the stage of immortality, and he didn't have the same lifespan as the heaven and earth, the sun and the moon. He was 1,500 years old now, but in the first 300 years, he hadn't entered Taoism. He was just a muddle-headed beast. Now, he didn't have much lifespan left. Ancestor, the child of the spirit vein, is in that villa. Yes, my eyes aren't playing tricks on me. I can see clearly. There was a hidden light in the Kunping ancestor's murky eyes. It seemed to be able to see through the night sky more than 2,000 meters away. The Kunping ancestor stood there quietly, looking down at the villa. He didn't do anything else. Ancestor, let's bring the child of the spirit vein here. Where's Zhang now? He's been lured away by Flying Swallow. Flying Swallow is leading a few dozen of its kind and pretending to attack Dragon Tiger Mountain. They can at least delay Zhang for a day. Of course, this included the time to go back and forth. If Zhang Tianyi was at Dragon Tiger Mountain now, even if the Kunping ancestor personally led the team, he wouldn't dare to go to Dragon Tiger Mountain. As for Kunping ancestor's subordinate, Fian, it was only pretending to attack Mount Longhu. It wasn't really going to fight Mount Longhu. Flying Swallow only had one task, and that was to lure Zhang Tianshi back to Dragon Tiger Mountain. Zhang Tianyi won't be so easy to deal with. I've been fighting with the human race for thousands of years, but there's never been a cultivator as difficult to deal with as Zhang Tianyi. The Kunping ancestor said emotionally, even if he left, he would have left a lot of tricks. Or maybe he didn't leave at all, but pretended to be lured away and then turned back midway. It's also possible. The Kunping ancestor had a deep understanding of Zhang Tianyi's methods. Whether it was a battle of wits or magic power, they had fought more than 10 times. But every time, they were at a disadvantage. Therefore, the Kunping ancestor really didn't want to fight Zhang Tianyi head-on. That was why he had the plan to lure Zhang Tianyi away. As long as Zhang Tianyi left, the small Jingxin villa wouldn't be able to stop him at all. Ancestor, although Zhang Tianyi's methods are extraordinary, he still makes mistakes. Even if he knows that Dragon Tiger Mountain was attacked by the monster race, he doesn't dare to take the risk. After all, that's his foundation. He has to leave even if he doesn't want to. In the end, the matter between the ancestor and the child of the spirit vein has nothing to do with him. I think he knows which is more important. Although that is the case, old Zhang is not as simple as you think. Not only does old Zhang possess great strength, he is also extremely proficient in scheming. Our plans are all done step by step, but old Zhang is able to directly see through the result. Therefore, we absolutely cannot be careless in this operation. Chapter 2700. Just like how Zhang Tianyi was wary of Kunlai, Kunlai was also wary of Zhang Tianyi. After all, he'd never had an opponent who could suppress him in 1,000 years. And in this generation, Zhang Tianyi was the one who could suppress him and beat him up. After more than 10 clashes, Kunlai felt like he was going to die each time. Of course, he wouldn't tell his subordinates about such a shameful thing. So, he came back as the victor each time. Kunlai's subordinates were all arrogant now. They felt that even if Zhang Tianyi came, he wouldn't be able to stop Kunlai. So, they became more and more arrogant. Of course, they didn't understand that Kunlai was also bitter. Kunlai was powerful, but he didn't dare to act recklessly. Not to mention that Zhang Tianyi, that great god, was pressing down on him. Even the government wasn't something he could go against. If he dared to use a great spell to cover the sky of a city, there was no guarantee that his Kunlai mountain would eat a large nuclear bomb. Even in a suburb like this, he was very nervous. Of course, if he could solve the problem before Zhang Tianyi and the government arrived, everything would be fine. But since Kunlai dared to invade Jingxin Villa, he naturally made ample preparations. The situation isn't good. Kunlai actually brought all the vassal demons. There are still many guests in Jingxin Villa. Zhang Lan, use a calming talisman on the ordinary guests. No matter how chaotic it is outside, they can't get involved. Zhang Lan nodded. What about the cultivators? Do we need to ask them for help? This is Jingxin Villa's problem. We don't care about our reputation, but the boss needs it too. Even if we die, we can't let him down. That guest in room 048, he might have a solution, Zhang Lan said after a moment of hesitation. No need. He's him, and we're us. No matter what situation we face, don't ask him for help. They've been taught a lesson last time, and then by Zhang Tianyi. The managers of Jingxin Villa all had some complaints about Chun Zhao. Zhang Lan could feel that these companions of hers weren't complaining, but it was better to say that they were acting out of spite. Right at this moment, everyone felt their breath stop for a moment. He's here. Fight! Everyone came to the gate of Jingxin Manor one after another. Everyone's face was filled with pride and determination. It could be said that they had all died once. Therefore, they were fearless. Old monster Kunlai's vassals also came. All of them were demons. A great demon like old demon Kunlai would be a demon king in ancient times. However, if the name of the demon king were to be released, the demon king would not be able to escape. The government will nuke you first. After the founding of the People's Republic, it wasn't just that they couldn't become spirits. Whoever dared to proclaim himself as king would be going against the government. In a Huaxia spirit world, hundreds of demons weren't considered a lot. After all, many demon clans had hundreds or even thousands of demon clans. In particular, the Union of 10,000 Immortals, the #1 demon race force in the spirit world, claimed to have 1 million demon race members. That was the largest demon alliance in the world. Of course, the reason why the Union of 10,000 Immortals was so huge was largely because of the strong support of the government behind the Union of 10,000 Immortals. Therefore, rather than saying that the Union of 10,000 Immortals was a force in the spirit world, it was better to say that it was a public sect. However, old monster Kunlai's 100 or so vassals had been with him for at least 200 years. In other words, every demon here had at least 200 years of cultivation and above. None of these demons had taken human form. It wasn't that they didn't have cultivation. In fact, 100 years of cultivation was enough. But they still hadn't transformed. This was because they were proud of their demon form. They were the supreme demons of the demon race. On the other hand, there were only 12 employees of Jingxin Villa. The strongest among them was probably about the same as the weakest of old monster Kunlai's vassals. The difference in power couldn't be small. A demon with a human body and a monkey's head stood out from the crowd. The monkey demon carried a golden rod and was dressed very much like Sun Wukong. Of course, it was only their appearances that looked similar. Move if you don't want to die. The monkey pointed at the 12 employees with the golden rod. Humph! Do you really think you're Sun Wukong just because you're pretending? If there's really a Sun Wukong in this world, I'm afraid the first thing he would do is to kill you. The one who spoke was the manager of Jingxin Villa. He was well-dressed and had neatly combed hair. However, his cultivation was not weak. When the monkey demon heard this, he immediately hissed his teeth in anger. Old man, I'm going to tear you apart. The golden rod in the monkey demon's hand danced and smashed toward the manager's head with a golden lightning. The manager, on the other hand, was calm and collected. He pushed his glasses up with one hand. The golden rod collided with the manager's palm. However, the golden rod seemed to be pulled by a force and lost its original strength and trajectory. Even the monkey demon himself lost his balance and staggered 2 steps forward. The manager stepped forward and slammed his shoulder heavily into the monkey demon's chest. The monkey demon cried out and took a few steps back. The manager also took 2 steps back, relieved the force, and looked balanced. Although the monkey demon lost a move and a half, he was not injured. Playing with soft force. Good. I'm a cross cultivator. You and I are at loggerheads. The monkey demon grinned fiercely. Since ancient times, like yin and yang, the 2 main branches of strengthening, soft force and cross cultivators, have always been mortal enemies. It has to be said that fighting with soft force opponents is a very painful thing, because even if you have a lot of strength, you can't use it. Especially for cross cultivators like the monkey demon, their attacks are fierce and unparalleled. They are best at fighting head-on. Their favorite opponent is to fight head-on, because no matter whether they win or lose, they can use their strength to their heart's content. But against soft force opponents, no matter how much strength you have, you can't use it. Also, if you're not careful, the opponent can use your strength to fight back. That is the most uncomfortable part. The monkey demon and the manager exchanged dozens of rounds. The monkey demon was so mad that he almost bit someone, but he couldn't even catch the corner of his opponent's clothes. Actually, although the manager seemed to have the upper hand, he was actually walking on a tightrope. The monkey demon was hit a few times, but he was still unharmed. But if he was hit by the monkey demon once, he would lose the ability to fight and even his life. Clang! Just as the man and the demon were fighting, a loud sound came from inside the wall. The people of Jingxin Villa couldn't help but change their expressions. Something happened inside. The manager's eyes turned cold. Inside, the monkey demon grinned and said, "Do you really think that this is everything? Can we really only go in through the door?" Divine Emperor of the 9 Heavens. Chapter 2701. Meanwhile, in Jingxin Villa, a few monsters charged into a suite without any fear. This was the suite that Mr. Ye's family lived in. When they heard the commotion outside, Mr. Ye's family had already woken up. However, they didn't dare to go out to see what was going on. Mrs. Yi hugged Xiao Yezi and looked out the window in fear. Mr. Yi picked up the leg of the chair and hid behind the door. However, judging from his actions and expression, he was also unfamiliar with this kind of business. But the next moment, a claw passed through the door and grabbed Mr. Ye's neck. Ah! Mrs. Yi screamed in fear. The claw was about to crush Mr. Yi. Suddenly, the floor-to-ceiling window shattered. A white light flashed, and the claw was chopped off. The white light didn't stop there after chopping off the claw. It shot directly into the hole in the door. Then a scream came from outside. At the same time, blood spurted in. Having escaped death, Mr. Yi turned to look out the window. He saw a man in a Taoist robe standing outside the window. "Come out," the Taoist urged. "Ah, what? If you delay any longer, your whole family will die here." Mr. Yi snapped out of his daze and went over to hold his wife's hand. "Let's go." The family of 3 escaped from the broken floor-to-ceiling window. Just then, the door was also smashed. One of them was covered in blood and had a broken arm. It was a monster with a tiger head and a human body. Mr. Ye's family had been deeply involved in supernatural incidents. But now, they'd gone from supernatural incident to a magical one. "Demon monster, let's go." The Taoist grabbed Mr. Yi and walked out. "Taoist, that's... Master sent me to protect your family in secret," the Taoist said hurriedly. "Now's not the time to explain. Leave this place with me." Mr. Ye's family didn't have a chance to speak before they were dragged away by the Taoist. When they passed by the suite next door, Mr. Yi looked toward the yard for some reason. He realized that Chun Zhao was still lying on his side, facing the door. His eyes met with theirs. "Hello." Chun Zhao smiled and waved. Mr. Yi wanted to remind his friendly neighbor to be careful, but the Taoist didn't even give them a chance to speak. "Mr. Chun," before Mr. Yi could finish his sentence, he had already been dragged away. Chun Zhao glanced at the monsters chasing after them. He had no intention of attacking. At least, not yet. Just then, one of the monsters suddenly circled into Chun Zhao's yard. "What can I do for you?" Chun Zhao warmly greeted the monster with 2 snake heads. "Fake foreigner." The twin-headed snake monster opened its mouth and spat out a poisonous mist. Hiss! Chun Zhao took a deep breath and sucked in all the poisonous mist. "Not bad," Chun Zhao praised. "You?" The twin-headed snake demon thought that Chun Zhao was just an ordinary person. He just wanted to find a snack to eat. After all, it was not easy to get a living person to eat these days. In the end, after one move, he discovered that he seemed to have hid an iron plate. At this time, Imohan came out of the room. He was quite impressed by this twin-headed snake demon, especially when Chun Zhao was hungry. Chun Zhao looked at the twin-headed snake demon. "Show me your true power, or you're dead." Imohan looked at the twin-headed snake demon, already mourning for him in his heart. Hearing Chun Zhao's words, the twin-headed snake demon immediately revealed its true form. It was a 10-meter-long, twin-headed black snake. Chun Zhao finally sat up too. Imohan shook his head. The double-headed black snake that had revealed its true form was the greatest cause of his death. A minute later, there were only 2 heads left of the twin-headed snake and a pool of blood. Imohan covered his mouth and rushed into the bathroom in the room. That scene was not only inappropriate for children, but it should also be censored in any situation. How could a person eat a 10-meter-long snake that weighed several tons in a minute? If one did not see it with their own eyes, they would definitely not be able to understand. Imohan was fortunate enough to see this terrifying scene with his own eyes. "Are you done? Come out if you're done. This is just the appetizer. I'm not full yet." Hearing Chun Zhao's voice, Imohan immediately wiped his mouth and hurried out of the bathroom. "Taoist, where are we going?" Mr. and Mrs. Yi carried Xiao Yezi and followed the Taoist in fear. "Stop." The Taoist suddenly waved his hand, signaling for them to stop. The Taoist's expression was extremely serious. "Taoist, what's wrong?" Mr. Yi did not notice anything wrong. Boundless heaven and earth, borrow the power of the universe, appear. The Taoist made a seal. The seal shot into the darkness and exploded into a ball of golden light. There was also a ball of dark matter in the golden light. The dark matter seemed to be impacted by the golden light and burst into countless black shadows. Each shadow was a ferocious evil spirit. They had been refined by an evil spell and were 100 times more ferocious than regular evil spirits. However, after being illuminated by the golden light, the evil spirits weakened greatly and did not dare to attack the Taoist directly. "Come out," the Taoist yelled. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps could be heard in the darkness. Soon, a figure in a tattered black robe walked out. A string of skulls hung on the person's body. The exposed limbs were thin and long. He was clearly not an ordinary person. The Taoist's pupils constricted. The black-robed person had a very famous name, Old Demon Black Mountain, although he was not the Old Demon Black Mountain who kidnapped women in the movie. However, his reputation in the spiritual world was no less than that of the Old Demon Black Mountain who kidnapped women. Moreover, this nickname in the spiritual world was hundreds of years earlier than the one in the movie. Maybe the Old Demon Black Mountain in the movie was inspired by this person. The Old Demon Black Mountain had done a lot of great things. Although they were all destroyed by righteous people, he was still free and unfettered. This alone was enough to show his strength. He was a great monster who had been running wild for 300 years. Fellow Taoist of Dragon Tiger Mountain, leave now, and I will pretend that you have never been here, the Old Demon Black Mountain said in a deep voice. Wishful thinking. In that case, let's have a fight. The Old Demon Black Mountain was also a straightforward person. Without saying much nonsense, black gas instantly surged out of his body. Each wisp of black gas was an evil spirit, and there were many ferocious evil spirits among them. There were at least tens of thousands of evil spirits. Of course, most of these evil spirits were not collected after the founding of the country. They were collected before the founding of the country. After all, too many people had died before the founding of the country. Almost every year, there would be a tragic battle. That was probably the happiest time for him. Of course, his happiness was based on the pain of countless people. In modern times, he could only pretend to be weak. Going against the country? Even a vicious and evil person like him could only bow down in the face of the power of a nation. Those who did not bow down were all killed. Today, I will kill the evil and defend the Tao. Chapter 2702. 1,000 ghosts devour the soul. Go. The Witch of Black Mountain's means were not very special. Almost all of his methods were focused on the vile souls he had refined in the past. The method of attack was simple, but it was extremely effective. In an instant, countless evil spirits rushed towards the Taoist priest. Boundless heaven and earth, borrow the power of heaven and earth. Swordsmanship, chi flowing clouds. The tip of the Taoist priest's sword slashed across his finger, causing a flower of blood to bloom. That flower of blood transformed into a dark golden sword of chi. The dark gold energy sword flashed with a sharp sword intent. The Taoist priest slashed horizontally, and when the dark golden energy sword swept past, it left behind a patch of golden runes. With a single move, countless evil spirits were annihilated. Today, I will destroy as many fear souls as you come. I want to see how much magic power you have to use this move. Although the old demon of the Black Mountain was surprised by the Taoist demon-slaying sword essence, he was afraid that even he would not be able to withstand the power of this sword. But it was also clear that although the demon's subduing sword intent was shocking, it consumed a lot of energy. In the past few hundred years, he had refined countless evil spirits and evil spirits. He was not afraid of exhausting the Taoist priest at all. The Taoist priest naturally knew his strengths and weaknesses. He did not want to compete with the Witch of Black Mountain in a battle of attrition. If they continued to fight, he was afraid that his disadvantage would be even greater. He hoped to attack the body of the Witch of Black Mountain. But he was a wise man, and the Witch of the Black Mountain was not stupid either. Naturally, he would not give the Taoist priest a chance to engage in close combat. He had been wandering around the edge of the battlefield. He controlled the evil spirits to attack the Taoist priest and the 3 members of the Yi family at the same time. In this way, they could restrain the Taoist priest so that he could not break through the siege. From time to time, he would return to help the 3 members of the Yi family. After a few rounds of attacks, the Taoist priest had already consumed 60% of his magic power. If he continued like this, he would probably run out of magic power in another 10 minutes. However, he didn't have any better ideas at the moment. If he was alone, he could come and go as he pleased. He could attack or defend as he pleased. But now, with the addition of 3 people from the Yi clan, he was being controlled in all aspects. At this moment, a few auras came from behind. The Witch of the Black Mountain and the Taoist almost sensed the auras at the same time. The Witch of Black Mountain burst out laughing. "Ha ha! Smelly cow nose, your end is here." They were naturally the same, kind of the old demon of the Black Mountain, also demons under the command of the old demon Kanlai. The Taoist priest's face darkened. He was already at a disadvantage. Now that a few more demons had arrived, the situation he was facing was even more dangerous. This ox-nose actually runs so fast. Luckily, first Uncle Black Mountain stopped me. Otherwise, I would have ruined old ancestors' plans. Thank you for your help, Master Black Mountain. Cut the crap. I'll be the main attacker. You guys stay on the sidelines and look for an opportunity to attack this ox-nose. The deployment of the Witch of the Black Mountain did not hide from the Taoist priest at all. He didn't need to be secretive. The current situation was advantageous to them. He could easily deal with the Taoist priest. As long as they kill this Taoist priest, the life and death of the 3 Yi family members will be decided by them. Beads of perspiration appeared on the Taoist priest's forehead. He knew that the odds were against him. As for abandoning the 3 Yi family members and running away, he could do it. But for cultivators, cultivating the heart was the most important thing. If he abandoned the 3 members of the Yi clan, he was afraid that his cultivation would be crippled. What's more, this was an order from his master, Zhang Tianyi. It was even more impossible for him to abandon them and run away alone. The few monsters surrounded the Taoist priest and did not attack. They were waiting for him to reveal a flaw. The Taoist priest became more cautious. As his magic power was drained, he gradually felt tired. Suddenly, a monster revealed a strange expression. The Taoist priest's heart tightened. That monster is going to attack. In the next moment, the monster suddenly shouted, "Master Black Mountain, there are others. before the monster finished speaking, his body suddenly seemed to be grabbed by something. His body suddenly pulled back and disappeared into the darkness. Ah! The monster's voice came from the dark forest. However, it was an extremely tragic cry. What? There are other people nearby? The Witch of the Black Mountain and the other monsters could not help but be shocked. The Taoist priest was surprised. There were people from his side, lying in ambush nearby? Or was it the tracks of the monsters? So that he would let his guard down? The Taoist priest did not dare to be careless. After all, the current situation was unclear. However, at this moment, another monster was instantly pulled into the darkness. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands secretly controlling everything. No. Apart from the screams, there was nothing else. Then, the Taoist priest smelled a strong smell of blood. There was also a demonic aura in the smell of blood. It was obvious that the two monsters had met a tragic end. Just as everyone was shocked, the two monsters were pulled into the darkness at the same time. What are you? It was too fast. The Taoist priest's expression was solemn. Who is it? Or rather, what was it? None of the demons were weak. Even the Taoist priest would need some effort to defeat them. It was almost impossible to kill them in a short period of time. Who was the one secretly attacking them? Also, such a strong smell of blood was completely abnormal. Who is it? Get the hell out here! The Witch of the Black Mountain was furious and roared angrily. However, the surroundings were still dark and deep. There was no aura at all. Only the strong smell of blood reminded him. There was someone more ferocious than them hiding in the darkness. Master Black Mountain, save me. Other than the Witch of the Black Mountain, the last monster was dragged into the darkness. Gulp. In just a few seconds, the ugly head of the monster rolled out of the darkness. At this time, the Witch of the Black Mountain could not stay calm. Right under his nose, several of his companions were plotted against and killed. The other party was definitely not weak. In fact, he was even stronger than him. Then, he looked at the Taoist priest in front of him. The Witch of the Black Mountain snorted coldly. What a hypocritical ox nose. How dare you be so despicable and shameless? I will let you go today. I will settle the score with you next time. The Witch of the Black Mountain was very rational. A Taoist priest was enough to fight against him. In addition, there was an enemy whose strength was unknown and who was hiding in the dark. If the other party attacked him at the same time, he would most likely be left here. Therefore, he wisely chose to retreat for the time being. However, at this moment, the Witch of the Black Mountain suddenly felt an invisible force binding his body. Hey, disperse! The Witch of the Black Mountain shouted. Countless evil spirits and ferocious souls broke through his body, but the force did not dissipate. Instead, its strength increased greatly. Senior, I will retreat now. Please let me go, the Witch of the Black Mountain shouted. However, the person in the darkness did not intend to let him go at all. In the next moment, the body of the Witch of the Black Mountain was directly pulled into the darkness. You? Who are you? The voice of the Witch of the Black Mountain came from the darkness. The Taoist priest's scalp went numb. Who was that person? Was it someone arranged by Master in advance? But why didn't that person come out? He didn't even say hello. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 2703. The Taoist priest, Mr. and Mrs. Yi were all surprised. Mr. and Mrs. Yi thought that it was the Taoist priest's arrangement. However, the Taoist priest was even more confused than them. When the first two monsters were dragged into the darkness, it could be said that the sneak attack was successful. But the monsters that were dragged into the darkness were all vigilant, especially the old monster of Black Mountain. Almost all his energy was focused on defense. But he was still dragged into the darkness and was killed in an extremely short period of time. This made him extremely panicked. If all this was not a trick of the monsters, then it meant that there was an extremely terrifying existence nearby. The Taoist priest took a deep breath and said, May I ask which senior is coming? This junior is Xianzheng of Dragon Tiger Mountain Celestial Master Sect. Xianzheng's Taoist name looked like a monk's Buddhist name. In fact, Xianzheng was considered a proper Taoist name in Taoism. However, Xianzheng waited for a long time, but there was no response from the darkness. Xianzheng hesitated for a long time and said, "Thank you for your help, Senior. I still have something to do. I will pay my respects to Senior another day. Goodbye." It was not suitable to stay here for a long time. After all, the old monster Kunlai was nearby. After killing the young one, the old one would come soon. Therefore, Xianzheng could not waste any time here at the moment. If the old monster Kunlai came, then he really could not leave. "Let's go." Xianzheng turned around and said, at the same time leading the way. Although Mr. and Mrs. Yi and Xiao Yezi were afraid, they had no better way at the moment. They could only follow behind Xianzheng. Only Xiao Yezi kept looking into the darkness. He seemed to have seen something. "Xiao Yezi, what are you looking at?" "The uncle in the forest, he ate those monsters." Xianzheng's face changed slightly. He knew the identity of Xiao Yezi. He was found by his master, the future foundation of Dragon Tiger Mountain Celestial Master Sect. His talent could be said to be unique throughout the ages. A living one, and the only one with a 1,000-year bloodline to succeed. So if he saw something that he could not see, Xianzheng could only choose to believe it. However, Xianzheng felt that his scalp was a little numb. "Did you just see the man in the forest eat those monsters?" "Well, that uncle is so scary." Xiao Yezi wrapped her arms around Mr. Ye's neck and unconsciously shrunk. Taoist Xianzheng, on the other hand, felt that only demons would eat demons, not humans. Even if Xiao Yezi saw a human, she would only think that it was a demon in human form. Humans don't eat monsters. After all, demons were covered in demonic aura. Don't be afraid of being turned into a half-demon. Just enter. Humans could really turn into demons. In the eyes of Taoist priest Xianzheng, the man hiding in the dark, no matter what their identities were, since he ate monsters, then he was either a monster to begin with, or he had already become a monster. Taoist priest Xianzheng's footsteps became faster. He also cast a cool breeze incantation on the Yi couple, adding a speed buff. In just 10 minutes, Taoist priest Xianzheng had already brought the family of 3 to run more than 10 kilometers. But at that moment, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly spread over, followed by a black cloud descending from the sky. The black clouds were like a passageway connecting heaven and earth. But within the black clouds, there was an indescribable pressure. If possible, what Taoist priest Xianzheng wanted to do the most now was to injure the Yi family and turn around to leave. But he knew that he couldn't do it, because within the black clouds, old monster Kunlai's figure had already appeared. It was a 1,000-year-old demon that seemed old, but it was a chilling 1,000-year-old demon. Taoist priest Xianzheng didn't say anything, and the dark gold chi sword moved. Taoist priest Xianzheng directly used a big move, and it was the big move that he didn't use against old monster Black Mountain. In an instant, more than 10 dark gold chi swords hung above his head. Taoist priest Xianzheng shouted, "Sky sword demon subduing." Slash! Old monster Kunlai opened his turbid eyes. "Not bad, Junior. Back then, I suffered this attack from Zhang Tianyi. Unfortunately, you aren't Zhang Tianyi." After saying that, old monster Kunlai raised the wooden staff in his hand, and the same move as Taoist priest Xianzheng appeared around him. But old monster Kunlai's move could instantly condense hundreds of dark gold chi swords. Taoist priest Xianzheng's ultimate move didn't even get close to old monster Kunlai before it was swallowed by the black cloud surrounding old monster Kunlai. It didn't even create any sound or light effects. It could be said that it was a huge loss. He had already fought with old monster Black Mountain and used up 70% to 80% of his magic power. Although he recovered a bit of magic power now, but he still wasn't at his peak. Now, he used all his magic power on his big move. On the other hand, old monster Kunlai, his 1,000-year magic power wasn't a joke. He was the existence with the highest cultivation in this world. Even Zhang Tianyi was just a little brother in front of old monster Kunlai. Old monster Kunlai was planning to fight back against Taoist priest Xianzheng. Suddenly, old monster Kunlai stopped. Old monster Kunlai's gaze suddenly shot towards the darkness. In an instant, his gaze became sharp and cold. "Who's there? Come out." Taoist priest Xianzheng's heart jumped. Could it be that monster that ate his own kind? If he came, maybe under his control, he would have a chance to escape. Old Monster Kunlai's gaze turned serious. Oomph. Since you've been discovered, you still don't want to come out? After saying that, Old Monster Kunlai suddenly waved the wooden staff in his hand. A yellow dragon dashed out from the staff and shot towards the darkness. The yellow dragon, formed by huge magic power, galloped for hundreds of meters in the darkness. Suddenly, there was a loud sound. Following, it was a devastating shockwave. If Taoist priest Xianzheng hadn't protected the family of three, this shockwave would probably have sent the entire Yi family to reincarnation. Taoist priest Xianzheng's face was also pale. Old Monster Kunlai's casual attack had such terrifying power. He couldn't even take this attack. Just the power of the shockwave at the edge would probably vaporize him. Just then, two figures gradually appeared in the center of the explosion. Taoist priest Xianzheng's pupils constricted. Just these two people? No, more accurately, these two suspected monsters? Mr. Chun? Mr. Yi recognized him immediately. The figure standing in front was Chun Zhao. The person behind him was Mo Han, who seemed to owe Chun Zhao money. Kunlai's face was filled with disdain as he looked at Chun Zhao strolling over. Your old Monster Zhang's chess piece, right? You don't look like much. Chun Zhao swept the dust off his body and walked before Old Monster Kunlai. You better fight me with your real body, Chun Zhao said calmly. You can't even take one slap from me in this old man form. Mo Han looked at Chun Zhao deeply. He didn't say anything. His gaze was enough. Chapter 2704. Arrogant. Old Monster Kunlai shouted. Actually, it wasn't just Kunlai who wanted to say this. Even Taoist Xianzheng and the Yi couple behind him wanted to say it. The couple had seen with their own eyes that Taoist Xianzheng's full-powered attack wasn't even 1/10 of Kunlai's casual attack. The gap between them was immeasurable. Old Monster Kunlai's yellow dragon rush, just now. The sound and light effects were enough to show how terrifying he was. Of course, what the Yi couple saw was only the surface. But as a professional, Taoist Xianzheng could sense Kunlai's power. He was basically a monster. The entire space was filled with Kunlai's demonic aura. In terms of quantity, this old monster's power was probably 1,000 times his. Even Zhang Tianyi wouldn't dare to say something like, "Come with your real body." Kunlai wouldn't tell Zhang Tianyi how awesome he was just by opening his mouth. Old Monster Kunlai waved his cane. The wooden cane suddenly grew bigger, turning into a terrifying snake that swooped down on Chun Zhao's head. Seeing this, Taoist Xianzheng's expression couldn't help but change. That was because the demonic snake formed from the wooden staff itself was a great demon with a terrifying cultivation. Kunlai had probably used some demonic method to refine it into a half-monster, half-magic weapon. Only half of the snake's body was revealed. The other half was still connected to the staff. Even though it was only half of its body, it was already incomparably huge. The snake's mouth alone was 10 meters wide. It covered the sky and covered Chun Zhao. But he saw that Chun Zhao stood where he was as if nothing had happened. He didn't plan to dodge or block at all. He felt that as a teammate on the same side. He really had to remind Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao just waved casually. Whoosh! The splattered flesh and blood painted a horrifying canvas on the ground. Kunlai took a step back and looked at the staff that had lost its spiritual chi. His face darkened, and he casually tossed the useless staff away. Not bad. You do have some ability. Old Monster Kunlai's eyes flashed with a hint of darkness. Since you destroyed my hollow staff, I'll refine you into a human weapon. I believe you won't have any objections. Chun Zhao's eyes were cold. Hurry up. I'm not full tonight. Kunlai did not like Chun Zhao's gaze. He did not know what that gaze meant. But that kind of gaze made him uncomfortable. As long as it was a gaze that made him uncomfortable, he would never be stingy in giving it death, or a deterrence that was even more terrifying than death. You like to act gloomy in front of this old man? Then I'll let you experience the coldest thing in the world. Old Monster Kunlai grabbed the air, and a gloomy azure ball of air was caught in his hand. Go, dodge. That's the soul-devouring nether fire. Xianzheng didn't even have time to marvel at how Chun Zhao destroyed Kunlai's staff with one strike before he hurriedly warned Chen Zhao. The soul-devouring underworld fire wasn't something living beings could touch. Just as the name implied, this nether flame used soul power as fuel. As long as the soul was not burnt to ashes, the soul-devouring nether fire would not be extinguished. Hiss! Chen Zhao sucked in a deep breath. He directly sucked the soul-devouring nether fire into his stomach. Then it flowed through his meridians to the rest of his body. Then the nirvana flame would burn automatically. That was it. To Chen Zhao, it tasted good. The soul-devouring nether fire contained Kunlai's immense power. It could only be said that Kunlai really suited Chen Zhao's taste. Chen Zhao's gaze toward Kunlai became even more passionate. Other than the fact that he could not eat in his human form, everything about old monster Kunlai made Chen Zhao feel a primitive desire. Eat him! Kunlai could feel Chen Zhao's even more passionate or even sick gaze. What was Chen Zhao after? The only person present who could understand the meaning of Chen Zhao's passionate gaze was probably Mo Han. Kunlai snorted coldly. The terrifying aura on his body became even stronger. Put away your disgusting gaze. Xianzheng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This old monster's strength was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. Just his pressure could heavily injure him. How did his master win against such a monster back then? And it wasn't just once. Chen Zhao could suppress the old monster every time. Kunlai finally couldn't help but attack for the third time. Chen Zhao's gaze was too evil. Even an experienced person like Kunlai could not take it. It was true. The human's gaze was really poisonous. The longer he was stared at, the more panicked Kunlai became. Insolent one, die. Old monster Kunlai was truly enraged. Old monster Kunlai raised his arms with all his might. Behind him, terrifying black smoke began to surge. That black smoke was not some kind of spell, but real magic power. Xianzheng's eyes almost popped out. Mana. That was magic power that could be materialized. Just how much magic power was needed to materialize it into reality? In reality, Xianzheng had underestimated Kunlai. The black smoke he saw was not the entirety of old freak Kunlai's power. The black cloud that covered the sky was all of Kunlai's mana. However, even though his magic power was terrifying and boundless, even if Chen Zhao and Zhang Tianyi combined their mana, they wouldn't even be 1/10 of Kunlai's. But his killing moves were really uncreative. He probably spent all his time gathering mana in the past 1,000 years. There were pros and cons to this method of increasing power. The advantage was that almost no one could outlast him. Yes, no one could outlast him. But more importantly, his combat ability was really not strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten up by Zhang Tianyi, who didn't even have 1/10 of his mana. The black cloud of mana behind Kunlai started flashing with white light. It was extremely terrifying lightning. Lightning that was born from magical power. It was even more terrifying than natural lightning. Boom! Thousands of lightning bolts landed on Chen Zhao. He was so angry that he laughed. This was too disrespectful. Apart from the first time being a little more serious, it felt like he was supporting the enemy. The lightning that landed on Chen Zhao made him feel refreshed all over. It was like he had a hangover and suddenly felt refreshed. It was as if he had a hangover and suddenly felt refreshed, as if he had just killed a chicken. In the eyes of Taoist priest Xianzheng, this move was almost enough to destroy the world. But to Chen Zhao, it was nothing. Whether it was him or Zhang Tianyi, this kind of power was normal. They could throw out 8 or 10 in a second with their eyes closed. Chen Zhao even suspected that Kunlai could last a dozen rounds against Zhang Tianyi because Zhang Tianyi wanted him to nurture his 1,000-year bloodline, and he didn't want to dirty his hands. When a fruit was ripe, he would harvest it himself. Thinking of this, Chen Zhao felt like he'd been tricked by Zhang Tianyi. Chapter 2705. It was a terrifying lightning bolt that felt like the world was going to shatter. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Chen Zhao stood where he was, unharmed. After absorbing the lightning, Chen Zhao's body was still flashing with electric arcs. Kunlai's expression was the most serious. That was the strongest killing move he could use in his human form. But Chen Zhao was still unharmed. Seems like I've underestimated the heroes of the world. Chen Zhao didn't want to say much. After all, no one wanted to talk to food. But when these words came out of old monster Kunlai's mouth, it felt awkward. You don't have the right to say that. Chen Zhao's attitude was quite disdainful. You have one last chance. Use your real body to fight me. Otherwise, you can die now. Huh. I haven't appeared in the world for so many years. I've just left Kunlai Mountain, and I've already encountered such an arrogant human kid. Seems like if I don't get serious today, I'll really be underestimated. Just then, the black cloud turned into a cloud pillar and descended from the sky. It kept surging into Kunlai's back. It wasn't an immediate change. Instead, it was a long process. With every passing second, old monster Kunlai's aura became more terrifying. Taoist Xianzheng felt like his scalp was going to explode. Previously, when old monster Kunlai used his full strength, he thought that was old monster Kunlai's full strength. But he realized he was wrong. Old monster Kunlai was getting stronger with every passing second. It was as if he had no limit. Right now, Kunlai was like a super saiyan. His chi kept bursting outwards. At the same time, he kept absorbing his main body's mana. Finally, the black cloud in the sky disappeared completely. But Kunlai's main body, which was hidden in the black cloud, also revealed itself. It was a 1,000-meter-long, bat-like beast. It was completely black. The giant beast suddenly fell down, but every time it fell, its body would shrink a little. When it landed on Kunlai's head, it was less than 2 meters tall. Then, Kunlai's main body pounced on Kunlai. The two merged into one in a short time. Instantly, a terrifying aura storm rose from Kunlai's body. Kunlai's body also turned into a beast. It wasn't as huge as before, but it was even more terrifying. Kunlai's real body opened its mouth, and a murky black gas sprayed at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chen Zhao inhaled the murky black gas that rushed toward him. Junior, do you know that's chaotic chi? You're dead meat. Chen Zhao couldn't be bothered to explain to Kunlai just how awesome he was. At the moment, Chen Zhao's eyes were already shining with endless heat. Old monster Kunlai frowned. He originally wanted to explain how terrifying the chaotic energy was. He used the origin of the chaotic energy and its status in the myths to increase his own style. However, the person on the other side didn't seem to be listening. He was drooling. He's looking at me like I'm food. Audacious, old monster Kunlai roared. But at that moment, Chen Zhao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly moved. This was the first time he took the initiative to move. Bang! Chen Zhao rammed his head into it. Kunlai's enormous body was sent flying by Chen Zhao. The next moment, Chen Zhao was already standing on Kunlai's abdomen. You do have some ability. No wonder old Zhang treated you as a hidden pawn. Kunlai clearly didn't realize the severity of the problem. He was still being stepped on by Chen Zhao. Kunlai wanted to flip over, but realized that he couldn't. At the moment, Chen Zhao had gone all out. Not to fight. It was to eat old monster Kunlai. Chen Zhao pounced on Kunlai's abdomen and bit down. Then, he used the terrifying power of the small world to compress Kunlai's flesh and blood, and then sucked it into his mouth. Under normal circumstances, even if Chen Zhao's appetite was insane, he wouldn't be able to swallow a giant monster in a short time. But with this method, no matter how big the monster was, Chen Zhao could eat it as a dish to go with wine. The terrifying magic power, accompanied by the sputtering of blood, soared several meters high. Kunlai howled in pain. Crazy, what are you doing? But right now, Chen Zhao's consciousness was mostly taken over by his appetite. That mouthful was filled with dense magic power. It was a sense of satisfaction he'd never felt before. Kunlai tried to resist, but Chen Zhao's punch landed on his body. Kunlai's skin was about to crack. Even the ground behind him was torn apart. Don't disturb me when I'm eating. Right now, Chen Zhao was covered in blood. Then, he looked like a monster who was possessed. Even old monster Kunlai was terrified. Of course, the main reason was Chen Zhao's terrifying style and strength. He wasn't joking or scaring him. He really wanted to eat him. His gaze earlier and the few times he wanted him to show his true form. It was because he'd wanted to eat him back then. From the start to the end, he'd treated him as food. In the past, only he ate people. No one dared to eat him. But today, he'd really met one. Not only did he dare to think about it, he even dared to act on it. Chen Zhao's actions didn't just scare old monster Kunlai. Even Taoist priest Xian Zheng and the three members of the Yi family were frightened. Comparing Kunlai and Chen Zhao was clearly more terrifying. He was more like a monster. Although he had the appearance of a human, his actions were more savage than a monster's. Kunlai struggled and resisted crazily. But most of the time, Chen Zhao didn't care. It was as if Kunlai's resistance didn't conflict with his eating. Luckily, Kunlai's vitality was strong. If it was someone else, Chen Zhao's few bites would probably kill him on the spot. When Chen Zhao ate, he was rather wild. It could basically be used as a close-up shot in a monster horror movie. Chen Zhao grabbed Kunlai's internal alchemy. Taoist Xian Zheng's pupils constricted. Chen Zhao actually opened his mouth and bit down. Then there were crunching sounds. Chen Zhao's aura also became extremely turbid. Kunlai was still full of energy, howling, and roaring. "Give it back. Give it back. That belongs to me." Chen Zhao grabbed Kunlai's internal alchemy with one hand and looked down at the old monster. "Still alive? That's good. Living things taste better." Kunlai had lived for thousands of years, but he'd never seen such a terrifying person. Was he even human? Even the demons hadn't seen such a crazy person, right? Even with the Kunpeng bloodline, he didn't dare to devour demons. This was because any demon race that focused on devouring would basically end up in a state of delirium. Chapter 2706. Burp. Chen Zhao burped. This was after he got the 9 viscera techniques. It was the first time he felt full. But this didn't mean he couldn't eat. Chen Zhao didn't devour Kunlai's dermic power. To be honest, Kunlai's power was unparalleled in the world. But to Chen Zhao, it was like a dish. Someone else's power belonged to someone else. Just like when Chen Zhao devoured magical beasts, he would have some symptoms such as magic allergy. If Chen Zhao took Kunlai's power for himself, the symptoms would probably make Chen Zhao want to die. What Chen Zhao needed was the spirituality in Kunlai's flesh and blood. Just like when Kunlai devoured others, he needed the sliver of spirituality in the body. It was the same logic, but today, he was being devoured. Chen Zhao devoured Kunlai's internal alchemy completely. The spiritual energy made Chen Zhao feel delicious. He was even infatuated with this feeling. Kunlai stared at Chen Zhao hatefully. But other than being pressed to the ground and glaring at Chen Zhao furiously, he couldn't do anything. Chen Zhao looked down at Kunlai. Expressionlessly, he raised his arm and slapped down. The moment Kunlai's body collapsed, a huge wave of demonic aura surged out. At the same time, an illusory figure charged out of the body. Kunlai was preparing for his last struggle. Even if his cultivation was destroyed, even if his body collapsed, as long as his soul escaped, he still had a chance to cultivate his body again. But Chen Zhao wouldn't give him this chance. The mouth of gluttony opened. The terrifying mouth covered Kunlai's soul. "No!" Kunlai let out a sorrowful howl. The next moment, what welcomed him was endless darkness. Kunlai's soul was torn apart by the mouth of gluttony. The soul fragments were absorbed by Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao raised an eyebrow. He found some unusual memories in Kunlai's soul fragments. It was Kunlai's cultivation method. It was different from Chen Zhao's own cultivation method. It wasn't from Taoism either, using the Taiyin and Taiyang Qi to combine to create chaotic energy. Then, using the chaotic energy to purify the internal sea, opening up an internal world. However, this primal chaos Qi was extremely dangerous to both the enemy and the user. Tempering the inner sea was also extremely painful. Even old monster Kunlai, who possessed the Kunpeng bloodline, could not endure this kind of cultivation method. Therefore, he found another way to fuse the chaos Qi into his own little world and refine the little world, allowing the little world's magic power to reach an astonishing level. This was also why Chen Zhao and Zhang Tianyi's combined power was less than 1/10 of Kunlai's. However, although this kind of shortcut could allow one to obtain an astonishing amount of magic power and cultivation base, it was not enough. But in the end, he didn't have any battle power. Chen Zhao could even imagine how hard Zhang Tianyi had to pretend to be on par with Kunlai every time they fought. Of course, this was just a fleeting thought. Chen Zhao was more concerned about this method of training and what the inner world would be like. Chen Zhao had never heard of an inner world. Perhaps he could ask Zhang Tianyi. Chen Zhao glanced at the Taoist priest. Xianzhen's scalp went numb under Chen Zhao's gaze. It wasn't that he was timid, but that Chen Zhao's previous performance was too terrifying. He was simply a demon. Chen Zhao's gaze landed on the Yi family. The Yi couple was also creeped out by Chen Zhao's gaze. However, Chen Zhao didn't plan to make things difficult for them. Actually, the three of them were innocent. Even if Xiao Yezi was sinful, it had nothing to do with him. Old Mo, let's go. Chen Zhao retracted his gaze and disappeared into the darkness. Mo Han hurriedly followed Chen Zhao and disappeared into the darkness together. Mo Han followed closely behind Chen Zhao. He was secretly observing Chen Zhao's expression. At the moment, Chen Zhao's aura was restrained, but his eyes were full of vitality. Mr. Chen, the spell on your body. Chen Zhao glanced at Mo Han casually. It's gone. Chen Zhao could feel that the 9 viscera techniques that he had been afflicted with had been removed. Then Mo Han's heart jumped. At this moment, it was really a moment of life and death for him. His life was in Chen Zhao's hands. Chen Zhao stopped and looked at Mo Han. Mo Han felt his hands and feet turn cold. With Chen Zhao's ferocity, it wouldn't be strange if he killed him. What do you think I should do with you? Mo Han lowered his head, not daring to answer. Okay, I'm in a good mood. I forgive you. Mo Han suddenly raised his head, widened his eyes, and looked at Chen Zhao in disbelief. Is this a joke? Chen Zhao was the most vicious person he had ever seen. Mo Han wouldn't be surprised if Chen Zhao dared to do anything cruel. But Chen Zhao actually said that he would forgive him. He wasn't being sarcastic, was he? Be my dog for 10 years, Chen Zhao said calmly. Mo Han heard Chen Zhao's words. His first reaction wasn't to refuse or negotiate with Chen Zhao. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. I won't be in the country for a long time. In the future, help me take care of my domestic affairs. Okay, Mr. Chen. No, boss. Chen Zhao felt his body. He finally found this feeling. After being afflicted with the 9 viscera techniques, his combat power was stronger than normal. But Chen Zhao didn't like that feeling. It was the feeling that he might lose control any time. It was as if he had to fight with that violent desire for control of his body at any time. No one knew when desire would overcome reason. At the moment, Chen Zhao was relaxed. It felt good. Just then, an ignorant monster charged before Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao didn't attack. He just looked at the powerful monster indifferently. The monster clearly hadn't figured out his position and the situation. He arrogantly expressed that he wanted to discuss Chinese cuisine with Chen Zhao. Boss, do you unpack it? Mo Han asked. Or eat it as supper? He quickly accepted his new identity, and at the same time, carried out the tasks of his new identity well. No, I don't have an appetite anymore. Chen Zhao shook his head. As expected, it was impossible for a human to swallow that bloody flesh. Chen Zhao had also swallowed those dark creatures in the past, but he only swallowed them with dark lava. I'll leave this to you. I'm going to Jingxin Villa to take a look. Jingxin Villa still didn't know what had happened to Kunlai. The demons under his command were still fighting against the people of Jingxin Villa. Jingxin Villa was clearly at a disadvantage. The only thing they could barely hold on was that the demons didn't dare to attack at full force. Their mission was only to stall the people of Jingxin Villa. Of course, on this basis, it was also acceptable to do a few more dirty tricks to the people of Jingxin Manor. Chen Zhao arrived outside Jingxin Villa and saw the battle at the gate from afar. More than 10 people of Jingxin Villa were fighting fiercely against the demons. But then, Chen Zhao looked up at the sky. Chapter 2707. The black clouds that should have dispersed shrouded the sky again. But this time, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Electric snakes surged in the clouds. The lightning was terrifying, as if it was the end of the world. Apart from a loud boom, each bolt illuminated the world. The next moment, a bolt of lightning landed on the battlefield. A huge monster's true body was instantly roasted by the lightning. Everyone on the battlefield stopped fighting in an instant. They all stared in shock at the burnt demon's true body. Then, a godlike figure descended from the sky. Zhang Tianyi. He's here, with anger and coldness. The moment Zhang Tianyi appeared, the morale and situation on both sides reversed. You? Damn it. Just then, dozens of cultivators jumped out from the walls of Jingxin Villa. They were all guests of Jingxin Villa. Before this, they'd actually been observing the situation, or rather, watching the show. They could tell that the monsters weren't here to kill. They were only here to stall for time, so they weren't worried about being caught in the crossfire. But it was different now. Zhang Tianyi was here. Most of them didn't know that Jingxin Villa belonged to Zhang Tianyi. But this didn't stop them from making the right judgment. If they still hid now, they'd be making Zhang Tianyi unhappy. Plus, if they performed well, they might catch Zhang Tianyi's attention. Then, he'd give them a small reward. Wouldn't that be great? But Chen Zhao, who was also a bystander, couldn't help but sneer. Kunlai was stupid, but he called Zhang Tianyi the right way. He was a shrewd old ghost. Right now, Zhang Tianyi looked like he couldn't restrain his anger. In reality, he'd been here for a long time. Or maybe he hadn't just been here. He'd been hiding nearby all along. Just then, Zhang Tianyi's gaze fell into the darkness. The place he was looking at was where Chen Zhao was standing. Chen Zhao and Zhang Tianyi exchanged a look as if they were very experienced. Chen Zhao didn't plan on exposing Zhang Tianyi's true treachery. Of course, Zhang Tianyi didn't plan on revealing certain truths either. For example, Kunlai's death. He was happy to accept the honor of killing Kunlai. The moment Zhang Tian appeared, those demons were scared out of their wits. Their boss, Kunlai, was nowhere to be found. Under such circumstances, their morale had already hit rock bottom. Many demons wanted to escape. A small portion of them were unable to escape. There were even more timid demons that were so frightened that they prostrated themselves on the ground and begged for mercy. Chen Zhao returned to his room. Not long after, Imohan also returned. Boss, the Yi family was taken away by the people from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Imohan said, "It's expected." Chen Zhao shrugged. He wasn't surprised at all. What's within expectations? Just then, Zhang Tianyi's voice came from outside. Chen Zhao had no elegance at all. He slumped on the sofa and put his feet on the table. What do you think? Looks like even without me, old monster Kunlai would only be helping your Mount Longhu. You misunderstood. Misunderstanding? That old monster Kunlai is so weak. Among my opponents, he can barely be ranked in the top 10. You're telling me that you fought with him for more than 10 rounds and didn't manage to kill him? Who are you trying to fool? Fine, I admit it, Zhang Tianyi admitted honestly. It's not hard to kill him, so you're just fooling me. Not really. That's not it. In the first few rounds, I was only in the Shangqing state. You saw how powerful that old monster was, so I was only evenly matched with him at first. Later on, we fought a few more times. He escaped quickly. Although it wasn't difficult to win, it wasn't easy to kill him. It wasn't until recently that I found out about his plan that I started to think about it. Zhang Tianyi glanced at Chen Zhao. You didn't lose anything either. You're full of energy now, and the haze on your face is gone. Looks like you've indeed removed the 9 Viscera techniques. Chen Zhao suddenly grinned. Not only did I not lose anything, I even gained something. Zhang Tianyi raised an eyebrow. If Chen Zhao said he'd gained something, then he must have gotten something amazing. Thinking about it, what did old monster Kunlai have that caught Chen Zhao's attention? His pure flesh and blood? That thing was indeed very nutritious. For normal people, or cultivators, just a little would cause them to turn into monsters. But for them, no matter how much there was, they would eat it for you to see. At their level, they were almost invincible. So the flesh and blood with thick demonic aura was really nothing. But what could the flesh and blood give Chen Zhao? To increase his own spiritual power? With their cultivation level, the amount of spiritual power didn't mean much. Let's compare old monster Kunlai. His spiritual power was strong enough, right? Chen Zhao still pressed him to the ground and rubbed him. Or did it increase the strength of Chen Zhao's body? Although old monster Kunlai's flesh and blood were pure, Zhang Tianyi believed it could increase Chun Zhao's strength. But the increase would definitely be very limited. Chun Zhao's body was already close to perfection. Even if old monster Kunlai gave Chun Zhao 10 portions, he probably wouldn't have any qualitative changes. So, the gains Chun Zhao was talking about were definitely not Kunlai's flesh and blood. Could it be that old monster Kunlai had some other treasures that he didn't know? The more Zhang Tianyi thought about it, the more he felt like he had lost out. If he had known, he would have done it himself. Chun Zhao, do you think you can share some with me? Everyone who sees it has a share, Zhang Tianyi said shamelessly. Huh? Chun Zhao chuckled at Zhang Tianyi. Do you know what an inner world is? Zhang Tianyi's expression changed slightly. Yes, why do you ask? I got old monster Kunlai's cultivation technique, and it's for cultivating an inner world. Impossible. If old monster Kunlai cultivated an inner world, could you kill him so easily? I don't believe it. He didn't cultivate an inner world. He just modified his technique and took a shortcut. Chun Zhao shrugged. You still haven't told me what an inner world is. In fact, whether it's you or me, or even the 23rd generation Blood Mary and Bifla, the path we've taken is flawed. The small world we've cultivated is also known as the outer world, but we haven't cultivated the inner world. In fact, you don't even know about the inner world. Only our sect of Dragon Tiger Mountain has some relevant records, but they're only records, and they're not detailed enough. Cultivating the outer world allows one to see the gods and understand the mysterious world, while cultivating the inner world allows one to comprehend the heaven and earth, and even master the Great Tao. Great Path? What's that? The Great Path is what our ancestors called it. Now, people call it the natural laws. Chapter 2708. Chun Zhao planned to share the cultivation method of his inner world. Of course, it was only limited to Zhang Tianyi, Bifla, and the 23rd Blood Mary. But before that, Chun Zhao wanted to collect some interest. In other words, the method of cultivating the inner world that I have now is an isolated version, right? Zhang Tianyi's smile froze. Tell me, what do you want? The primordial bell you used last time seems to be very suitable for me. It's the method I want to cultivate, Chun Zhao said with a bright smile. Zhang Tianyi's face darkened. Fuck, he'd used that move to block Chun Zhao's attack. Now, he was asking for that move. Your fleshly body is definitely harder than my primordial chaos great bell. Why do you need my primordial chaos great bell? How about I give you a few practical spells? They can directly increase your combat ability and increase your strength. How about that? Zhang Tianyi was speaking the truth. Chun Zhao definitely didn't want the primordial bell to protect himself in battle. In his past battles, he'd basically won by charging head-on. Thus, the primordial bell was meaningless to Chun Zhao. His intention for the primordial bell was obvious. He wanted to find the bell's weakness and beat himself up. Zhang Tianyi could already imagine what kind of scene that would be. If you're willing to give me a few more spells, of course I'd be happy to accept. But I still want the cultivation method of the primordial bell. This condition can't be changed. Don't you have a more professional and excellent team? You can ask them to give you ideas. No, I want the primordial bell. Zhang Tianyi was very upset because Chun Zhao was still holding a grudge against him for the tie that day. This wasn't good news for him. It seemed that he had to develop a few practical skills. At least, he wouldn't be beaten up passively when facing Chun Zhao. But as the saying went, one with strength could defeat 10. In terms of combat ability, powerful strength would indeed make battles easier. For example, Chun Zhao. But Zhang Tianyi's combat ability wasn't displayed in battle. So, he would definitely be at a disadvantage when facing Chun Zhao head-on. Actually, Zhang Tianyi had really misunderstood Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao wasn't fighting Zhang Tianyi at all. Chun Zhao had been reflecting on himself after getting the 9 techniques of dirty arts. In the past, he had faced almost all spell attacks. Basically, I'll just stand there, and your spells will have to pass through my attributeless domain first. In the attributeless domain, 99% of the spells were worn down first. Then he used his invulnerable body to withstand it. With Chun Zhao's physical and magic resistance, the spells couldn't even break through his defense. Most of the time, this was very useful and effective. But if he were to encounter the 9 dirty spells next time, no matter how high his magic resistance was, he would directly give him a mental blow. Chun Zhao couldn't guarantee that there was only one dirty technique disciple in the world. Therefore, it was necessary to take precautions. To Chun Zhao, the Primordial Bell was an awesome defensive spell. At the very least, it could block his attacks. Chun Zhao felt that this was the best defensive spell in the world. In the past, Chun Zhao had seen many defensive spells that were said to be indestructible. For example, Absolute Isolation, Holy Barrier, and so on. To Chun Zhao, it was only 1 or 2 punches. Only those who could withstand his attacks would have an amazing defense. To be honest, Zhang Tianyi, Bifla, and 23rd Blood Mary. If he were to face Bifla and 23rd Blood Mary, Chun Zhao was confident that he could force his way through and win. But Zhang Tianyi couldn't. Chun Zhao had no confidence at all. That day, Zhang Tianyi had only been defending. What if he fought back? Chun Zhao had always believed in one thing. When the opponent couldn't kill you, you had many ways to do so. Therefore, Chun Zhao didn't doubt that he might not be able to beat Zhang Tianyi if the battle continued. Chun Zhao couldn't break through Zhang Tianyi's defense, so Zhang Tianyi was undefeatable. Because of this, Chun Zhao wanted the Primordial Bell. Let me think about it. Even if it was an inner world cultivation technique, Zhang Tianyi had to consider whether Chun Zhao would slap his old face if he handed over the Primordial Bell. Of course, the main reason was that the Primordial Bell technique contained some secrets of Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master's sect. Moreover, Chun Zhao didn't plan on taking out the inner world cultivation technique immediately. At the very least, they had to discuss and research together with Bifla and Blood Mary of the 23rd generation. Zhang Tianyi left in a hurry. He needed to see the future of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the 1,000-year bloodline. Zhang Tianyi estimated that he still had a few decades to live, but he definitely wouldn't be able to live until the spiritual Qi tide arrived. If he died, Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master's sect would have a gap of a few decades. It couldn't be helped. Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master's sect had many outstanding juniors. There were also many people who were called geniuses, but there was no one who could stand alone. At least, Zhang Tianyi only saw people like Chun Zhao. Or maybe only those who were slightly weaker could stand alone. Therefore, Zhang Tianyi had a plan ahead. Also, Zhang Tianyi gave Chun Zhao a deadline before he left. The day after tomorrow. That was the deadline. That thing in the Qinling Mountains was about to appear. Chun Zhao didn't know why Zhang Tianyi was so insistent on letting him fight. Was it because he was familiar with him? Although Zhang Tianyi was a troublemaker most of the time, Chun Zhao believed that the old man would be smart at times. Chun Zhao didn't want to admit it, but Zhang Tianyi was indeed smart when it came to dealing with supernatural events. Comparatively speaking, Chun Zhao was a bit slow. Most of the time, Chun Zhao liked to solve problems with his fists. After thinking about it, Chun Zhao decided to go to Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master's sect and meet Zhang Tianyi. He wanted to find out what was hidden in the Qinling Mountains. Chun Zhao didn't believe that Zhang Tianyi couldn't solve it without him. There were really many capable people in China. For example, the Taoist nun from Mao Mountain perfected Qing Ping. Another example was the old Taoist priest who appeared with Zhang Ding when he first met him. They were all above the Shanqing state. They weren't the only ones in China's supernatural world. With just 3 to 5 of that level, they would basically be able to flatten any kind of demon or ghost. Why did they have to trick him back from abroad? The next day, Chun Zhao bought a ticket to Dragon Tiger Mountain. Of course, Imohan was going with him, Chun Zhao's domestic assistant and bodyguard. However, when he reached the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Chun Zhao stopped. He didn't want to go up anymore. Chapter 2709. At the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain, there was a large group of Taoists holding flags and banners. The banners said, "Welcome, Mr. Chun Zhao, to Dragon Tiger Mountain to exchange Taoist culture and promote long-term friendship." Then there was the sound of drums and firecrackers. Chun Zhao's steps wavered, his expression dazed. "Calm down. I have to calm down now." Suppressing his anger, Chun Zhao exhaled deeply. At this time, a 70 or 80-year-old Taoist walked towards Chun Zhao and Imohan. Chun Zhao didn't know if the old Taoist was someone important in Dragon Tiger Mountain, but he was a normal person. He wasn't an expert who pretended to be a normal person. He was just a normal person. Hello. May I ask who is Mr. Chun Zhao? I am. Chun Zhao had a fake smile. Who are you? Hello, Mr. Chun. I'm Zhang Xianqing, the 145th leader of Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Masters sect. I'm also the chairman of the Taoist Culture Association. On behalf of the association, I thank you again for your great contribution to spreading and promoting Taoist culture. I don't understand. I understand that Mr. Chun wants to keep a low profile, Zhang Xianqing said. Chun Zhao still didn't understand what Zhang Xianqing was doing. Or what was Zhang Tianyi doing? Mr. Chun, when will the donation be delivered? Chun Zhao rubbed his forehead. As expected, Zhang Tianyi was tricking him. How much did I promise to donate? Or how much did someone promise me? 10 million yuan. Zhang Xuanqing's old face was almost blooming with a smile. Chun Zhao was so angry that his nose was crooked. 10 million yuan wasn't a lot. He could earn it by sleeping at home. However, Chun Zhao really didn't want to pay 10 million yuan. Seeing so many people's gazes, he really wanted to leave. But there weren't just hundreds of religious people here. There were even a dozen reporters. Chun Zhao didn't know what media they were from. Was he that free? This wasn't good, very bad. Chun Zhao took out his checkbook and wrote a check for Zhang Xianqing. After receiving the check, Zhang Xuanqing's smile became even brighter. It was as if he was 20 years younger. Oh, what position does Celestial Master Zhang have in the Taoist Culture Association? Honorary Chairman, Zhang Xianqing said. He'll be the vice president from now on, Chun Zhao said. I want to be the chairman, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. That's impossible. Mr. Chun, Celestial Master Zhang's reputation and status in the Taoist world wouldn't allow us to do such a thing. Chun Zhao picked up the phone. Hey, cancel a signed check for me. Reason? It was stolen. Wait, Mr. Chun, you can't do that. No, I can't. Chun Zhao looked at Zhang Xianqing with a smile. You haven't cashed the check yet. Even if you did, I could get it back. So, I hope you can calm Zhang Tianchi down. He has to be the honorary vice president whether he wants to or not. If I suddenly hear that he's going to resign, his lawyer will probably talk to you about Chinese law. Zhang Xianqing nodded. Zhang Tianyi wanted to discuss Chun Zhao, and Chun Zhao wanted to discuss Zhang Tianyi. Not to mention other aspects, at least in terms of status in the Taoist Culture Association, he was a notch above him. But, Mr. Chun, you're not even a Taoist, right? 10 million can't even buy a Taoist teaching certificate. Monks had credentials, while Taoists had Taoist teaching certificates. A Taoist teaching certificate was actually a bit complicated because the country didn't recognize you as a Taoist. But it recognized that you were a Taoist who had received the teachings of a Taoist master and disciple. It was a bit awkward and a bit roundabout. It was a way for the country to restrict religions. It prevented religions from becoming too big and even causing disasters to the country and people. Can I not take the money? Sure, but I'll use the 10 million to bribe the media to say something that disrespects Taoist culture. Mr. Chun, do you have a grudge against Zhang Tianyi? No, of course not. We're very good friends. Very good friends? Only a fool would believe you. But Zhang Xianqing was just joking. The 10 million yuan was in his pocket. It was impossible to take it out again. Not many people were willing to donate money to religious associations nowadays. Rich people like Chun Zhao were even more in need of resources. If one looked on the bright side with a rich person like Chun Zhao, it wouldn't be bad to recognize a Taoist identity. He could use it as a long-term meal ticket. As for Celestial Master Zhang, he could find someone to talk to him about it. Celestial Master Zhang was reasonable and wouldn't make things difficult for him. After all, everyone was here to spread and promote Taoism. Zhang Tianyi, who was on Dragon Tiger Mountain, received a call. He was so angry that he smashed the phone to pieces. This time, he had shot himself in the foot. Zhang Tianyi called his disciples and grand disciples and got into position. They were waiting for Chun Zhao to come. When Chun Zhao reached the top of Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master sect, he saw Zhang Tianyi's troops. Among Zhang Tiany's troops, there were a few that he knew, but he didn't know most of them. Of course, they didn't know Chen Zhao either. They didn't understand what was wrong with Celestial Master Zhang today. At first, they thought that some enemy had come to attack the sect. In the end, only 2 people came. Ha! Old Zhang. Ha! Chen Zhao. 2 hypocrites. It had only been one night, but they were like long-lost old friends. Warm greetings and hugs. Chen Zhao, give me back the honorary chairman of the Taoist Culture Association, Zhang Tiany said in a low voice. You're the great Celestial Master Zhang. Why do you care about an honorary chairman? That's a part of my luck. I can give it to you, but you can't take it from me. Huh, I'm relieved to hear that. Chen Zhao chuckled. In the distance, the people of the Celestial Master sect saw the old and young chatting happily. They all felt that Zhang Tiany's action was unnecessary. They didn't understand why Celestial Master Zhang would make such a big scene. There were only a few people who knew Chen Zhao. They were all terrified. Among them, Cui Xin, the guardian beast of the Celestial Master sect, was the most terrified. She didn't know that Chen Zhao would come, nor did she know why he was here. Prior to this, she had never heard of any news at all. In the past, Chen Zhao had left too deep an impression on her. She had almost died in his hands several times. Now, she just wanted to escape to her room, lock the door, close the windows, and sleep for a long time. Yang Gua and the Dragon Girl, a crab woman, also knew him. When they were on Demon Island, they had witnessed how terrifying Chen Zhao was. They finally understood that the guy in front of them wasn't weaker than Zhang Tiany. Therefore, they were wary of Chen Zhao's sudden visit. Chapter 2710. They clearly didn't know that Zhang Tiany had found Chen Zhao. As for the fight between Chen Zhao and Zhang Tiany, they basically wouldn't let a third person know. After all, they all had their own personas. Then, Zhang Tiany dragged him away. The scenery of Mount Longhu was very good. The sea of clouds rose and fell, and the heaven and earth were boundless. As far as the eye could see, there were clouds at the end of the sky and mountains at the end of the clouds. What surprised him was that Dragon Tiger Mountain's spiritual chi wasn't that abundant. At the very least, it seemed to be a level lower than Mao Mountain. As a Taoist sacred land of the same status as Mao Mountain, Chen Zhao did not believe that Dragon Tiger Mountain was so much weaker than the Maoshan sect. That's all there is to Dragon Tiger Mountain, Chen Zhao said deliberately. Zhang Tiany smiled and didn't refute him immediately. Let's walk around. In fact, Zhang Tiany's personality was very similar to Chen Zhao's. They were the kind of people who were prideful to the core. Basically, as long as someone slandered them or something about them, they would be punished. They would retaliate without hesitation. It was obvious that Zhang Tiany was pointing at a cave. Without any cover, it was at the end of the stone path. Chen Zhao and Zhang Tiany entered the cave side by side. This place wasn't as primitive as Chen Zhao had thought. At the very least, the fluorescent lights along the way, as well as the Wi-Fi coverage along the way, indicated that this was not some primitive cave. After entering this place, the spiritual energy suddenly became abundant. Surprised, Chen Zhao looked back at the hole. There should be some kind of formation set up at the entrance of the cave to seal off the spiritual energy, right? Furthermore, the deeper he went, the more abundant the spiritual chi became. When he was 100 meters into the cave, the spiritual energy had already surpassed that of Mao Mountain. Walking further in, Chen Zhao saw a huge hole. There were more than a dozen people in the cave. They were scattered and seemed to be cultivating or meditating. There was an artifact placed on top of each of the stalactites that emerged from the ground. It could be a bronze cauldron, an ancient sword, or a strange object. Those should be magic tools, or magic treasures as they were called in China. There were many of them, at least 1,000 of them. This is... Chen Zhao looked at Zhang Tiany in confusion. This is the 1,000 Opportunities Treasure Cave, an important place of Longhu Mountain's heavenly master sect. Zhang Tiany said, those are all artifacts left behind by previous generations of disciples, and a trace of divine thoughts is stored in them. They are gathered here, forming endless spiritual chi, waiting for their fated person to appear. Zhang Tianyi paused for a moment before continuing. Generally speaking, as long as you're an inner disciple, you can come here to cultivate. If you're lucky, you might even have a fortuitous encounter and obtain a magical treasure to recognize you as its master. Do you mind if I walk around here? When Chun Zhao heard that the treasures here might recognize him as their master, he already had some evil thoughts. In any case, he would find a corner with no one around and neatly collect a few magic treasures. No one would know. So what if he knew? At that time, he would insist that it was a magic treasure that suddenly flew towards him. In any case, once the item was in his hands, it didn't matter if the magic treasure was willing or not. Zhang Tianyi laughed. He knew exactly what Chun Zhao was planning. Zhang Tianyi had long seen through Chun Zhao's weaknesses. It's useless. You'll only be able to pick up scrap metal. Are you doubting my foresight? Even if these things choose you as their master, they'll be meaningless to you. Also, as long as they don't choose their master of their own accord, they'll lose a sliver of their former master's spiritual consciousness and become ordinary objects. So, keep your filthy thoughts to yourself. You didn't bring me here just for me to stare, did you? You must have prepared some big gift for me. Or some divine weapon that no one can subdue and has become a dangerous weapon. So you need me to subdue it. Don't be silly. Zhang Tianyi rolled his eyes and pointed ahead. The direction Zhang Tianyi was pointing at was the center of the venue. It was a stalactite, but there was nothing on it. What? An invisibility magic treasure? No. That's the ultimate treasure of Dragon Tiger Mountain. What do you mean? I don't understand. Where is it? I lost it. Chen Zhao glanced at Zhang Tianyi without saying anything. He waited for him to continue. Dragon Tiger Mountain's infinite universe sword, Mao Mountain's Taoist robe, and Kunlun Mountain's primordial gold strand were all stolen by a monster. Huh, you must be joking. How can there be a monster in the world that can do that? Chen Zhao really didn't believe it. He put himself in Zhang Tianyi's shoes. He could steal a magic treasure here and then forcefully break through the encirclement. He could barely do it. Then steal Mao Mountain and Kunlun Mountain? Chen Zhao didn't know what sect Kunlun was. However, be it the status of movies or Taoism, both highlighted the supreme status of Kunlun Mountain. So, Kunlun probably wasn't much weaker than Dragon Tiger Mountain and Mao Mountain. The Taoist Wushu you saw that day is the leader of Kunlun, Zhang Tianyi said. Chun Zhao didn't say anything. He really shouldn't have come this time. Of course, Chun Zhao remembered Taoist Wushu, the cunning old Taoist. The old Taoist gave Chun Zhao a completely different feeling from Zhang Tianyi. Wushu had said that his cultivation wasn't as good as Zhang Tianyi's, but it probably wasn't that bad. If Chun Zhao still wanted to fight Zhang Tianyi to see who was stronger, in that case, Chun Zhao really didn't want to fight perfected Wushu. Wushu gave Chun Zhao the feeling that he was a bottomless pit. During the Tang Dynasty, the world was in chaos and the people had no way to live. Stop. Don't give me a history lesson. I'm not a historian, but I know that period of history. All right, back to the main topic. At that time, there was a 1,000-year ancient corpse sealed outside Luoyang City. It was said that the 1,000-year ancient corpse was a great evil from ancient times. In the early days, it wreaked havoc on the human world, causing misery and suffering. It was suppressed by the power of Mount Longhu, Mount Mao, and Mount Kunlun. However, because of the passing of 1,000 years, the world had already forgotten this dusty history. Only the three sects had some information about it, but it was not entirely true. At that time, the 1,000-year ancient corpse was reborn due to the heaven and earth's evil chi gathering for a long time. Only then did it attract the attention of the three sections. At that time, 2 of the 3 sects' sect masters died and 1 was injured. Only the Maoshan sect master was able to escape, and the treasures of the 3 sects were all taken by the 1,000-year ancient corpse. The Maoshan sect master brought back a piece of news. The 1,000-year ancient corpse wanted to refine the 3 treasures into its body and refine a devil body. Then, the cultivators of the Central Plains fought against the 1,000-year ancient corpse for more than 10 years. The 1,000-year ancient corpse stirred up a monstrous disaster and swept across the Central Plains. Later on, it was discovered that its devil body was formed on purpose to fight against the cultivators of Huaxia. It used its body to resist the cultivators' magic and magical treasures. In medical terms, it was immunity. After many battles, no one in Huaxia could harm the 1,000-year ancient corpse. Finally, a few dozen top cultivators from the Central Plains stood up and fought against the 1,000-year ancient corpse. They risked their lives to seal it for 1,000 years. The day after tomorrow will be the day when it will be unsealed. Chapter 2711. Compared to the leader of Dragon Tiger Mountain back then, who's stronger? Chun Zhao asked. Should be about the same, Zhang Tianyi said. But I definitely know more spells than him. Dragon Tiger Mountain's heritage hasn't been lost, and many top spells have appeared in the future. If that's the case, you can seal him again, right? Chun Zhao asked. As I said, the 1,000-year-old corpse's demonic body has already been formed. After being attacked by spells, he's immune to them. Sealing him is also a spell attack, so we can't seal him anymore. Can't the country do anything? Chun Zhao asked. Yes, use nuclear bombs, but in our territory? That's the Qinling Mountains, not the border. Is there no other way? Chun Zhao frowned. For example, a top expert from a special organization? None? Yes, for example, I'm registered in a special organization, but it's useless. Our spells are useless against him. Didn't you say that many new spells appeared in the future? Those spells won't work. What I call new is actually just an improvement on an old spell. The basic principle of the spell has not changed, unless it is a truly new spell, the kind that is created from nothing. But since ancient times, especially from 1,000 years ago, the number of spells created from nothing can be counted on one hand, and there is not a single spell that can work in this battle, Zhang Tianyi said helplessly. 1,000 years ago, he should have fought against an enhancer like me, right? Is he immune to physical attacks too? In ancient times, people like you were called Hercules, Zhang Tianyi said. That 1,000-year-old corpse fought with Hercules, but he's not immune to physical attacks. To be immune to physical attacks, he has to kill Newton first. Zhang Tianyi was joking, of course. His meaning was simple. A demonic body could increase one's immunity, but the laws of physics were the foundation of the universe. A demonic body could change one's immunity, but it couldn't change the laws of the universe, unless that 1,000-year-old corpse was an immortal. If he really became an immortal, then they shouldn't fight anymore. In that case, they should stop fighting and just go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. I don't think 3 great cultivators from the ancient times couldn't even deal with an old monster with a cultivation base similar to yours, let alone an old monster who hasn't cultivated a fiend body. But after cultivating a fiend body, I can deal with him alone. First of all, that 1,000-year ancient corpse was already prepared. According to the records, when he was alive, he was most likely a cultivator with an exceedingly high cultivation. He knew many powerful Tao laws, and because of this, he was able to defeat the 3 senior headmasters. Secondly, their techniques were most likely already broken, and this was the real reason why the 3 senior headmasters were defeated. Moreover, if one of the 3 was a strong warrior, then the outcome of the battle is still unknown. Since the ancient times, there have been many famous strong warriors, but there has never been a truly powerful one. It could even be said that you are the strongest strong warrior since the ancient times, so I invited you back from abroad for this battle. At this moment, Zhang Tianyi's tone was quite sincere, because this was the first time he had used the word please. You are the key to our battle. No matter what you say, I won't do it if you want me to die. Just then, Zhang Tianyi took out a bank card and handed it to Chun Zhao. What? You want to bribe me with money? Stop joking. Even if you sell Dragon Tiger Mountain, you might not be richer than me. This is the reward from the country. It was originally for me, but now it's for you. Zhang Tianyi looked at Chun Zhao seriously. Chun Zhao's expression turned ugly. This old guy was using righteousness to pressure him. I'll say this first, Chun Zhao said. If I find that I can't win, I'll run first. Then, Chun Zhao forcefully took the card from Zhang Tianyi's fingers. Let's go. Follow me. Where to? I've prepared a weapon for you. Weapon? You said you've prepared a weapon for me? Chun Zhao didn't mind weapons, but what kind of weapon could he use? Even if he was given an aircraft carrier, Chun Zhao would think that it was too light. Carry a mountain and throw it at him? Most importantly, even metal wouldn't be able to hold it, let alone rock. It wasn't that he couldn't lift it, but that he couldn't support his own weight. Do you know that there's a strongman monument in China? I don't. Why? Since ancient times, thousands of top strongmen have integrated a trace of their spiritual will into the strongman monument. Originally, the strongman monument was placed in the capital, but it was borrowed by the government and sent to Mount Longhu. What's the use of that? What's the use? As long as you get the monument's recognition, you can borrow the power of the strongman's soul. The monument can also change its weight according to your will. Chun Zhao's eyes brightened. Changing its weight according to my will? That's good. Is it for me? Don't even think about it. The monument is used to guard the dragon's vein. It's only temporarily lent to you. Fine, fine. Chun Zhao twitched his lips. Zhang Tianyi brought Chun Zhao to a secret room. There was only a table in the room with a plate covered by a red cloth. Removing the red cloth revealed a stone mace. This is the strongman monument you were talking about? It doesn't look... Shut up. It's a national treasure. Be more respectful. Fine. Chun Zhao shrugged. What do you want me to do now? Kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times? Hold it and pick it up. Chun Zhao took a deep breath and grabbed the mace. Instantly, countless divine consciousnesses rushed out of the mace. They turned into phantoms and rushed into Chun Zhao's mind. The phantoms seemed to be real. Chun Zhao slowly closed his eyes. But a second later, Chun Zhao's eyes flew open. At the same time, he lifted the mace. But then he put it down again. What's wrong? This thing is useless. Useless? How? My power is already greater than all the strong men combined, Chun Zhao said helplessly. That's why it's only handy to me. Also, it's too fragile. I don't even dare to use my full strength. I can't afford to hurt it. Zhang Tianyi frowned. Greater than the combined power of all the strongmen with their souls? Just how strong was Chun Zhao? Because he didn't have a specific number, Zhang Tianyi couldn't accurately judge Chun Zhao's power. But hearing Chun Zhao's words, he was still shocked. The combined power of thousands of strong people. The moment Chun Zhao let go, the table with the plate collapsed and the mace fell to the ground. Boom! The secret room collapsed too. Then the ground shook violently. Zhang Tianyi charged out of the secret room. Then he saw a huge depression in the ground. The center of the depression was the secret room. Chun Zhao walked out of the ruins unhurriedly. You did it on purpose, right? I just forgot to remove the weight of the mace. Chun Zhao shrugged as if he really forgot. Zhang Tianyi didn't believe him. After all, Chun Zhao was the person who understood weight the most in this world, and perhaps in all of history. He couldn't forget how destructive a heavy object could be to the environment. Chapter 27:12. The commotion here also attracted some attention. Cui Xin was one of them. She'd been paying attention to Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi's conversation. First, she'd seen Zhang Tianyi bring Chun Zhao to the Thousand Opportunities Cave. Then, they'd come to this wooden house that was rather far from the main buildings. Then, they seemed to have gotten into an argument and even fought. This wooden house had clearly been destroyed because of their conflict. However, their conflict had ended as quickly as it had started. Very soon, it stopped again. These were all Cui Xin's personal guesses. Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi actually knew that Cui Xin wasn't far away. However, neither of them paid attention to her. When do we leave? The day after tomorrow, Zhang Tianyi said. We'll take a private plane and arrive before midnight. So, if everything goes well, we'll encounter that 1,000-year-old corpse when the Inshi is the strongest in the world? Chun Zhao asked, frowning. Not only when the Inshi is the strongest in the world, but it's the strongest in the past 1,000 years, Zhang Tianyi said seriously. Why? Why must he choose the best time to die? Because he'll break the seal at that time, Zhang Tianyi said. Zhang Tianyi said, regardless of whether it's the supernatural world or the higher-ups, they won't allow such a peerless great demon to move freely for even a minute. As long as he's given a quarter of an hour, he can completely disappear and cause an unimaginable catastrophe. Chun Zhao took a deep breath. Has something like this ever happened before? Do you know about the Tianqi explosion 400 years ago? Wasn't it determined to be the explosion of Wang Gong Residence's gunpowder warehouse? There's no conclusion, but some people in the Huaxia spiritual world and I know that it was an accident in the Dragon Lock Well. I've heard of the Dragon Lock Well. It's said that there's a dragon locked inside. Is that true? In fact, there's a 3,000-year-old firebird locked inside. It is called the Fire Ghost, and it feeds on living souls. It is said that it was trapped by Liu Bowen in the early Ming dynasty. Later, Zhu Di moved the capital to suppress the Fire Ghost with the Imperial Dragon Qi, Zhang Tianyi said slowly. Even he couldn't tell whether it was true or not. Chun Zhao listened with great interest. Zhang Tianyi continued. The original intention was to use the Imperial Dragon Qi to suppress the Fire Ghost, but as the capital moved north, the Fire Ghost's magical power reached the heavens and earth. It was actually able to devour the Qi of the Imperial Dragon Qi while suppressing it. The Qi of the Imperial Dragon Qi also weakened. This is also why after Zhu Di, almost everyone in the Ming dynasty was mediocre. There wasn't another emperor as powerful as Zhu Yuanzhang or Zhu Di. In the 5th year of the Tianqi era, the Imperial Dragon Qi finally couldn't suppress the Fire Ghost anymore. As time went by, the Fire Ghost used the Qi of the Imperial Dragon Qi to break free from a seal. Its magical power was also several times stronger than before. It was also at that time that the cultivators of the Central Plains all came out and fought for 100 days, finally wiping out the Fire Ghost. However, the aftermath affected the entire Central Plains. First, the Tianqi Emperor died the next year. Some say that it was because the Qi of the Imperial Dragon Qi was weak, causing the Tianqi Emperor to lose the protection of the Qi of the Imperial Dragon. Then, the country was destroyed by Emperor Chongzhen. Zhang Tianyi looked at Chun Zhao. This is also why the higher-ups are paying so much attention to it. Not only can a great demon cause misery, but it can also destroy a country. The dragon and old monster Kunlai that I killed before were also great demons, but I think they can only cause trouble in one place at most. Isn't overthrowing the government a bit too scary? Although the great serpent dragon and old monster Kunlai sound like they're on the same level as the Fire Ghost, they're actually miles apart. Let's not talk about the others. Just these two alone had participated in the Fire Ghost calamity back then. At that time, the two of them combined couldn't even match up to the Fire Ghost. Is the difference that big? You fought them before. How strong do you think they are? Chun Zhao pursed his lips. He really didn't think they were that strong. I'll find a quiet place to go into seclusion for 2 days, Chun Zhao said. What? You're not confident in this battle? How can I be confident? Would you believe me if I said, I'm 100% confident? Where are you going? Dragon Tiger Mountain can provide you with a place. No, you can't. Chun Zhao shook his head. If you're worried about old friends disturbing you, don't worry. Cui Xiyin can't wait to avoid you. With that, Zhang Tianyi glanced at Cui Xiyin, who was hiding not far away. Zhang Tianyi roughly knew what Cui Xiyin was thinking. After all, Chun Zhao had left too deep of a trauma in Cui Xiyin's heart. No, I just need a better place to go into seclusion. Chun Zhao planned to find a place with no one and then enter the river map. Because the river map was very important, Chun Zhao brought it with him on this trip. If you're not satisfied with Dragon Tiger Mountain, you won't be able to find a better place in all of Huaxia, unless you go to the capital. Zhang Tianyi knew that Chun Zhao was afraid of trouble, so he couldn't go to the capital. Chun Zhao shook his head. I just know a better place. Seeing that Chun Zhao had made up his mind, Zhang Tianyi didn't try to persuade him anymore. What Chun Zhao needed now was time. Chun Zhao could vaguely feel it. The thing he dug out from old monster Kunlai's brain that day was very important. It wasn't crucial to this battle. It was crucial to his future path. Inner world, chaotic aura. Chun Zhao had found a very secluded place. No one would come to this place for sure. This was the second highest peak in the world that was the hardest to climb, Mount Chogo. Chun Zhao dug a crack in the ice himself. After entering, he sealed the crack. Chun Zhao buried himself in the belly of the mountain. In the belly of the mountain, Chun Zhao hadn't entered the river map yet. Suddenly, a strange aura came from under his feet. This aura was completely different from magical power. It was similar to the immortal chi that he cultivated, but it wasn't exactly the same. Chen Zhao used brute force and smashed through the rock layer. As he went deeper, the aura became clearer. By then, Chen Zhao had smashed through at least 10,000 meters of rock and reached the bottom of Mount Chogo. Finally, after Chen Zhao punched through a thick layer of rock, the bottom suddenly collapsed. Chen Zhao fell into a huge lava cave. Below them was a huge lava lake, and in the center of the lava lake stood a tall tower. On the platform of the tower, a withered body sat cross-legged. It was a body that had lost its vitality long ago, but its power still remained. This power had been protecting the body, preventing it from being affected by the surrounding heat. Even its clothes weren't damaged at all. Chen Zhao was very confused about this body. Judging from its clothes, it was at least 300 years old. It also had some bronze items, so Chen Zhao suspected that it might be even older, even more than 2,000 years old. But its power still hadn't completely dissipated. Who was it when it was alive? How could it stay for so long without losing its power? Chapter 27:13. Now, Chen Zhao understood a little. Why was Huaxia the largest region in the spiritual world? Just go to some bare mountains and rivers. Then, he encountered an old skeleton that had passed away. This 1,000-year-old skeleton could be said to be a perpetual motion machine. Of course, the so-called perpetual motion machine didn't mean that it was endless. Instead, it was like hydroelectric or wind power. It formed a link with the environment, and from there, it grew and multiplied endlessly. Even if he lost his life, even if he lost control, this cycle was still perfectly preserved. Even Chen Zhao couldn't create such a near-perfect cycle. Chen Zhao wanted to move the skeleton into the river diagram, but the moment he touched the skeleton suddenly turned to dust. At the same time, the thing hidden under the skeleton was exposed. It was dozens of ancient words carved on the platform. They were all hieroglyphs. Chen Zhao couldn't understand what they said at all. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's body heated up. His small world seemed to be absorbing the surrounding flame energy. Chen Zhao's heart jumped. These weren't hieroglyphs. These were the circulation routes. Moreover, this was the circulation route of the small world. This was the foundation of the small world, the circulation route of the heavenly pattern. However, the route extended to the inside of the body. Then it was suddenly cut off. No, he couldn't cultivate it. After absorbing the surrounding flame energy, he wouldn't be able to continue the cultivation method. This cultivation method wasn't complete. Chen Zhao's expression darkened. Was this thing used to trick people? Fortunately, his body was extraordinary. He didn't absorb much flame energy either. If he was a normal person or a regular cultivator, after absorbing the flame energy, he would probably self-combust. This guy had bad intentions even after he died? Chen Zhao felt that this guy had bad intentions. But thinking carefully, he suddenly felt that it wasn't right. If this guy really wanted to trick people, he wouldn't hide in such an undiscoverable place. Once the terrain changed, this place would probably disappear. Chen Zhao carefully observed the hieroglyphs again. After absorbing the flame energy, there should still be a circulation route. But the flame energy was different from spiritual energy. It shouldn't be absorbed into the Dantian. Then where should it be? Chen Zhao started thinking. Chen Zhao could vaguely feel that this circulation route seemed to be somewhat similar to old monster Kunlai's nameless technique. Could it be that this was the completed part of the inner world's cultivation method? However, the inner world needed the primal chaos qi that was obtained after refining the extreme yin qi and extreme yang qi. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be this kind of scorching flame qi. Chen Zhao thought for a while. If he used the cultivation method of the inner world, it seemed a little risky. After all, he only had a preliminary understanding of the cultivation method of the inner world. He didn't know much about it, and now he was using a cultivation technique of unknown origin to fuse it. The risk was still quite high, but there was still a voice in Chen Zhao's mind. It seemed to be constantly telling him that his train of thought was correct. Chen Zhao decided to try this. It was risky, but he was ambitious. Chen Zhao sat down and carefully absorbed the surrounding heat. It was different from the previous passive absorption. This time, Chen Zhao was more proactive. Not only did the flames not resist, but they were even more agreeable to his absorption. After the flame energy flowed through the heavenly patterns on the small world, it was channeled into his body. At that moment, even though Chen Zhao possessed the nirvana flame, he still felt like his entire body was being engulfed by the scorching aura. His meridians were also throbbing with pain. Chen Zhao gritted his teeth and forcefully activated the nirvana flame to repair the damage to his meridians. However, Chen Zhao wasn't worried about the pain that wasn't fatal, because Chen Zhao's greatest ability was adaptability. As expected, in just a few minutes, the burning pain from the flame energy began to subside. Although it didn't completely disappear, it was within an acceptable range. Chen Zhao began to open his inner world according to the cultivation method of the inner world. What was the inner world? The sea of consciousness, its own world. Chen Zhao's eyes turned red and lost focus. The flame energy was absorbed into the sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was instantly covered by flames. It seemed like it was about to collapse. Chen Zhao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he couldn't stop the cultivation method no matter what. The flame energy seemed to want to burn Chen Zhao's sea of consciousness. The nirvana flame. Chen Zhao immediately fused the nirvana flame into his sea of consciousness. He hoped that the nirvana flame could repair his sea of consciousness. However, Chen Zhao had miscalculated. The nirvana flame could only repair a body with vitality. The sea of consciousness was the source of the spirit. It didn't exist in the body. Moreover, after the flame energy came into contact with the nirvana flame, it didn't weaken. Instead, it surged even more violently. Chen Zhao felt like his head was about to split open. No, the two weren't the same cultivation method at all. He was cultivating in a suicidal manner. He had to think of a way to turn the situation around. Chen Zhao forced himself to calm down and started analyzing. Since the flame energy could be absorbed into the inner world, it should be the same as Kunlai's cultivation method. However, the two weren't the same. This meant that the two had something in common. It wasn't completely out of place. Chen Zhao went through Kunlai's cultivation method in his mind. Since the inner world was called the inner world, it should have something in common with the outer world. What did he miss out on? Chen Zhao's brain worked rapidly. Heavenly pattern. The only difference between the inner world and the outer world was that there were no heavenly patterns. However, this heavenly pattern wasn't his in the beginning. He'd stolen a heavenly pattern from the inner world and then made it his. Could he also fuse the heavenly pattern into the inner world? Chen Zhao immediately fused the inner world into his body. Then, he released the flame energy and let the heavenly pattern carry it. As expected, the violence in the inner world stopped. The pain was still there, but the destructive flame energy stopped temporarily. His sea of consciousness also started to repair itself. This was a trick that Chen Zhao had found not long ago. It was a method that Chen Zhao had figured out himself. It was used to increase his combat ability. He'd used it when he'd fought Zhang Tianyi before. Now, it seemed that he'd accidentally found this key point. Chen Zhao was invigorated. He tried to stuff the heavenly pattern into the inner world. It seemed to work. The inner world didn't reject the fusion of the heavenly pattern. The two were very compatible. It was even smoother than Chen Zhao had imagined. Soon, the heavenly pattern had completely fused into his sea of consciousness. At the same time, it felt like the outer world in his sea of consciousness. At that moment, Chen Zhao felt like he had the power to lift the sky. It was the power emitted from the inner world. After fusing with the heavenly pattern, when he channeled the flame energy, it no longer brought Chen Zhao pain. Instead, it nourished him. Chapter 27:14. Chen Zhao entered the river diagram. He started to study the series of techniques he'd just completed. To be honest, if Chen Zhao hadn't saved himself just now, he might really have died. In the past, Chen Zhao had always explored and cultivated by himself, but had never been so dangerous. This time, if there was even the slightest mistake, it was possible that both his body and soul would be destroyed. Then, like the thousand-year-old skeleton, he would be left with an empty shell. Luckily, he'd passed this trial. With the previous lesson, Chun Zhao had to be much more careful. Of course, both domestic cultivators and foreign spiritualists were the same. Only after suffering would one learn to be careful. But most of the time, suffering could mean losing one's life. Of course, this was also a danger that a pioneer had to face. In this era, there was probably no one who could guide Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao felt his inner world. After merging with the heavenly pattern, the outer world and inner world also merged into one. After studying for a long time, Chun Zhao finally figured out the function of the inner world. The inner world and the outer world formed a whole. It was different from the outer world, which was restricted by its surroundings. The inner world didn't have any restrictions. There was a saying, "The greater the heart, the greater the power." The inner world was also very suitable. The difference was how much power the body could withstand. In this aspect, Chun Zhao had the most advantage, at least compared to Zhang Tianyi, Bifla, and the 23rd Blood Mary. Chun Zhao was undoubtedly the one who could withstand it the most. Chun Zhao realized that Kunlai's technique wasn't complete. The cultivation technique he'd found here was also incomplete. Both were used to cultivate the inner world, but the methods were different. One was to absorb yin and yang chaotic qi, while the other was to absorb the more violent flame qi. Not only could he absorb the flame qi, but he could also absorb lava directly. To put more directly, he could store lava in his brain and the inner world inside. Normal people wouldn't do this. Even people with the same cultivation as Chun Zhao wouldn't store lava directly. The weight of the lava wouldn't disappear. It would still become a part of the body. But Chun Zhao didn't care because he could completely withstand it. Through two completely different cultivation methods, Chun Zhao figured out a brand new cultivation method that belonged to him. One benefit of absorbing lava was that the lava contained a huge amount of flame qi. It was far denser than the flame qi in the air, and it was much more convenient to extract it. By releasing the flame qi from his inner world, Chun Zhao could instantly turn his small world into a scorching purgatory. It could even reach the surface of the sun in a small area. Moreover, the extra weight of the magma would give him a more realistic sense of impact in close combat. This was especially true when Meteor was released. The weight it brought would turn Meteor into a destructive move. However, the disadvantage was also obvious. It would make it difficult for him to move around, especially when taking public transportation, unless Chun Zhao stayed in the air forever. This would have a serious impact on his private life. Therefore, Chun Zhao still decided to absorb the magma first, then enter the river diagram to absorb the heat in the magma, and then come out to absorb the magma. Although this cultivation method was complicated, it was very effective. Chun Zhao did it step by step. In the beginning, he was rather careful. However, as he familiarized himself with the entire process, his cultivation speed increased. The speed at which he absorbed the lava was extremely fast, and through the thousand-fold time difference in the river diagram, the speed at which he absorbed the fiery aura was even faster. His inner world could contain an unlimited amount of fiery aura, which meant that there was no limit to this cultivation method. However, there was a problem: the cultivation speed and how much his body could contain. Chun Zhao had a godlike artifact like the river diagram, so his cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. However, other people clearly didn't have such treasures. The growth of his inner world was the growth of his spiritual power. As Chun Zhao continuously absorbed the fiery aura, his spiritual power was also close to being able to control objects. This was the so-called psychokinesis. Of course, even without psychokinesis, Chun Zhao could still move anything in his inner world. However, psychokinesis was psychokinesis. It was a sign of highly condensed spiritual power. Some people were born with psychokinesis because their spiritual power was naturally higher than normal people's. They also knew how to condense their spiritual power. However, Chun Zhao's psychokinesis wasn't born with superior spiritual power. It was purely because it was huge. Moreover, Chun Zhao realized that he could start a fire anywhere in his inner world. If his opponent was a normal person, he could burn them to ashes with a single thought. Chun Zhao felt that he had to give himself a title from the supernatural world, such as Lava Tyrant. However, when he thought about it, Lava Tyrant sounded like a villain no matter how he thought about it. At least he'd done a few positive things in the open and in the dark. Therefore, if he wanted to give it a name, he needed a more positive one. For example, God of Fire or God of the Sun. However, Bifla had once said that he couldn't casually use the names and titles of gods on himself. Without the power of a god, he shouldn't covet the title of a god. That would only bring him misfortune. 2 days later, Chun Zhao finally crawled out of the crack in the ice. Right now, Chogo Peak was engulfed in a snowstorm. The visibility was no more than 5 meters. Even Chun Zhao's supervision couldn't see more than this. However, Chun Zhao's inner world had already covered more than 2,000 meters. In these 2 days, Chun Zhao's inner world had expanded again. It was now 2,000 meters in diameter. Chun Zhao's spiritual power had also increased by more than 10 times. He could even see the shape of each falling snowflake. Just then, a dozen figures appeared in Chun Zhao's perception range. They were the mountaineering team. Their original plan was to go to the next station. However, they were attacked by a snowstorm on the way. As a result, they had to advance and retreat. In such a snowstorm, they couldn't even move 200 meters in 10 hours. After a short discussion, they decided to continue climbing the mountain and try to reach the next station before dark. Chun Zhao stood in the snowstorm and eavesdropped on their conversation. They didn't talk much, and they were all using walkie-talkies. However, Chun Zhao still heard their conversation and learned of their current predicament. A few of them were already out of energy. If he didn't do anything, they might die here. After all, the mortality rate on Chogo Peak was as high as 27%. Chun Zhao felt that if he didn't interfere, they would really die here. Chapter 27:15. This wasn't a pleasant process. Mountaineers were warriors. They used this process to challenge themselves. They challenged the limits of humans, but at the same time, they used their uncertain future to warn others. They were similar to Chun Zhao in this aspect. They were both walking on a tightrope. They were both walking on an unknown path. They followed the footprints that their predecessors couldn't recognize. If they took a step, they might see boundless light or a bottomless abyss. Of course, the biggest possibility was that the team would collapse along the way. Cold and fatigue eroded their willpower. Chun Zhao lifted his head and looked at the sky. Perhaps he could control the weather in a small area. Chun Zhao consciously released his scorching heat into the sky. There was a thundercloud thousands of meters up in the sky. The thundercloud was affected by the cold air, causing a snowstorm. Moreover, Mount Chogo was located at the border of Central Asia. The hot wind from Central Asia rubbed against the cold air, creating a strong collision of air currents. This was also the reason why Mount Chogo's weather was extremely bad most of the time. Chun Zhao thought that he should be able to disperse the thundercloud. Of course, he could save the team with his own hands. However, doing so would shatter the faith in their hearts. It might even topple their worldview. Just think about it. They'd worked so hard, but others could even stand on the side and watch. They could easily accomplish what they tried their best to do. To them, this was a disaster of faith. Moreover, Chun Zhao wanted to try doing some things that he couldn't do in the past. For example, the ability to summon the wind and rain in the legends. The heat Chun Zhao released quickly formed a huge ball of hot air. It crashed into the thundercloud in the sky. Boom! The huge impact cleared the sky. The team all looked up at the sky. They didn't understand what was happening, but they didn't think too much about it. After all, in such an extremely harsh environment, anything could happen. But before Chun Zhao could be happy, the cumulus clouds gathered again. Chun Zhao could feel that an even bigger storm was about to form. Because the hot air he'd released had replaced the air in the surrounding area, the hot air was changing its home field with the cold air in the surrounding area. At the same time, the collision between the cold and hot air became more intense. In other words, he'd created a superstorm with his own hands. He had to admit that this was a new skill that he'd unintentionally developed. This was basically a disguised strategic weapon. However, there was one drawback to this skill. It was useless against high-level players. Basically, it was used to slaughter civilians. Why would he want something like that? Be a bastard against humanity? Chen Zhao felt like his brain was filled with lava. However, he wouldn't go so far as to do something so stupid. This skill's destruction and lethality couldn't compare to Meteor. Unless Chen Zhao used this skill in a tropical or subtropical city with a sunny beach. The people there all wore casual shorts. However, releasing flame chi in such a place would only bring about tropical storms. If it was thrown in an area like Siberia, it would at most reduce the number of wild animals in the area, and its lethality to humans would be close to zero. After all, everyone who lived in Siberia wore a few windbreakers. Chen Zhao looked at the mountaineering team. It looked like he had done something stupid. He had made their situation even more difficult. He could only give up on trying to save them by changing the environment. Chen Zhao helped them block the wind. At the same time, he raised the surrounding temperature appropriately, temporarily lowering the difficulty for them. Li, do you feel it? That's weird. The wind is weaker and the temperature is rising. Birmingham, do you know what's going on? That's weird. Why is it like this? Is it our near-death hallucination? From what I can see, there's still a blizzard 600 meters ahead, but why is the blizzard blocked? The team member glanced at his watch. The surrounding temperature is 12 degrees. Is there something wrong? Chen Zhao ignored these rambling climbers. After they reached the base, Chen Zhao left Chogo Peak. Just then his phone rang. Chen Zhao, where are you? I'm on my way to Dragon Tiger Mountain. More accurately, I'm in the stratosphere. You can fly that high? I'm suddenly envious of you. I wonder if I can make it in time to focus on strengthening. Zhang Tianyi was confident that he wasn't weaker than Chen Zhao. However, he couldn't fly that high. It wasn't that Zhang Tianyi couldn't fly, but he couldn't move long distances at that height. The low temperature, low pressure, and cosmic radiation were all very threatening to Zhang Tianyi. However, for someone like Chen Zhao, these extreme environments didn't affect him at all. You better hurry. Our plane leaves at 3 in the afternoon. You still have 2 hours. You seem to have some misunderstanding about my movement speed. Even if I fly by myself, I'll reach the Qinling Mountains before you. Forget it. I have nothing to talk about with a bastard with a monstrous body like you. Zhang Tianyi was full of envy and jealousy. However, his cultivation direction was completely different from Chen Zhao's. While he was envious, he couldn't become Chen Zhao. Pop! When Chen Zhao landed on Dragon Tiger Mountain, he was stopped by the mountain's protective array. However, Chen Zhao still landed forcefully. The protective array didn't forcefully curse Chen Zhao's landing. It seemed that if he exceeded a certain limit, the array would automatically let him through. Chen Zhao arrived at the main hall of Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Masters sect. Zhang Tianyi walked out, followed by 4 young men and women. The 4 young men and women were all beauties. The men were extraordinarily handsome, and the women were youthful and beautiful. However, their clothes didn't fit in with the Celestial Masters sect. They looked like 4 fashionable men and women. It was even more awkward for them to follow behind Zhang Tianyi. Old Zhang, are you planning to form a team and debut? Looking at your position, it looks like you're going to debut at the center position. With that, Chen Zhao was immediately stared at by 4 death stares. When the 4 young men looked at Chen Zhao, their eyes were filled with hostility. Before you have enough strength, hide your thoughts. Otherwise, you'll be killed by that bastard. Zhang Tianyi didn't need to turn his head to know what the 4 young men were thinking. Chen Zhao was 29 now. The oldest of the 4 was probably only in their early 20s. Naturally, Chen Zhao was their senior. Of course, those 4 arrogant and unruly juniors. He definitely wouldn't accept Chen Zhao's identity as a senior. If you're not convinced, just come over. Chen Zhao, you're not here to discipline the kids for me. Chapter 27:16. Advisor, we want to try and see how big the difference is between us and this master you hired. No need to try. If the difference isn't big, you can recognize yourselves. But if it's too big, the difference will be meaningless. Zhang Tianyi rejected the young people's request decisively. Just then, Chen Zhao interrupted. Old Zhang, I'm happy to help you take care of these kids. The word kids sounded too awkward coming from Chen Zhao's mouth. It felt like he was mocking the young people. Chen Zhao didn't care if Zhang Tianyi was happy or not. He stepped forward. Come, all four of you together. Zhang Tianyi's face darkened. Do you need to discipline my great disciples? Chen Zhao, stop messing around. We still have to go to the airport. It's fine. It'll end soon. Zhang Tianyi was upset. It was fine if Chen Zhao couldn't persuade him. After all, he didn't have any good intentions. But his great disciples were also like this. What was going on? Just then, one of the girls walked out. Her hair instantly turned red. Sir, please. The red-haired girl's entire body was emitting hot flames. Special bloodline. Chen Zhao was surprised. You don't look hot enough. I'll add some more. Chen Zhao didn't seem to do anything, but the flames on the red-haired girl suddenly turned deep red. Ah, hot, hot. Ah. Chen Zhao immediately retracted the flames and absorbed the red-haired girls. The flames were finally extinguished. Sorry, I've been studying fire spells recently, Chen Zhao said, chuckling. At the same time, he glanced at Zhang Tianyi from the corner of his eye. Zhang Tianyi's eyelids twitched in anger. He was always protective. Of course, he wasn't happy to see Chen Zhao bully his disciple. Zhang Tianyi glanced at Chen Zhao and lowered his head. He secretly sent a telepathic message to his four disciples. Don't use lightning and water, Zhang Tianyi said. He's better at those too. Zhou Yi, Wei Ming, you don't need to do anything. Fanya, you can use chaos spells to create some trouble for him. Just a little trouble and we'll win. Grandmaster, even if he knows thunder, water, and fire, it can only be said that his spell system is very complicated. He can't be compared to pure awakened ones like us. His magic system isn't complicated. He isn't a fire element, nor is he a water element, nor is he a lightning element. He's a Hercules, a strengthening element. That's what he's best at. Hercules? That's even less of a problem. I don't believe I will lose to a strong man. Don't be silly. Zhang Tianyi rolled his eyes. If you look down on him just because he's a strong man, the next time you meet him, you'll only be crushed into a fried dough twist. Zhang Tian pointed at the red-haired girl on the ground. A clear mind technique fell on her body, moisturizing her burnt skin. Fanya, whom he called out, walked out and said, Your Excellency, please advise me. Zhang Tianyi kept staring at Chen Zhao. He could vaguely feel that Chen Zhao's aura seemed to have changed after 2 days. This was also why he didn't forcefully stop his four great disciples from challenging Chen Zhao. He wanted to test Chen Zhao with the four of them. Fanya's aura was very obscure. Chen Zhao could feel her aura, but he couldn't tell what element it was. Chen Zhao tilted his head and looked at Fanya. With a point of his finger, a ball of flame appeared before Fanya. But the moment the flame approached Fanya, it actually turned into nothingness. No element. Chen Zhao raised an eyebrow. Fanya seemed to have the same constitution as him. She could turn all directional spells into elemental spiritual qi. Of course, the biggest feature of an elemental constitution wasn't just immunity to most spells. Moreover, it could directly absorb spirit qi and use it to transform into magical power to attack. Fanya was very good at this. She directly turned the fire qi Chen Zhao released into her own attack. Fanya pushed her palm out, and a huge palm, several meters wide, slapped at Chen Zhao. Whoosh! The palm landed on Chen Zhao's body directly. Chen Zhao took a step back. Chen Zhao was stunned. Zhang Tianyi suddenly laughed out loud. Chen Zhao, you lost. You actually lost to my great disciple. Chen Zhao's face darkened. He looked at Fanya. He didn't want to admit it, but he didn't want to argue either, even if he'd been distracted just now. Let's go, Chen Zhao said with a dark expression. We have to catch a flight. Zhang Tianyi was very excited that Chen Zhao had lost. Last time, he'd lost to Chen Zhao. This time, his great disciple had actually helped him win. This made him very excited, even if the victory and defeat were just on the surface. If they really fought, the four juniors wouldn't even be able to last a second against Chen Zhao. Fanya was able to become his great disciple because Zhang Tianyi had actually raised her like a personal disciple. In terms of talent, Fanya wasn't actually outstanding. It could even be said to be very mediocre. At least, she was much more mediocre than the other three. But Zhang Tianyi saw Chun Zhao's shadow in Fanya, even though the two were a solar system apart. But Zhang Tianyi really wanted to copy a monster like Chun Zhao. Moreover, after reading through the books, he realized that Fanya's constitution was the legendary chaotic constitution. All elements would return to chaos when they approached her. In terms of Dharma, Fanya's absorption ability wasn't strong and her comprehension was mediocre. But Zhang Tianyi had high hopes for Fanya. Compared to the other three geniuses, he even thought more highly of Fanya. Fanya didn't just have the characteristic of turning spells of other elements into chaos. Furthermore, she was very compatible with it. She could be compatible with all elements. For example, fire and water. For normal cultivators, these two elements countered each other. But Fanya wouldn't feel any conflict at all. Moreover, Zhang Tianyi could better understand Chun Zhao's weakness from Fanya. This was also one of his plans. The other three young men were also very proud. After all, Fanya was also one of them. Fanya's victory was their victory. Okay, pack up. You don't have to do anything in the Qinling Mountains. You just have to watch from aside. This demon-subduing trip will be the battle and responsibility you'll face in the future. Yes, this disciple will follow your instructions. They're going to? Are you sure they're not feeding the 1,000-year-old corpse? Chun Zhao looked at Zhang Tianyi with a strange expression. Ha! Don't forget, that little girl defeated you before. If you can go, why can't she go? Zhang Tianyi said with a smile, even though the two of them were well aware of it. But Zhang Tianyi liked to use this reason to annoy Chun Zhao. Actually, he just wanted to bring Fanya and let her see how her senior fought. Chapter 27:17. After boarding the plane, Chun Zhao fell into a deep sleep. Chun Zhao had been gone for 2 days, but the amount of sleep he lacked was far more than that. It wouldn't affect Chun Zhao's physical condition, but he would still get some sleep when necessary. No matter how fit or energetic a person was, they still needed to sleep. Just because you weren't tired didn't mean you didn't need to sleep. Apart from replenishing your energy, sleep could also adjust your body cells and physiological functions to their best state. Chun Zhao was no exception. It was one thing to be energetic, but after a long period of activity, the body's reaction mechanism would be out of balance. It was the same logic as how people needed holidays after work. Chun Zhao's body needed holidays too. Zhang Tianyi was enjoying the service of the flight attendants. The old man was dressed in a Chinese tunic suit. He looked quite cool. Fanya, Zhou Yi, Wei Ming, and Li Qin were gathered together. They were discussing in low voices. Anyway, they didn't like Chun Zhao in any way. They felt that Zhang Yi had found the wrong person. They thought that Chun Zhao was just an empty shell. Maybe he was strong, but he wasn't as strong as the four of them working together. When Chun Zhao boarded the plane, he immediately fell asleep in his seat. He didn't look like an expert at all. Zhang Tianyi only woke him up after he got off the plane. If the four young people thought so, they might as well let Chun Zhao sleep on the plane forever. Chun Zhao rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked, "Where are we going now? The hotel? Haven't you slept enough?" Zhang Tianyi glanced at him. "I haven't been sleeping enough recently," Chun Zhao said calmly. "Also, I'm hungry. Didn't you remove the spell on you?" "Yes, but eating and sleeping are normal physiological needs. You look like you haven't slept or eaten for a year." Zhang Tianyi's unintentional words hit the nail on the head. Chun Zhao hadn't slept or eaten for almost a year. "Forget it. Wake me up when we get there." Chun Zhao yawned and fell asleep in his seat. Chun Zhao didn't know how long he slept for. When Zhang Tianyi woke him up again, the sky was already gray. Chun Zhao rubbed his eyes. The car was moving slowly and bumpily. "Where are we?" "In the mountains," Zhang Tianyi said. "This is deep in the nature reserve, so there are not many man-made facilities, and there is only a dirt road on the ground. This place could be considered a deep mountain forest. Due to the color of the sky, this place looked a little dim. Most of the light was blocked by the dense vegetation." At this moment, the car stopped. The driver was a local. After dropping them off, he said a few words and left. "What do we do now? Where should I go?" Chun Zhao asked. Zhang Tianyi looked around. Waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Zhang Tianyi's face suddenly broke into a smile, and he called out in a clear voice, Immortal Wu Su, Immortal Qing Ping, since you're here, why are you still hiding? Perfected Wu Su and perfected Qing Ping were nearby. He didn't feel it at all. However, after waiting for a long time, the two of them did not appear. Chen Zhao looked at Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi was still smiling. Looks like they're not nearby. What were you doing just now? I'm testing them. If they are nearby, and I take the initiative to invite them, it will show that I am very smart, Zhang Tianyi said matter-of-factly. Don't you think it's embarrassing to guess wrong? It's fine. There are no outsiders here. Chen Zhao sneered. Just then, Chen Zhao felt two auras approaching. Zhang Tianyi felt it almost at the same time. Huh, they're here. Soon he saw perfected Qing Ping and perfected Wu Su arrive on an old, green, three-wheeled motorcycle. Perfected Wu Su was an old bag of bones. He was dressed rather casually and looked rather fashionable. He wore a motorcycle helmet, a loose t-shirt, and a pair of knee-length shorts. However, his white goatee flew in the wind, indicating his age. Comparatively, perfected Qing Ping was much more normal. When he saw Chen Zhao, he wasn't surprised. Instead, he nodded slightly at Chen Zhao from a dozen meters away. Chen Zhao was a bit confused. When they first met, it was a situation where they would fight to the death. Especially later, when he crippled Zhang Ding. He and Mao Mountain should be absolutely irreconcilable, right? Even if perfected Qing Ping knew that Chen Zhao was coming, he shouldn't be so calm. He shouldn't be so calm, right? At the very least, he should show some anger or hatred. But what's with that calm greeting? Is there some conspiracy? Perfected Tianyi, you're right. Perfected Wu Su and perfected Qing Ping greeted Zhang Tianyi with a Taoist seal. They were probably the three most senior people in Taoism. Of course, they might also be the three most senior people in the Huaxia spiritual world. Their status was also extremely respected. But after the greeting, the three went back to calling each other like normal. Old Zhang, Old Li, and Old Chun were all familiar names. I thought you would bring some disciples, Zhang Tianyi said. Forget it. I'm not completely confident this time, so I won't bring any disciples, perfected Wu Su said. At the same time, he looked at the people behind Zhang Tianyi. Old Zhang, you're really brave. You actually brought 4 disciples. Anyway, I'm prepared, Zhang Tianyi said, smiling. If the situation turns bad, I'll run away. Let's go, perfected Qing Ping said. We still have a long way to go. At the same time, he glanced at Chen Zhao. Aren't you going to talk to him? No, perfected Qing Ping said. I'll find a chance to talk to him later. Zhang Tianyi turned around and said to Chen Zhao and the others, Chen Zhao, let's go. The mountain road wasn't easy to walk on, but that was only for normal people or cultivators. At least, the mountain road that caused some trouble for Fangya and the others didn't bring too much trouble to Chen Zhao, Zhang Tianyi, perfected Wu Su, and perfected Qing Ping. Right at this moment, an extremely strong odor assaulted their nostrils. The smell wasn't disgusting, but it made them feel uncomfortable. It was as if some highly toxic chemical had leaked out. Along with the smell, there were also some blurry shadows. They shuttled through the forest in front of them, making it difficult for the naked eye to catch their figures. Chen Zhao still looked listless. At the same time, he looked at Zhang Tianyi and the others. Leave it to us 3 old guys, Zhang Tianyi said. Zhang Tianyi clearly planned to leave the most difficult part to Chen Zhao. Of course, Chen Zhao had already mentally prepared himself before coming. Chapter 27:18. Fangya looked at the battle before her. Those 3 were the few remaining antique figures in the Huaxia, or even the entire world. Those demons and ghosts that they had never heard of could not even last around in front of them. Fangya saw with her own eyes that a monster the size of Small Mountain had its guts pierced by Zhang Tianyi's heavenly lightning summoning. The kind of monster that only existed in nightmares was like a little kitten in front of Zhang Tianyi. She looked at Chen Zhao beside her. He was still in a daze. He couldn't even walk into a tree. Fangya was completely speechless. Was this guy here to be a judge like her? Chen Zhao had been adjusting his mental state. He kept making his mental state reach its peak, perfect, and even surpass it. Ever since his inner world opened, Chun Zhao's mental power had reached a terrifying level. Mental power didn't just affect the environment and enemies. It also affected his own body. Taoist Wushu turned to look at Chun Zhao, surprise in his eyes. "That kid gave me a different feeling again," Taoist Wushu said. "What do you think? I didn't find the wrong person, right? If there are no accidents, he'll be the uncrowned king of the spiritual world in the next 100 years." Zhang Tianyi nodded slightly. He'd also foreseen this situation. Chun Zhao's rise was too fast and too powerful. When he found out about Chun Zhao, he'd already reached the top. Furthermore, with his enhancing type ability, his future was practically sealed. Perhaps someone could defeat him, but no one could kill him. For example, if the three of them really wanted to deal with Chun Zhao, it wasn't like they had no way. They could seal him for a few years or even a few decades. But what about after that? If Chun Zhao died in the seal after a few decades, everything would be fine. But if Chun Zhao didn't die in the seal, then everything would be fine. When they reached the end of their lives, the sects behind them would face a destructive blow. This meant that they weren't willing to become enemies with Chun Zhao. There were no benefits. Instead, there would be terrifying consequences. And the old antiques weren't willing to do anything. Even if they wanted to, they didn't have the ability. Moreover, no one would be willing to do something like harming others without benefiting themselves. Zhang Tianyi turned to look at Chun Zhao. Surprise flashed in his eyes. How did Chun Zhao's spiritual power become so powerful? It would only take 2 days. How did he manage to expand his mental strength by 100-fold in just 2 days? Chun Zhao's spiritual power was already very strong. At the very least, there was a difference of tens of times between them and ordinary cultivators. But with this foundation, Chun Zhao was 100 times stronger. No matter how he thought about it, it was inconceivable. Was it because of the inner world? Zhang Tianyi had never cultivated the inner heaven and earth, but he had read about the various miracles of the inner heaven and earth through the records in the Mountain Gate. Therefore, Zhang Tianyi's first thought was that Chun Zhao had succeeded in cultivating his inner world. Opening his inner world resulted in a sharp increase in his mental strength. Enlightened Wu Su and enlightened Qing Ping did not know much about it. He felt that Chun Zhao's spiritual power was unfathomable. When perfected Qing Ping heard perfected Wushu say that Chun Zhao would be the uncrowned king of the supernatural world in the next 100 years, his gaze became even more determined. In fact, Immortal Qing Ping's thoughts were very simple. Because of Zhang Ding, the Maoshan intersect was in a state of decline. No matter what Zhang Ding did, he was still the face of Mao Mountain. But now, Mao Mountain's reputation had been destroyed. Moreover, Zhang Ding had caused a scene in the Maoshan intersect. In the end, he had even flattened the Yao Ceiling Tower. It was a huge blow to the Mao Mountain disciples. But what if the person who had humiliated the Maoshan intersect was actually a member of Mao Mountain? Moreover, he was someone who was destined to bring glory to Mao Mountain. It was just like how Zhang Tianyi had brought the Celestial Master sect to Dragon Tiger Mountain. Dragon Tiger Mountain and Mao Mountain were actually on the same level. In terms of heritage, background, and heritage, Mao Mountain was not inferior to Dragon Tiger Mountain. The only difference was that Dragon Tiger Mountain had Zhang Tianyi. But now, she felt that Mao Mountain had a hope of having another Zhang Tianyi. No, he had more advantages than Zhang Tianyi. He was younger, and he could even lead Mao Mountain until the next spiritual tide. Of course, the premise was that he could resolve his grudge with Mao Mountain. But to perfected Qing Ping, Chun Zhao's heritage was inextricably linked to Mao Mountain. Even Chun Zhao did not deny it. Moreover, she did not plan to pursue the matter with Zhang Ding. As long as Chun Zhao was willing to admit that he was from the Qingyi sect, she would be able to get him to admit that he was from the Maoshan sect. Then, she could ask Chun Zhao to inherit Mao Mountain's heritage, and it would be much easier. Perfected Qing Ping's cultivation was not comparable to Zhang Tianyi's. In fact, her current cultivation did not truly belong to her. But in terms of political wisdom, she was not inferior to Zhang Tianyi. In the past few decades, Zhang Ding had not only caused trouble for the Maoshan sect, but she had resolved all of them. Zhang Ding was the face of the Maoshan sect, but in terms of power and influence, Zhang Ding might not be able to compare to perfected Qingping. To perfected Qingping, as long as he could get Chen Zhao, any compromise would be acceptable, because this person's value was simply too great. Take the current Zhang Tianyi as a comparison. All the organizations and departments wanted Zhang Tianyi to have his name on them. What special chairman? What honorary member? What grand elder? As long as Zhang Tianyi nodded, they would be willing to sell their own organizations. Chen Zhao could vaguely sense perfected Qingping's intentions. Of course, Chen Zhao would not say anything. Chen Zhao did not have a good impression of the Maoshan sect. After all, not long ago, they had been at each other's throats. Moreover, Chen Zhao had destroyed one of their pillars. With such a huge grudge, it would be strange if they could really let go of it. So Chen Zhao had been avoiding contact with perfected Qingping. On one hand, he had gotten his revenge, and the spell on him had been removed. So he did not want to have any conflict with the Maoshan sect now. And he did not want to have any relationship with the Maoshan sect. So the best choice was to keep his current distance. Chen Zhao had been paying attention to the changes in his external and internal worlds. Chen Zhao felt that he still did not fully understand his internal worlds. The abilities of his internal worlds did not seem to be limited to what they were currently. They did not only make his spiritual power skyrocket. They did not just increase his spiritual power, but the feeling was too vague. Chen Zhao was like a blind man groping an elephant. At the same time, he was a lone pioneer. With no one to guide him, he could only find his way forward. Chapter 27:19. Something's wrong. There seem to be more demons here, Zhang Tianyi said with a frown. Zhang Tianyi said with a frown. At the same time, he casually flicked his hand, sending out a straight line. More than 10 demonized demons were instantly vaporized. Spiritual Master Wuxiu and Spiritual Master Qingping felt it too. It wouldn't be strange if the leaking demonic qi had infected the demons here. But the problem was that there were too many demons here. They even exceeded the number of demons in the Qinling Mountains. Moreover, most of them had been baptized by modern society. How could they gather here in large numbers and wait for the 1,000-year-old demon to transform them into another person? More and more fiendish demons appear in front of them. The three finally felt something was wrong. Why do I feel like we've fallen into the 1,000-year-old corpse's trap, like the ancestor from 1,000 years ago? That's impossible, Spiritual Master Qingping said with a frown. No one can break the seal. Maybe no one can break the seal, but it's not impossible to undo the seal in advance. At least we all know what to do, Zhang Tianyi said. And we don't need to do it too much in advance, just a few days in advance. Doesn't this mean that we're going to face that old monster? Moreover, it's an old monster in his prime, or even more terrifying than we imagined. This means that the situation we're facing is more dangerous than we imagined. Someone's helping that old monster escape. It's okay. If the situation changes, he'll take the blame and we'll retreat first, Zhang Tianyi muttered. Old Zhang, I heard you. Although Chen Zhao was more than 20 meters away, he could still hear old Zhang. Chen Zhao was more than 20 meters away, but he couldn't withstand the spiritual power he released. The slightest movement in the surroundings was basically imprinted in his mind like a light bulb. Compared to the small world in the past, his senses were sharper. Suddenly, Chen Zhao reached out and grabbed Fanya's shoulder. Fanya was stunned. What? The next moment, Fanya felt Chen Zhao pull her violently. She took a few steps back and fell on her, but then Chen Zhao walked in front and replied indifferently, to save your life. You. Fanya stood up, wanting to argue with him. Just then, Chen Zhao raised his voice again. Old Zhang, look after your disciple. I won't be so kind as to save her again next time. As an elder, you should act like one. I asked you to take care of my disciples and grand-disciples because I wanted you to set an example for them. At this time, 2 pitch-black demons appeared in front of Zhang Tianyi. Although there was no such thing as good or bad power in this world, the demons that were eroded by the demonic aura were basically no longer on good terms. It was as if his brain had been filled with gutter oil. Basically, he had to say goodbye to reason. Ouch. I've absorbed some devil chi into my body. I can't take it anymore. Enlightened Wu Su, enlightened Qing Ping. You guys take over, Zhang Tianyi suddenly shouted. Taoist Wushu and Taoist Qingping rolled their eyes at Zhang Tianyi. With Zhang Tianyi's cultivation, even if he were to inhale it as oxygen, it would only be an aerobic exercise for him, let alone a little bit of demonic qi. The only ones who could be infected by the devil qi were Fangya and the other 3 children. Anyway, the few of them could basically absorb the devil qi as a trace element. After all, the demonic qi contained some spiritual components that were useful to their cultivation. At their level, they couldn't truly be invulnerable. But just relying on the devil qi was basically like sending food to them. It was just like how he devoured the 2 old demons, the giant dragon and Kunlai. The devil qi on the 2 old demons would basically turn ordinary people or cultivators black if they touched it. In the end, it was a feast for Chun Zhao. To be able to send so many demons here, including some foreign ones, it means that the person who let the 1,000-year-old corpse out of prison in advance has a strong identity and power. This is going to be troublesome. Enlightened Wu Su was also afraid of trouble, especially this time, which wasn't just any ordinary trouble. 1,000 years ago, the 1,000-year-old corpse had caused 2 deaths and 1 injury to the leaders of the 3 mountains. Moreover, it had rampaged through the spiritual world in the Central Plains, and no one could stop it for decades. 1,000 years later, it would probably be even more difficult to deal with than 1,000 years ago. Of course, 1,000 years later wasn't the same as 1,000 years ago. After all, it was the end of the Tang dynasty 1,000 years ago. It was chaotic and the court was powerless. But now, it was peaceful and the 1,000-year-old corpse had appeared. If it did whatever it wanted, it would indeed bring about a lot of turmoil. But what about after the turmoil? No matter how strong the 1,000-year-old corpse was, it was still alone. Could it recruit soldiers and plot to usurp the throne? What a joke. It wasn't just ordinary people who were patriotic. Nowadays, demons were patriotic too. Who wants to play with you and usurp the throne? Therefore, the 1,000-year-old corpse couldn't be as unbridled as it was 1,000 years ago. What they had to do now was to make the turmoil smaller or extinguish it before it happened. Just then, Chun Zhao pinched his nose. The 3 old Taoist priests in front covered their mouths. They couldn't help it. There was an extremely strong corpse aura in front of them. What's that smell? Does it smell nice? Fangya sniffed and asked in confusion. That's the smell of the corpse fragrance pill mixed with corpse aura. Chun Zhao glanced at Fangya. Do you think it smells good? If you smell too much, livor mortis will appear on your body. Usually, zombies that awaken in the wild use corpse fragrance to trap living creatures. Oh, it can also cause arthritis. Chun Zhao explained enthusiastically. Fangya and the other 3 immediately covered their noses. It's not as bad as he says. You're all talented people. Don't be scared by his words. Zhang Tianyi reminded them from the front. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and glared at Chun Zhao. At most, there's a small chance that you'll die from the corpse poison. It's not that troublesome, Zhang Tianyi added. Zhang Tianyi looked around. I want to see if there's anything special about 1,000-year-old demon's corpse. Roar! Suddenly, a white figure pounced out of the darkness. Sizzle! Before the white figure could get close to Zhang Tianyi, it was struck in the head by a purple electric arc and fell to the ground. It was a bald humanoid creature with short white hair all over its body. Black blood spurted out of the exploded head and emitted a strong stench. Just then, more white-haired creatures appeared in the darkness. Are they white-haired zombies? Spiritual Master Qingping asked. They're much faster than white-haired zombies. Zhang Tianyi shook his head. They're almost as fast as bronze zombies. They're just not as strong. But the corpse poison they carry is even stronger than bronze zombies. Chapter 2720. Zombies were divided into different levels too. The weakest were the living corpses, followed by iron corpses, bronze corpses, silver corpses, and gold corpses. Of course, there was another type of mutation after the living corpses, the white-furred zombies. As for the zombies with the title of metal, they were divided into different levels. There was a clear difference in strength. Moreover, it could also be refined continuously to reach a higher level of zombies. However, the disadvantage was that they weren't easy to refine and their numbers were limited. The biggest advantage of white-furred zombies was that they could be mass-produced. As long as one could master the mutation method, they could be mass-produced. Almost all the major sects had their own techniques too. Even normal cultivators who knew a bit about refining corpses could develop the white-furred zombie technique. Therefore, there were many types of white-furred zombies in the Huaxia supernatural world. They all had their own specialties. This was what Zhang Tianyi had said earlier. He wanted to see how different the white-furred zombies made by the 1,000-year-old corpse were. However, there were so many white-furred zombies here that it made one's hair stand on end. Even Zhang Tianyi, Spiritual Master Wushu, and Spiritual Master Qingping were extremely busy. With their strength, although the white-furred zombies were powerful, they couldn't pose a threat to them no matter how many there were. Although they couldn't pose a threat, they could cause trouble. Zhang Tianyi could kill dozens of white-furred zombies with one lightning bringer. However, he couldn't kill the white-furred zombies before him at all. The corpses used by the white-furred zombies aren't from the present. Zhang Tianyi said, "They look like ancient soldiers. There are some marks on them. It's the zombie soldiers used to suppress the 1,000-year-old corpse," Spiritual Master Qingping said. Spiritual Master Qingping said, "These corpse soldiers were collected by the imperial court over the past few decades. There were 200,000 corpse soldiers in total. They were then refined into corpse soldiers by the ancestors of Maoshan Mountain. Then they gathered the souls of the soldiers and worked with the heavenly spirit-killing array. Only then did they suppress the ancient corpse for 1,000 years." Taoist Master Qingping looked at these corpse soldiers with a complicated look in his eyes. But after the 1,000-year-old corpse was unsealed, these corpse soldiers that were used to suppress it were also the first to suffer revenge. Now, they have become the 1,000-year-old corpse's puppets. 200,000? It's so bitter. Zhang Tianyi frowned. If they had enough time, any one of them could defeat the 200,000 zombie soldiers. However, the current situation didn't allow them to delay. Chun Zhao suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the three people fighting before him. "I can sense that the corpse chi on these corpse soldiers that were killed seems to be guided by some kind of power." The three of them were stunned for a moment and exchanged glances. Just now, when they killed these corpse soldiers, the scene was a bit chaotic, so they didn't think too much about it. But after Chun Zhao's reminder, they realized that the corpse aura of the corpse soldiers they had killed seemed to be guided by some kind of power. Zhang Tianyi was shocked. "Not good. This is the place where the coffins fall. 9 meridians burial of bones, heaven and earth burial of souls." Enlightened Master Wu Su and Enlightened Master Qing Ping's expressions changed. "Chun Zhao, is there any way to completely destroy the corpse chi?" "No," Chun Zhao answered directly. At the same time, Chun Zhao gave Zhang Tianyi a questioning look. "That 1,000-year-old corpse wants to give us a taste of our own medicine. Our ancestors sealed him for 1,000 years, and now he wants to seal us. The corpse soldiers we kill will emit corpse aura. This is also the place where the coffins fall, so the corpse aura will gather and not disperse. The 1,000-year-old corpse wants to use the corpse aura and the coffins to form a 9-vein soul burial formation." Chun Zhao thought about it. After all, he didn't want to be sealed. Moreover, this 9-vein soul burial formation wasn't something good just from its name. Chun Zhao raised his right palm and controlled the surrounding corpse aura to gather in his palm. "Can you tell what method he's using?" Perfected Wushu asked in a low voice. Perfected Qingping and Zhang Tianyi both shook their heads. This move was very strange. Chun Zhao didn't use any magic either. "You guys continue killing. I'll control the corpse aura." Chun Zhao wasn't using any method at all. He was using the power of the small world. He was using the power of the small world to forcibly attract the corpse aura. Although the corpse aura was being guided and controlled, it was still nothing compared to the power of Chun Zhao's small world. Compared to the power of Chun Zhao's small world, this guiding power was nothing. It was like a tug of war between an adult and a baby. The two weren't on the same level at all. If the opponent wasn't outside the range of his small world, Chun Zhao would have pulled the opponent over along with himself. The corpse aura gathered in Chun Zhao's palm and formed a turbid, solid gray bead. Soon, the surrounding corpse aura was sucked dry. Chun Zhao clearly didn't plan on stopping just like that. Chun Zhao felt that the small world wasn't only effective on the outside. It could even affect the white-haired zombies. Chun Zhao realized that he could actually suck out the corpse aura from the zombies' bodies. Immediately, the white-haired zombies fell down in rows. It was a spectacular scene. Huh? Chun Zhao glanced at Zhang Tianyi and the others. Chun Zhao wanted to see if this would work on Zhang Tianyi and the others. However, the small world was immediately blocked by the aura of Zhang Tianyi and the others. Chun Zhao pursed his lips and looked at Fangya and the others. He planned on trying the same thing on them. The four of them suddenly felt a terrifying power pass through their bodies. The result was the same. Their spiritual power blocked Chun Zhao's small world. Chun Zhao's small world could tear them into pieces instantly. However, he couldn't suck out all their energy like the white-haired zombies. Zhang Tianyi and the others turned to look at Chun Zhao. They didn't expect Chun Zhao to have such a killer move. In an instant, he killed almost 200,000 white-haired zombies. Chun Zhao put away the bead condensed from corpse aura. The bead was less than 1 centimeter in diameter, but it weighed 1,000,000 tons. It was condensed from the purest corpse aura. 9 guys with heavy corpse aura are coming, Chun Zhao warned. Actually, they already felt it without Chun Zhao's reminder. Not long after, the 9 fellows exuding corpse aura appeared in front of them. Chun Zhao wanted to use the same trick again, but they were also protected by spiritual power. Chun Zhao was surprised. These 9 should be zombies, right? Zombies were corpses, which were dead things. They shouldn't have intelligence, let alone spiritual power, right? These 9 zombies were countless times stronger than the soldiers before in terms of aura and size. Moreover, they were all wearing armor, just like the generals of ancient times. Qing Ping narrowed his eyes and looked at the 9 zombies. 9 refinements, golden body. Although spiritual master Qing Ping wasn't from the Black Cloth sect, but Mao Mountain was the authority in this area. Qing Ping himself also knew a few strange corpse refining techniques. Therefore, he immediately realized that the 9 zombies were all using the forbidden technique, 9 refined golden body. Careful, these zombies are extremely strong. They can't be attacked by water or fire, and the 5 elements can't be destroyed. Their bodies are indestructible. You can only destroy them with spells outside of the 5 elements. Chapter 27-21. To Zhang Tianyi, perfected Wushu, and perfected Qingping, these 9 zombies were already very troublesome enemies. They weren't powerless, but they wouldn't be as relaxed as before. I'll take care of one first, perfected Qingping shouted. Cyclic coffin. A cyclic coffin suddenly appeared under one of the zombies' feet. The zombie was placed inside, and the coffin closed. Heavy knocking sounds could be heard coming from the bronze coffin, but they couldn't break it open. The cyclic coffin slowly sank into the ground. Perfected, Qingping pressed his palm into the air. The cyclic coffin didn't make any more sounds. Enlightened Master Wu Su tossed out a square seal. He'd thought that the seal was used to smash people. But after it left perfected Wushu's hand, dozens of beams of white light shot out. The white light instantly pierced through the 2 zombies in front of him, leaving thousands of holes. Zhang Tianyi wasn't any weaker than them. Chains shot out from the darkness one after another, binding the 3 zombies. Then, he directed lightning to hit the zombies along the chains. The 3 zombies were electrocuted into charcoal. In 10 minutes, 9 extremely powerful zombies had been destroyed. Of course, not all of them had been destroyed. 3 of them had been suppressed by perfected Qingping. She clearly had an idea about the 3 zombies. She planned to take them home for research. At the moment, on a mountain shrouded in darkness, a few figures appeared. 9-tailed fox. Are those the leaders of Kunlun Mountain, Mao Mountain, and Dragon Tiger Mountain? Yes. Tamamonome nodded. She was just curious why Mao Mountain had sent perfected Qingping instead of Zhang Ding. It was a little different from her plan, but it wouldn't affect her plan too much. But Tamamonome realized that there was someone else among the group. Chun Zhao. Why was he here? Tamamonome didn't react at all. She didn't show any emotion. According to our agreement, lend me your sword. Mr. Kaniya, with your cultivation, there is no need for you to borrow my sword, Tamamonome said with a light smile. The cultivation of those three people is not weak, especially the Taoist priest from Kunlun Mountain and Longhu Mountain. Compared to their grandmaster 1,000 years ago, they are much stronger. Even from 10 miles away, I can feel the threat that they bring to me. Moreover, they should have already felt that the plan and trap that I made earlier will probably fail. In the end, we still have to use our true strength to decide the outcome. Those three people are not weak, especially the Taoist priest from Kunlun Mountain and Longhu Mountain. Tamamonome smiled as she took out her Kusanagi sword, but she didn't directly hand it over to the Kenyaka-san. Mr. Junfong, I can lend you the sword, but aren't you going to follow our agreement and lend me the item? I never go back on my word, Tamamonome said calmly. But before that, you need to help me kill those 3 human cultivators. I'm afraid I can't, Tamamonome said calmly. My cultivation is shallow, and I'm a fox demon, so I'm afraid of thunder spells. Those 3 cultivators all have extremely powerful thunder spells. If I rashly get involved in the battle, I'm afraid that dying will be the least of my worries. If I'm not careful, I'll be destroyed in both body and soul. Oomph. Mr. Jun Fong snorted coldly. He was very dissatisfied with Tamamonome's decision to stay out of it. Tamamonome's so-called fear of thunder spells was just an excuse. Ordinary fox demons were afraid of thunder spells because they didn't have a human body, but they still had a human nature. They were a different kind of demon, so they were rejected by the heaven and earth lock. Every 500 years of cultivation, a fox demon would experience a lightning tribulation. Therefore, the fear of thunder spells was imprinted in the blood of fox demons. Tamamonome was different. She was a fox of the Green Mountains. She was born with 9 tails, so she was a different kind of fox demon. She could even control thunder spells. How could she be afraid of thunder spells? Therefore, Tamamonome's words were just excuses. Mr. Junfong didn't believe Tamamonome's words. Of course, Tamamonome didn't expect her excuses to fool Mr. Junfong. She was just making up an excuse to show that she didn't want to participate in the battle. If Mr. Junfong could show his ability to suppress everyone, she wouldn't mind. She didn't mind adding icing on the cake so that Mr. Junfong could win more easily. However, Zhang Tianyi, perfected Wushu, and perfected Qingping were the strongest team in China's supernatural world. Moreover, it could be seen from Mr. Junfong's fear of the 3. Even he didn't have the confidence to win. He had also neglected Chun Zhao, the person that even Tamamonome was afraid of. When she broke out of the seal, she had already lost to Chun Zhao once. She hadn't been in a good state at that time, but a loss was a loss. Now, Tamamonome's cultivation had completely recovered. However, she could feel that Chun Zhao's cultivation had improved since they last met in Istanbul. It even gave her a very bad feeling. Actually, Tamamonome had obtained some things from the Kusanagi sword recently. Not only had her spiritual power completely recovered, but her cultivation had also improved. She had originally thought that she wouldn't lose so easily against Chun Zhao. However, when she met Chun Zhao again, that kind of self-confidence had already disappeared. She only felt an inexplicable fear. The feeling that Chun Zhao gave her was that he was more dangerous than ever before. It was obvious that while she was growing, Chun Zhao was also growing. Moreover, he was growing faster than her. Therefore, she was only willing to follow the original agreement and lend the Kusanagi sword to Mr. Junfong. At the moment, the Kusanagi sword was only a sharp sword to her. After learning the secret of the Kusanagi sword, she didn't need it as a weapon anymore. Therefore, even if Mr. Junfong wasn't willing to return the Kusanagi sword, she didn't care. Moreover, she didn't believe that Mr. Junfong would fall out with her for a sword that was only sharp. Suddenly, Mr. Junfong looked at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao, who was several kilometers away, also felt someone's gaze. Separated by the vast darkness of the night, Their eyes met. Who was that? Mr. Junfeng realized that he had forgotten someone. The person wasn't old, but he made Mr. Junfeng feel a little uncomfortable. Tamonome frowned and shook her head. I don't know him. His cultivation is extraordinary. His eyes are sharp, and his senses are extremely acute. He hides his aura. Even I can't sense his strength. He can't be an ordinary person. There are many masters in the world, Tamonome said indifferently. Especially among the humans, there are countless hidden masters. It's not strange to see a few of them occasionally. Mr. Junfeng shook his head and said, How can a hidden master like him be hidden? If you think it's inappropriate, why don't you leave now and think about it in the future? Junfeng shook his head. You've said it before. Now that the world is at peace, and it's a golden age, the Imperial Court has the extraordinary power to suppress everything. If I can't cripple the leaders of Kunlun, Longhu, and Maoshan sects, I'll have to face eternal pursuit in the future. Chapter 27-22. Mr. Jun's idea was simple. For one, he didn't know much about the current era. What he knew so far came from Tamamo no Mei and her subordinates. What Tamamo no Mei told him should be true. After all, he would find out as soon as he left the forest. Therefore, it was meaningless to hide it from him. Therefore, he had a rough understanding of the power of the mortal world. If he came out, the Imperial Court wouldn't be able to tolerate him. Therefore, Mr. Jun hoped to cripple Kunlun Mountain, Mao Mountain, and Longhu Mountain, which were most likely to pose a threat to him. As long as he dealt with the strongest cultivators of the three mountains, they would be the top 3 cultivators of China. Then, even if the Imperial Court hunted him down in the future, he would at least have an easier time. Tamamo no Mei's help was a plan that had been made 1,000 years ago. At that time, Mr. Jun felt that he wasn't strong enough to do whatever he wanted. Being sealed by the cultivators of Mao Mountain and the Central Plains was only part of his plan. Before he was sealed, he made a trip to Japan. He found the sealed Tamamo no Mei. At that time, Tamamo no Mei was the only person he could think of who could cooperate with him and had the qualifications to do so. He helped Tamamo no Mei remove the seal in advance, and Tamamo no Mei needed to do the same for him after he removed the seal. Just like that, the 2 peerless monsters reached an agreement. Even though it had been 1,000 years, it seemed that the 2 monsters kept their promises, putting aside their respective plans and schemes. In terms of helping the other party remove the seal in advance, they had done it. Mr. Jun did this because he was worried that the cultivators would set up a trap in advance. If there was a formation, he could set up a targeted trap in advance. He might be able to seal Mr. Jun again. He had to remove the seal in advance and make preparations in advance. Only then would he be able to take the initiative. However, there seemed to be some problems with his preparations. First of all, the 3 great cultivators of the 3 mountains were all more powerful than he had imagined. Moreover, the inheritance of 1,000 years seemed to have reached them, making them even more powerful. They were even more powerful than the cultivators of the 3 mountains 1,000 years ago. In particular, Zhang Tianyi, an enlightened master wushu, gave him a feeling that the cultivators of the 3 mountains 1,000 years ago weren't a threat. As for the young man outside of his plan, he gave him a very bad feeling. It wasn't just a threat. It was also dangerous. Junfeng furrowed his eyebrows. That man likely cultivates an essence soul Dharma spell. It's very powerful. Mr. Junfeng sensed a faint mental power enveloping his surroundings. Because the mental energy was too far away, it was hard to detect. Moreover, due to the protection of his body, his mental power could not penetrate his body to investigate. However, he was still able to release his mental power from such a distance. That was enough to make him fearful. Essence Soul Dharma spells? Tamamo no Mei's eyes flashed. Essence Soul Dharma spells were actually mental spells. She denied knowing Chun Zhao, but she could not forget Chun Zhao's cultivation system. Chun Zhao was clearly an enhancer. Why did Junfeng-san say that it was a spirit type? Her senses weren't as sharp as Junbang-san's. However, she knew that Mr. Jun must have made a mistake. After all, she had fought Chun Zhao before. Therefore, she wouldn't mistake Chun Zhao's cultivation system. But now, Jun Bangsan was mistaken, so she had to reconsider their partnership. After all, even his enemy's power system was wrong. Their chances of winning would also become very slim. 1,000 years ago, you received an Essence Soul attack too, right? So, you should be immune to Essence Soul attacks now, right? Jun Fong shook his head and said, that depends on the level of the primordial spirit attack. This person's primordial spirit is so strong that I've never seen it before. If he uses some primordial spirit spell that I've never seen before, even I wouldn't dare to say that I could defeat him easily. Actually, ever since he'd mastered the demon body, he had a passive skill. As long as it didn't kill him, it would make him stronger. At least for most spells, as long as it wasn't an instant death spell. Every time, he would increase his magic resistance by different amounts. In the past few decades, he'd caused havoc in the Central Plains. It was to attract cultivators to attack him. Then, his resistance would also increase. However, there was a limit to this resistance. It wasn't absolute immunity. 1,000 years ago, there weren't any outstanding cultivators with Essence Soul spells. There were even fewer who specialized in Essence Soul cultivation. Mr. Jun Fong looked into the distance in the darkness. He might be a good choice. He can help me make up for what I lack in Essence Soul. This person's aura is thick and fierce, Tamamo reminded. He looks more like a strong man. It should be because his Essence Soul is thick and solid, Mr. Jun Fong said. A strong man can't reach such a level. Even a demon can't, let alone a human. Tamamo gave up on correcting Mr. Jun Fong. Since Mr. Jun Fong's personality was like this, she obviously wouldn't meddle. After all, he was stubborn and believed that what he thought was right. He wouldn't listen to other people's suggestions or opinions. Only after suffering would he understand what was wrong. However, the enemy he was facing was Chun Zhao. Would Chun Zhao allow him to correct his mistakes? Tamamo no, Mei wasn't optimistic at all. After all, even if Chun Zhao was willing to correct his mistakes, Zhang Tianyi and the others probably wouldn't be happy either. Thus, Tamamo was even more determined in her strategy. She would just be a spectator and not interfere with the battle at all. Her main force was making a fool of herself. Was she going to die? At the same time, Zhang Tianyi, Spiritual Master Wushu, and Spiritual Master Qingping suddenly stopped. Do you feel it? There's a huge evil in that direction. 2 auras. No, 2 of them are the strongest. There are 3 weaker ones. Among the 2 enormous presences, one must be the 1,000-year ancient corpse. But who is the other one? It's unfamiliar. Tamamo no Mei, the 9-tailed fox. She went to Japan to cause trouble in the past, and was sealed. She only escaped last year. I fought her once. Not only did Chun Zhao feel it, but he could also see Tamamo no Mei through his spiritual power. He could also see the 3 unfamiliar demons behind Tamamo no Mei. They were all very strong. In terms of power, they were already at the peak of the Shangqing realm. Chun Zhao also noticed the owner of the other aura. It was very strange. It was like a human, but not a human, like a demon, but not a demon. Zhang Tianyi naturally knew that Chun Zhao and Tamamo had fought before. That was also the first time he'd schemed against Chun Zhao and roasted him over a fire. How strong is Tamamo no Mei? She'd just been unsealed, so I can't tell how strong she is. I won by a bit, but it's been so long. She's probably recovered to her peak. She's probably stronger than that 1,000-year-old corpse. Chapter 27-23. Grandmaster, leave that Tamamo no Mei to us. We can stall her, Fanya said firmly. Her eyes shone with confidence. The other 3 had the same look and determination. Zhang Tianyi, Taoist Wushu, and Taoist Qingping glanced at each other. Taoist Qingping suddenly laughed. Celestial Teacher Zhang, you're indeed extraordinary. Even a junior like you has such vigor and courage. Looks like we're lagging behind. We didn't have such courage when we were young, Taoist Wushu said, chuckling. Of course, Zhang Tianyi could tell that Taoist Wushu and Taoist Qingping's words were full of mockery. Where did you get the confidence to think you can stop Tamamo no Mei? Zhang Tianyi felt that his 4 disciples were a bit arrogant, but he still admired their courage. He was rather peaceful and didn't want to destroy their enthusiasm and courage. Fanya and the others exchanged glances. Fanya walked up and said, "Since he can deal with Tamamo no Me alone, we should be fine if we work together." Huh. Chun Zhao rubbed his nose and chuckled at Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi almost lost his balance. His head spun. Fuck, he shouldn't have let them spar with Chun Zhao. No, he didn't even let them meet. Chun Zhao was poisonous. It had only been half a day, and his disciples had been poisoned. Their brains weren't enough to explain the severity of the problem. It was like mercury poisoning in the brain. They'd actually exchanged one move with Chun Zhao. Then, Fanya succeeded in one move and defeated Chun Zhao. This was the reason why they could deal with Tamamo no Me. Yes, it was reasonable and convincing. Taoist Wushu and Taoist Qingping also turned their heads to avoid Zhang Tianyi's awkward expression. Right now, Zhang Tianyi was thinking about finding a corner with no one and burying these four idiotic youths. That would be an insult to the sect. This wasn't the place to use your confidence. Zhang Tianyi felt stifled. Just then, two auras rushed toward him. The darkness and vegetation before him were instantly pierced, forming a path of fire. A man and a woman walked through the path of fire. Behind the man and woman, there were four figures that clearly had the appearance or body shape of monsters. It was not difficult to identify the origins of the four demons. A man in a kimono had his right hand resting on the hilt of a katana hanging from his waist. Demon Blade. Chun Zhao was no stranger to him. After all, he had once robbed one of Tamamo no Me's old subordinates, the White Face Oni. The Devil Blade incarnation in front of him had a murderous aura and a sharp chill that were not inferior to White Face Gue Che. It seemed like there were quite a number of powerful demon swords in Japan. Chun Zhao had thought that the White Face Demon was one of the best Japanese swordsmen. He did not expect that there would be another equally strong Devil Blade. On the left of the Devil Blade incarnation was a white-clothed woman wearing a witch's attire. The woman's eyes were very beautiful. Her hair was long and straight, and there was a faint smile on her face. The aura on his body was not chaotic like that of a demon. Instead, it had a hint of friendliness. He was also from Japan. However, the aura of that woman was the opposite of the woman in black standing on her left. The woman in black had strange patterns on her face. Her body was hidden under a black robe, and something unsettling seemed to be brewing inside. What a strange woman. Chun Zhao looked at her a few more times. As for the last one, Chun Zhao was somewhat familiar with his state. It should be the amalgamation of countless souls controlled by a powerful consciousness. On the other hand, the leaders, Tamamo no Me and Mr. Jun Fong, looked ordinary. At least, Fanya and the other three young people could not sense Tamamo no Me and Mr. Jun Fong's auras. Therefore, their senses were not as direct as the four great demons behind them. The two sides did not attack immediately. After all, they were all people with status and reputation. Therefore, it was necessary to use their eyes to express their respect for each other. Of course, this would only last for a moment. Then, it was time to analyze the situation. 4 teams against 2, Chun Zhao said, chuckling. Looks like we have a higher chance of winning. Fanya and the others could not help but roll their eyes. None of the opponents were easy to deal with. Was victory calculated like this? Moreover, the opponents also seemed to have 6 people, while they should have 8. No matter what, the 4 of them should be included, right? Victory is not calculated like this. Mr. Jun Fong smiled faintly. At the same time, he turned to Tamamo no Me. How many can you take down? Tamamo no Me was speechless. She really did not want to get involved. I can take down any one of the 3 Taoists. I won't lose before you decide the winner. She was not hiding her strength. Instead, she had come to this conclusion after seriously comparing their strengths. Mr. Jun Fong was not surprised by Tamamo no Me's answer. Instead, it was reasonable. Then, can your 4 subordinates contribute? They can hold one of them for 15 minutes. Tamamo no Me looked at Chun Zhao. Except for that one. Mr. Jun Fong calculated silently. Tamamo no Me would hold one of them, and her 4 subordinates would hold another for 15 minutes. He had to deal with the remaining two and make at least one of them lose the ability to fight in 15 minutes. Otherwise, the 4 cannon fodder would have been dealt with in a quarter of an hour, and the pressure on him would have been even greater. Tamamo no Me, you're also a monster from the Central Plains. Although you're not active in China, don't forget where your roots are. Spiritual Master Wu Su was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he planned to instigate a rebellion before the battle. If he succeeded, everyone would be happy. If he failed, you would not lose anything. Spiritual Master Wu Su, I have my own goal, so I won't bother you. Since you recognize me, why don't we fight? Success and failure are determined by victory and defeat. This is the ancient common sense. Spiritual Master Wu Su shook his head. That's your strategy. It's not in our interest. So you want to get cold feet? Tamamo no Me chuckled at Spiritual Master Wu Su. Spiritual Master Wu Su was not stupid. Such simple provocation was useless against old things like him. Even the young and energetic Chun Zhao would not fall for it. Spiritual Master Wu Su, this battle is unavoidable. Whether you want to fight or not, it's not up to you. We have to fight, but it's not just a simple fight. Spiritual Master Wu Su did not want to be held back by Tamamo no Me. Suddenly, Zhang Tianyi yelled, "Done." Done? What was done? Chun Zhao was confused. What had happened? Weren't they still discussing the competition? Why did you suddenly say done? Chapter 27-24. Unexpected opponents appeared on both sides. Mr. Jun's side was obviously Tamamo. On Zhang Tianyi's side was Chun Zhao. The seemingly friendly meeting between the two sides broke in an instant. The first to attack was Sword Genius. Sword Genius flashed like a ghost and appeared before Fanya. At that moment, Fanya felt that the cold blade was only 0.1 centimeters away from her head. Just at this critical moment, 2 fingers pinched the edge of the demon's blade. Sword Genius was also dazed for a moment. He looked at Chun Zhao in shock. At that moment, he wasn't thinking about how to counterattack, but how to retreat. At the same time, Tamamo's other general, 1,000 Spirits, the amalgamation of countless souls. He attacked. His first choice was to help Sword Genius. 1,000 Spirits opened his mouth and spat out countless evil spirits. The evil spirits charged at Chun Zhao like a wave of dirty water. Chun Zhao punched Devil Blade with the back of his hand. Clang, with the sound of metal clashing, Sword Genius was sent flying. As countless broken blades flew around, the Devil's Blade suffered a fatal injury. His demonic aura spread out uncontrollably. Chun Zhao turned around and looked at 1,000 Spirits. A wave of lava and dark serum rose under his feet and charged at the evil spirit wave. The evil spirit wave was instantly destroyed by the dark lava. The dark magma continued to rush towards 1,000 Spirits with unstoppable force. 1,000 Spirits wanted to reorganize his defense. But Tamamo reached out and pulled him back. "Idiot, don't fight him head-on." Chun Zhao snorted and lifted his finger. A red and black blade split out of the dark lava and shot towards Tamamo no Me. Tamamo quickly dodged, but she was still one step too late. Her right arm, along with 1,000 souls that she was pulling, were chopped off. In an instant, the dark lava swallowed 1,000 Spirits. 1,000 Spirits didn't even have time to struggle. He disappeared into the dark lava without a sound. Tamamo snorted and flew higher into the sky. She looked down angrily at Chun Zhao. "Cleanse your sins and summon you to rebirth." The witch held the soul summoning spell and waved it lightly. The spell released purple mana. It formed a gigantic purple sphere that enveloped her and another bewitching woman whose entire body was covered in purple patterns. The purple sphere blocked the dark magma, but it didn't last long. This was because cracks had already appeared on the purple sphere when it came into contact with the dark lava. Tamamo no Me, who was in the sky, shouted. Her body transformed into her original form, and a 100-meter-long 9-tailed fox appeared in front of everyone. The 9-tailed fox slammed its claws on the ground. A huge gap appeared between Chun Zhao and the witch. The dark magma poured into the chasm, slowing down the impact of the dark magma on Miko-sama. At this time, Fangya and the others were already dumbfounded. In just a few short seconds, Chen Xiaobei's eyes widened. In just a few seconds. For them, it might be the charging time of an intermediate spell. But Chen Zhao, Tamamo no Mei, and the four monsters had already fought a few rounds. Even a great demon from the enemy side was heavily injured, and 1,000 souls had been devoured. Chen Zhao did not attack again. Instead, he stared at Tamamo no Mei. The Tamamo no Mei in front of him was much smaller than the first time he saw her. But the demonic aura on her body was more than 10 times stronger than before. The 9 tails behind her swayed. Every time they swung, the surrounding spiritual qi would be stirred up. Perfected Qingping, perfected Wushu, and Zhang Tianyi also tensed up. As long as Mr. Junfang attacked, they would immediately attack too. At this point, there was no need for any schemes or traps. Only when the winner was decided could the result be known. It didn't matter who was righteous or evil. The winner naturally represented justice. Mr. Junfang snickered. He didn't plan on continuing the confrontation. To him, stalling for time wouldn't do him any good. So, Mr. Junfang attacked first. Suddenly, a twisted, bloody arm stretched out from Mr. Junfang's left shoulder. The arm was even larger than Mr. Junfang's body. At the same time, it emitted a frightening demonic aura. Demonic body. Zhang Tianyi's expression froze. The 3 cultivators attacked at the same time. Perfected Wushu quickly performed a hand seal. All the spiritual qi in the area was guided by his magic power. Divine Wood Realm Sea. The surrounding sea of trees seemed to have come to life. The roots grew rapidly like wriggling dragons that swept towards Mr. Junfang. The demonic arm behind Mr. Junfang slammed the ground with all its might, creating a circle of black flames. The black flames instantly burned the surrounding roots into ashes. But this Divine Wood Realm Sea wasn't an ordinary technique. If it could be easily destroyed, perfected Wushu would have retired long ago. Although the black flames burned a large number of roots, more of them swept towards Mr. Junfang. Finally, the first root wrapped around Mr. Junfang's demonic arm. Mr. Junfang's demonic arm tore down with all its might. The root was instantly torn apart. Even more tendrils wrapped themselves around Junbang San's entire body. Swords! Zhang Tianyi shouted. Hundreds of divine weapons appeared in the sky. Go! Zhang Tianyi pointed at Mr. Junfang. Hundreds of divine weapons pierced into the roots in an instant. In the next instant, the roots exploded. Mr. Junfang flew out of the explosion unscathed. However, he had an additional demonic arm. One of the arms held a strange-looking longsword. Chen Zhao recognized the sword in Mr. Junfang's hand. It was the national treasure of Japan, the Kusanagi sword. Back then, he'd stolen the Yasukani no Magatama, and Tamamonome had stolen the Kusanagi sword. However, the Kusanagi sword was a bit strange. Chen Zhao didn't know if it was an illusion, but it seemed like the Kusanagi sword was missing something. Chen Zhao looked at Tamamonome. Are you sure you want to work with this failure that looks like it came from an underfunded biochemistry lab? It doesn't have a future. Tamamonome glanced at Mr. Junfang and said, I've never seen Mr. Junfang's real body. It does look cheap now, but Mr. Junfang's power is real. Even you might not be able to win. Chen Zhao had seen many lab products. At least half of them were much more beautiful than the thing in front of him. Mr. Junfang felt a little stifled. He'd been sealed for 2,000 years, but his intelligence was still there. So, he roughly understood the main idea of Chen Zhao and Tamamonome's conversation. They were just complaining about his poor appearance. Mr. Junfang. Zhang Tianyi narrowed his eyes and looked at Mr. Junfang. I didn't expect it to be the famous, immortal Su Fu. Fellow Taoist, you also know my common name? Chapter 2725. In the past 5,000 years, it's basically impossible to find someone like Immortal Su who tricked an emperor into this realm. Therefore, Immortal Su is the #1 Taoist scammer. Mr. Junfang chuckled as well. Sigh. Fellow Taoist, you're too kind. I'm an immortal, not a Taoist, so I don't deserve to be called the #1 Taoist scammer. Su Fu, also known as Junfeng, was a #1 scammer. He dared to trick and successfully trick the first emperor. Only this Su Fu, great immortal Su, seeing that we're fated, why don't we make friends today? Let's each take a step back and say goodbye. Huh. Zhang Tianyi chuckled. We can make friends, but can you return the treasures you took from our 3 mountains 1,000 years ago? The 3 treasures have already merged with me. Seems like I can't make friends today. Mr. Juanfeng's smile gradually faded. It's fine. The person we hired is best at dismantling all kinds of things from buildings to human organs. There's nothing he can't dismantle. Mr. Junfeng looked at Chun Zhao. He could feel the dangerous feeling Chun Zhao gave him. This feeling was completely different from Zhang Tianyi, perfected Wushu, and perfected Qingping. Zhang Tianyi, perfected Wushu, and perfected Qingping were the best in the world. However, he knew most of their cultivation, magic power, and even the spells they cultivated. It could even be said that he was familiar with them. Thus, he wasn't afraid of the 3. Even if they teamed up, Mr. Junfeng was confident he could defeat them. Only Chun Zhao made him feel threatened. Even now, he still hadn't figured out what power system Chun Zhao had. Chun Zhao glanced at Zhang Tianyi, then perfected Wushu and perfected Qingping. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel like you guys are a hindrance here. Zhang Tianyi, perfected Wushu, perfected Qingping. It was an arrogant statement in the spiritual world of China and even the world. Basically, no person or group dared to say such things, especially when the 3 of them were present at the same time. Zhang Tianyi chuckled. Chun Zhao, are you confident? I don't know. That Su guy hasn't used his full strength yet. Then shall we stall Tamamo no Mei for you? No need. Chun Zhao shook his head. She's not in the way. Tamamo no Mei's smile was filled with displeasure. Yep, she was very displeased. Chun Zhao, don't be too arrogant. Tamamo no Mei said faintly. Her real body was in a pouncing posture. Her 9 tails were no longer swinging, but raised up high. Tamamo no Mei grinned, her eyes emitting an ominous glint. Looks like I can't hold back anymore, Mr. Junfeng said calmly. Mr. Junfeng's body grew larger, and 2 more pairs of arms appeared on his back. His body also started to turn golden. In terms of quality, it was many times stronger than before. If the previous Jun Bangsan looked like a failed product from an underfunded biology lab, then Jun Bangsan was now a completely different person. In that case, the current Jun Bangsan was a pay-to-win boss. At the very least, his body was plated with a layer of gold. Chun Zhao's eyes suddenly turned red. Then a beam of red light shot out. Death ray? The principle is the same as the death ray. In fact, it was just a layer of fire element covering the eyes. Then, through the stimulation of magic power, the fire element burst out. Chun Zhao had always known the principle of the death ray. However, he hadn't mastered the power of the fire system in the past. So, even if he knew the principle, he couldn't use it. But after Chun Zhao opened his inner world had completely turned into the fire element. The fire chi and nirvana flame had completely fused together. So, all the requirements of the death ray were fulfilled. Not just the death ray. Chun Zhao had also mastered many fire spells in the past. Of course, most fire spells were meaningless to Chun Zhao. When the death ray shot toward Mr. Junfeng, he raised a golden arm to block it. Mr. Junfeng's golden arm was almost burned red by Chun Zhao's death ray, but it didn't do much damage to him. At least, Chun Zhao felt like his death ray was just tickling him. Mr. Junfeng wasn't just blocking Chun Zhao's death ray. His other arm was preparing a violent fire spell. His right hand blocked and absorbed Chun Zhao's death ray. Then, his left hand used the absorbed fire energy to release a fire spell. The next moment, a red beam of light whizzed out of Mr. Junfeng's palm. A terrifying heat wave landed on Chun Zhao's body. But the same thing happened. Chun Zhao absorbed the heat wave directly. Both Chun Zhao and Mr. Junfeng expended very little energy in this exchange. It was almost the same amount of energy that Chun Zhao released. After Mr. Junfeng absorbed and processed it, it was sent back to Chun Zhao. There was almost no energy consumption in the process. This meant that both Chun Zhao and Mr. Jun Fong had a very high utilization rate of energy. Fire element? Mr. Jun Fong stared at Chun Zhao with sparkling eyes. Since he knew Chun Zhao's element, it was easy. Mr. Jun Fong had a very high resistance to fire. He was almost immune to it. Not only was his resistance high, but he could also absorb fire energy attacks. So, he felt that he was invincible in this battle. The pair of golden arms at the top of Mr. Jun Fong's back rose high. The sky rumbled. A terrifying electric snake landed on Mr. Jun Fong's right palm. Then, he aimed his left palm at Chun Zhao. Boom! The electric current was almost endless. Mr. Jun Fong had only used a spell to guide the lightning. He didn't create the current himself. So, as long as the electric current in the clouds wasn't used up, the terrifying attack wouldn't stop. Zhang Tiany's expression changed when he saw Mr. Jun Fong's lightning attracting spell. This was Dragon Tiger Mountain's unique lightning technique. But Mr. Jun Fong's was even more perfect. As a celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Zhang Tiany felt bad. There was no difference in the process of the lightning attracting spell. The only difference was the duration of the spell. Mr. Jun Fong was almost immune to lightning spells, so he didn't care how much electric current passed through his body. As long as he continuously absorbed the power of the lightning and released it, the attack wouldn't stop. He would keep releasing until the enemy was smashed into pieces. Zhang Tiany couldn't do that either. But Mr. Jun Fong seemed to have missed something. The lightning-attracting spell landed on Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao didn't change his position at all. Chapter 27-26. The white light on Chun Zhao's body grew brighter and brighter. Chun Zhao also fully experienced what it felt like to be recharged for 5 minutes and used for 2 hours. An endless stream of electricity filled his body, pouring it into the eye of lightning. His electricity was almost saturated. Chun Zhao suddenly raised his arm and aimed it at Tamamo no Mei. Boom! A terrifying electric arc shot through the sky and landed directly on Tamamo no Mei. Roar! Tamamo no Mei let out a terrifying roar, and her huge body crashed to the ground. Mr. Jun immediately stopped the lightning summoning spell. He stared at Chun Zhao in shock. Chun Zhao could actually absorb the power of lightning, just like him, and he had the same method as him. Had he also refined his body into a demonic body? But that was impossible. To refine a demonic body, one had to first turn their body into a corpse that wouldn't be restricted by lifespan. Not even a monster race, because even a monster race would die of old age. This was also why Mr. Jun Fong had appeared 1,000 years ago as a 1,000-year-old corpse. To achieve the basic requirements, Mr. Jun Fong had spent 1,000 years. Others thought that he had achieved great success when he was born 1,000 years ago. In reality, he had only achieved small success. The second time he had been sealed for 1,000 years was also part of his plan. It had taken him almost 2,000 years to create a demonic body that could be considered great success. But why was this human in front of him using power so similar to his? Humans couldn't even achieve 1/10 of a demonic body with decades of lifespan. Even if some people could break through the limit, it would still be very limited. 200 years was almost the limit. Just like Bifla, he also relied on the method of abandoning his physical body to live for more than 400 years. But the most important part of cultivating a demonic body was the body. It couldn't be changed at all. Changing a body was equivalent to training all over again. That was why Mr. Jun Fong had first made himself a corpse with thoughts and consciousness. Then he would start cultivating a demonic body. But now, a living person had the demonic body that he had always dreamed of. This caused him to have a mental breakdown. They had said that 100 years of starting and 1,000 years of foundation. Yet, this person had taken out a complete set of 3 years. No one will be happy about this. This made Mr. Jun Fong suspect that he had taken the wrong notebook back then. Or it could be said that later generations had edited a more complete version of his little notebook. Mr. Jun Fong had already listed Chun Zhao on his must-kill list. There was no need for 2 demonic bodies in this world. Mr. Jun Fong was wary of Chun Zhao because they had the same constitution. However, he believed that even if Chun Zhao cultivated a demonic body, Chun Zhao would not be able to be mentioned in the same breath as him. After all, he had spent 2,000 years gathering the strengths of hundreds of schools of thought. In his eyes, Chun Zhao was at most an accelerated version. It definitely didn't have his almost invincible characteristic. At most, it would be a simplified effect of a demonic body. He felt that Chun Zhao's skills could not compare to his. Moreover, he was not only familiar with the advantages of a demonic body, but he was also familiar with its weaknesses. Even a demonic body had its weaknesses. However, this weakness was not really a weakness. The weakness of the demon body was physical attacks. This could not be exempted. However, the demonic body itself could allow a cultivator's body to reach a terrifying level. It had even surpassed the limits of humans and demons. So this weakness was no longer a weakness. Mr. Junfeng planned to charge forward and fight Chun Zhao. This was the best way to defeat the other demonic body. Seizing the opportunity, when Chun Zhao released the power of lightning, Mr. Junfeng flashed and appeared behind Chun Zhao. Her golden fists landed heavily on Chun Zhao's back. Chun Zhao staggered. He looked back and touched the back of his head. Then he looked at Mr. Junfeng. Chun Zhao had thought that there would be some special bonuses. There would be some side effects if he was hit. So, Chun Zhao did not rush to counterattack. Instead, he waited for his body to react. However, after a long time, there was no reaction. Chun Zhao was a bit confused. Wasn't the attack a bit weak? However, in Mr. Junfeng's eyes, he thought that Chun Zhao had been stunned by his punch. This made him very proud. It was clearly the stupidest decision to let a demonic body of the same element fight him. He was more familiar with the demonic body than anyone else. So, he decided to continue and try to beat Chun Zhao to death in one go. However, someone moved faster than him. Tamamo no Mei suddenly jumped out of the darkness. Her huge body pounced at Chun Zhao. The terrifying body turned into a ball of fire with terrifying heat waves, as if it could burn everything. Second level of the primordial regression technique, giant spirit transformation. Instantly, Chun Zhao turned into a golden giant. His aura increased 100 times. Mr. Junfeng immediately flew back 100 meters. Fortunately, Chun Zhao's target was not him this time. Chun Zhao raised his fist and smashed it at Tamamo no Mei. Even though Chun Zhao was in giant spirit transformation, he was still 10,000 times smaller than Tamamo no Mei. So the two still looked like eggs hitting a rock. Tamamo no Mei's aura was overwhelming. When the two collided, Chun Zhao was about to break. But the next moment, Tamamo no Mei was sent flying like a little puppy. The huge burning body drew an arc in the night sky. Those who did not know would think that it was a shooting star. Chun Zhao did not retreat at all, but the ground he was standing on cracked. Fangya and the others were dumbfounded. Fangya was also deeply doubtful of herself. Had she really defeated such a thing on Dragon Tiger Mountain? Mr. Junfeng was even more shocked. Chun Zhao's golden body was similar to his, but not exactly the same. More importantly, what was up with Chun Zhao's terrifying strength? He had the strength to give Tamamo no Mei a concussion with one punch. Although the demon body strengthened his body, even so, the strengthening was limited. Chun Zhao took a deep breath and looked at Mr. Junfeng. Third level of the primordial regression technique. Everyone felt a suffocating pressure engulf them. Mr. Junfeng's gaze turned serious. Now, he finally realized why Chun Zhao gave him the feeling of danger. It was a power that did not belong to the demon body at all. Not only did Chun Zhao not have the weakness of the demon body, but he also had a terrifying power that surpassed the demon body. There was also that specious golden body. They had the same or close to the same magic resistance. But Chun Zhao was even stronger than him. Mr. Junfeng had to get serious, or rather go all out. Mr. Junfeng spread his arms, and 12 beams of golden light appeared behind him. They were 1,200-meter tall, golden men standing behind Mr. Junfeng. The moonlight shone on the 12 metal men, and the 12 metal men emitted a glass-like radiance. Jun Fong spread open his 6 arms behind him and absorbed the light from the crystal.